prepared to begin when you're ready, sir.
Is Ms. Davis available?
Good morning, sir. Yes, I'm available.
Great. All right. Good morning, everybody. We're ready to call the board meeting to order. Ms. Davis, if you would please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez,
Present.
Vice Chairman Schaefer,
Present.
Member Gaines,
Present.
Member Cohen,
Present.
Deputy Controller Stowers,
Present.
That's everybody here. We're all present. We have a quorum. The board meeting is called to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
No.
Our board meeting is officially reconvened from yesterday. And I want to open up with, the board has set aside this day for an informational hearing on modernizing California's property tax system, part 3, with a focus on the newly qualified split roll initiative. Board member Gaines of the 1st District is hosting this hearing and will lead the discussion, call upon speakers and the public, and summarize the results of the hearing in a report presented at the next regular board meeting. Member Gaines will take the agenda items in the order in which they appear on the agenda. However, when circumstances warrant, he may modify the order as he chooses. Ms. Davis, if you would please call the first item.
Our first item is opening remarks. Member Gaines, are you ready to provide your opening remarks at this time, sir?
Yes, I am. Thank you. But before we start, I just wanted to note one change to our agenda. Oakland Council member Nikki Fortunato-Boss had to cancel for today, but I'm happy to announce that Santa Maria Council member Gloria Soto will be testifying in her place. Council member Soto, thank you, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also want to note that we already have at least 100 speakers committed to the public comment period, which is wonderful. We just have to make sure we can accommodate each of you and also get through our agenda, because we have a hard stop at 4 o'clock. And so I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on the clock to make sure that all of our panelists are able to speak, while at the same time giving opportunities to the public to make comments on each section of today's agenda. So if you could please limit your comments to 1 minute, that would be very helpful. We'd love to have all 100 participants of the public have an opportunity to make a comment. If we get to that unfortunate opportunity at the end where you don't have the time, we're running out of time to speak, that you could please submit those comments to the BOE. You could do that via email or in writing and mail it to us. So we don't want to make sure your voice is heard. So I want to thank my fellow board members and the staff and all participants who have arranged to be here today. We have, of course, had a split roll hearing in the past, but the initiative has changed, and so I'm pleased that we can be here to learn more about Prop 15, the current initiative that is qualified for the ballot. It also appears to be possibly the single largest change considered for property tax in the state of California since the passage of Prop 13 itself. So I think there's great value for the board, the public, and everyone involved in property tax administration to get a good handle on what those changes might mean were split roll to become law. I will invite my fellow board members to make opening comments shortly, but I wanted to note also that we have a jam-packed agenda today and that our presenters are familiar with the time allotted for their presentations. But I will be announcing those times and giving updates on your times as we approach the limits that we've set out, which will allow us to cover our entire agenda. For public comment, we have an entire hour toward the end of the program, but that may be adjusted actually because we're breaking this up into sections. So after each section of the agenda, there'll be an opportunity for the public to speak. So that actual 1 hour could be greatly reduced depending on who speaks when throughout the agenda. And I'm talking about public comment. So we're going to do everything we can to accommodate those individuals. Again, speaking for 1 minute. And I'm really asking that you would monitor your times, members of the public, and also all of us as we proceed through this meeting. And again, we have the hard stop at 4 o'clock today where the meeting must end. So we will take any additional public comments if you don't get that opportunity to speak in written form. Lastly, I want to note that this is an informational hearing only and that the board will not be taking a position on the initiative. Thank you. Okay, now it's time to recognize each member, indicating that they have time for opening remarks. And if you could please limit your remarks, members, to 2 minutes. Chair Vasquez, would you like to begin?
Thank you. Thank you, Member Gaines, for holding this hearing today. The Split Roll Initiative, Proposition 15, is proposing a very major change to California's property tax system. As such, it deserves careful study. As a state agency responsible to oversee the property tax system, the board has a duty to document the real cost to taxpayers and county assessors and AABs, and the actual tax revenues generated if it passes. This data is important for everyone to understand as they evaluate this measure. It's my hope that this hearing is the first step toward developing and sharing that information in an open public forum. As with our previous informational hearings, I am confident that the information generated today will be a valuable tool in the board's efforts to successfully modernize California's property tax. With that, I will yield the floor back to Mr. Gaines.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Vice Chair Schaefer, we'd love to hear from you. Now your mic, I'm not hearing I think your mic is turned off.
Okay, it's on now. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to thank all of our public speakers for participating today. I mean, 100, that's as large an audience as we've ever had. I want to assure you that we all have a neutrality on this very important issue coming up before the people. I want to thank you especially for moderating this. There's few issues, as you point out, that have such a significant impact on the people of California, on the board, property taxation. You know, this is really important times, and this is an important day. And thank you, Ted, for all you've done, and I look forward to hearing what all of my colleagues have to say.
Great, thank you, Member Schaefer. Member Cohen, we'd love to hear your comments. I think your mic is off. Yep.
You would think I would have it down with the number of Zoom calls that I do on a daily basis, let alone weekly. But good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the members of the public. Also want to acknowledge our own BOE staff. I am actually very excited to be here, elated to be quite honest, to talk together about this morning about our third statewide informational hearing. As you may recall, we launched a property tax modernization initiative in 2019 to conduct the assessment of our property tax system. As part of this process, we have reviewed such issues as the current state of the property tax administration, the future of property tax administration, understanding the strengths and the weaknesses and the opportunities. We've covered issues, workforce issues such as capacity and planning, recruitment, retention, training, education, as well as compensation. So we've addressed many of these challenges of the Assessment Appeals Board as well in these discussions, particularly valuing business equipment as well as emerging issues like split roll. So today is really a combination of the previous work and meetings that we've held that began late last year, and I'm excited to be here and to continue this conversation. Just as a reminder, this is a hearing, no decisions will be made, but we are bringing stakeholders together and thought leaders together so that we can have a very thoughtful conversation around this critical piece of legislation that voters are going to be voting on in November. Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Member Cohen. Member Stowers?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for this opportunity to make some opening remarks. I believe this board's responsibility and focus relating to Prop 15 are appropriately on understanding the provisions of this measure and their implementation should the voters approve this measure. As a partner with the 58 county assessors and Property Tax Administration, this board, I hope today during this hearing, can hear from interested parties responses to questions that I believe each of our offices have received about the implementation of this measure should the voters pass it, but also responses to questions about the measure's impacts. Some of the questions our office has received, which I would like our speakers to address today, include the following. Prop 15 is really ill-timed, hitting commercial and industrial property owners and small businesses when they are down. The future of commercial property, especially commercial office buildings and shopping malls, is far from certain in light of COVID-19 pandemic and pandemic-induced recession that has increased the prominence of telework and less reliance on brick and mortar shopping experiences. Question: do the revenue estimates for how much this measure will generate account for this? Also, as we know, COVID-19 impacts small businesses, disproportionately hit minority-owned businesses, Black-owned and Latino-owned businesses. In light of the challenges of this business to access federal business relief and traditional avenue to capital, does Prop 15 add one additional hurdle for these businesses to reopen or reestablish through higher lease costs? Also, I'm thinking of the crafters of Prop 10. What were they thinking with respect to the following three items? Locking in the tax allocation and transfer provisions in the California Constitution rather than incorporate them into statute. That was one. Two, phase in reassessment commercial and industrial property based on the percentage of those properties within each county, beginning with 22-23 fiscal lien date rather than by property tax. Prop 15 could result in like-kind properties being treated differently within a county. 3, reassessing commercial industrial property instead of applying a different property tax rate that would ease implementation by our county assessors. A couple other more points. Will the county assessors be able to implement Prop 15 even with the cost recovery provisions in the measure? Is the cost provisions adequate? What are some of the specific hurdles to implementation that this board and the county assessors will expect to address? Wrapping up, during this time when racial equity and injustice are high in people's consciousness, I am mindful of the impacts of policies that exacerbate racial inequity. History has continued important moments of rights being accorded to communities of color without any access to economic gains that were accorded to others. I understand the need to close the loophole for how commercial and industrial properties are assessed as compared to assessments of residential property. However, property tax allocation formulas remain the same. So are we not baking in current inequities more deeply? For minority owners, should Prop 15 pass, are we once again staving off opportunities for these businesses owners to regain their livelihoods, let alone get on a path of building wealth? Those are some of the questions I look forward to having our speakers address. Thank you, members. And again, I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Member Stowers. Thank you, members, for your remarks. We will be letting speakers know when they are approaching their time limits to help manage the agenda. Members, please hold your questions until the end of each speaker's remarks, and then you will be recognized. Thank you. Ms. Davis, please call the next item on the agenda.
Our next item on the agenda is the overview of Proposition 15. Member Gaines.
Yeah, so thank you for this opportunity to introduce Brian Euler, who is the Deputy Legislative Analyst of the Legislative Analyst's Office. Brian, you have 15 minutes for your remarks, and thank you for making a presentation today. Are you ready?
Thank you, Member Gaines. Oh, yes, I am ready. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today and provide you with an overview of Prop 15. Before I get into my overview of Prop 15, I want to start with some brief context about our office's role in the initiative process. State law tasks our office with providing an impartial, nonpartisan description of each proposal and its fiscal effects for the voters. Within the bounds of this somewhat narrow charge, we don't evaluate the policy merits of the propositions, make recommendations on them, or take positions. For this reason, I won't be able to speak today to questions that primarily pertain to the merits of Prop 15. Given that context, let me start with an overview description of the measure, which would make multiple changes to the way that property is assessed in California. Some of these changes would increase property tax paid by businesses, and others would decrease them. First, Prop 15 requires that commercial real property be taxed based on market value instead of its Prop 13 basis, which is based on its original purchase price. This change is phased in over a number of years, beginning in 2022, and many of the details of this phase-in would be left to implementing legislation that would be passed after the measure is approved by voters. The change wouldn't start until 2025 for properties that are used by California businesses that meet certain rules and have 50 or fewer employees. And in addition, housing and agricultural land will continue to be taxed based on its Prop 13 value. The shift to market value taxation would not apply to commercial real property owned by a person or business who owns less than $3 million worth of property in California. And this $3 million limit would be adjusted for inflation every 2 years by the board, and this inflation adjustment would be considered at the county level. On the flip side, the measure would make some changes that would reduce taxes on business personal property. Specifically, the measure reduces the taxable value of each business's personal property by $500,000. Businesses with less than $500,000 of personal property would pay no taxes on those items, and all taxes on business personal property are also eliminated for California businesses that, again, meet certain rules and have 50 or fewer employees. So given that description, turning then to our office's assessment of the fiscal effects of those changes. Under the measure, most owners of commercial real property worth more than $3 million would pay higher property taxes over time. Only some of these property owners would start paying higher taxes beginning in 2022. But by around 2025, most of these property owners would be paying higher property taxes. Beginning around that time, we estimate that total property taxes from commercial real property probably would be somewhere between $8 billion and $12.5 billion higher in most years.
Mhm.
It is important to note, though, that the value of commercial real property can change a lot from year to year. This means that the increased property taxes from the measure also could change a lot from year to year. On the flip side of the increase on real property, we estimate that the property taxes on business personal property probably would be several $100 million lower each year under the measure's changes to the assessment of that property. The measure on net, the revenue increase from the change to the assessment of real property would be larger than the decrease from the business personal property changes, which would lead to a net increase in property tax revenue. First, from this pot of money, the measure sets aside money for various costs created by the measure. The most significant of these costs is to provide funding to counties to pay for their costs of carrying out the measure. And we think this is likely several $100 million per year. This measure would both increase the amount of work county assessors do and could require significant changes in the way they go about doing that work. Counties have costs from the measure before new money is available to cover these. They could have costs before new money is available to cover the costs. And the measure states that the state would loan money to counties to cover these initial costs until new property tax money is available. After accounting for the reduction in business personal property and the funds set aside for costs related to the measure, we think that overall the measure would result in $6.5 billion to $11.5 billion per year in new property taxes that would be allocated amongst local governments. About 60% would go to cities, counties, and special districts collectively. Each city, county, or special district share of the money depends on several factors, including the amount of new taxes paid by commercial properties in that community. Not all governments would be guaranteed new funds under the measure, and perhaps some in rural areas may end up losing revenue because of lower taxes on business personal property. The other 40% of the revenue would go to provide increased funding for schools and community colleges, and each school or community college's share of the money would be primarily based on how many students they have. I want to conclude by shifting my comments to speaking to some of the key uncertainties about the measure. Several important uncertainties that our office faced in evaluating the potential fiscal effects of Prop 15. This uncertainty is reflected in the wide range of the estimates that I mentioned above, $6.5 billion to $11.5 billion. I want to speak directly to two key areas of uncertainty that we've gotten questions about. First is the potential behavioral response of businesses, property owners, and commercial landlords. And there are certainly a variety of ways these affected parties could respond to Prop 15. Some of these responses could have negative ramifications for the state economy or in our fiscal effects. And in our view, we do not feel that the existing research on these questions allows us to unequivocally say how businesses and property owners will respond to the measure. And as such, we presented a wide range of estimates that we think captures the wide range of possible behavioral outcomes. A second key uncertainty is the effect of the ongoing pandemic. While the pandemic has undoubtedly had major impacts on the state's economy and real estate markets, it's our thought, and I would say, frankly, hope that most or all of these impacts will recede over time as strategies are developed to control the virus. And the aim of our office in our analysis is to provide voters with a sense of the long-term effect. 15. And given the hopefully transitory nature of the pandemic, we were cautious about giving it undue importance in evaluating the long-term effects of Prop 15. There certainly is a possibility of a lingering or even permanent economic changes from the pandemic and changes to commercial real estate markets more specifically. But at the moment, we feel that making any particular assumptions about these changes would be unduly speculative in our role. That concludes my comments, and I'd be happy to take any questions the members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. And, Ms. Davis, we can open this up for public comment.
Thank you, Member Gaines. We have several public comments that we have received, and let me also mention that we had one public comment relating to the opening remarks that we can go back to after we receive the public comments for this item, if that is okay with you.
Yeah, if we could please limit the comments to 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. There were several written comments that were received from our office. If you can please make sure that if you are not speaking, if you can mute yourself. Thank you very much. We've received several written comments. We have Henry Nanjo, who is on hand, who is going to be reading the written comments that were received. Henry Nanjo, Mr. Nanjo, are you available?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the list of commenters?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, the first comment is from Isaiah Gilanoff. I apologize for any mispronunciations. Comment. I am a senior in San Francisco. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for local services such as public libraries. It is important to me because I depend on libraries every day. I download books, watch films, participate in discussions. Libraries are the center of my educational world. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools, local service, public libraries by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture.
Is it a guy?
The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change for Californians like me, have needed it for a very long time. I am asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Barbara Kivovitz, San Francisco. The next item is from Major General Robert B. Ostenberg, U.S. Army retired. I strongly urge you to vote no on Proposition 15, which will have a devastating negative impact on veterans in California as the whole is due to the ripple effects caused by this bill, RBO. Next item, Christopher Finley. My name is Christopher Finley. I am a parent and teacher in Fresno. I support Proposition 15 because it provides funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges. This is important to me because I truly believe America's future rests with our ability to educate future generations in a global setting. California ranks in the bottom 10th in pupil spending nationwide. However, our economy is in the top 10 in the world. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools, local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively, and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and community first. Sincerely, Christopher Finley, Senior, teacher and parent, Fresno. Next item is from Naquiba Gregory. My name is Naquiba Gregory. I'm a parent and public school teacher in West Sacramento, Yolo County. I support Proposition 15. It will provide funding for public education, including K-12 and community colleges. This is important to me because our students deserve the best public education in our world. Our students are our future, and we need to invest in them so they can lead us into the future. They deserve a well-rounded education that offers them what they need to succeed. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our school and community first. Sincerely, Naquiba Gregory, parent, public school teacher, West Sacramento. Next item is from Jonathan Goldman. My name is Jonathan Goldman. I am a concerned citizen in San Francisco. I support Proposition 15 because it provides much needed funding for schools and colleges. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and our local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Jonathan Goldman, Communications Director, San Francisco. Next item is from Alexandria Leon. My name is Alexandria Leon. I'm a renter in the city of Southgate. I support Proposition 15 because it is time we start moving in the direction to adequately fund our schools in the state of California. It will provide funding for possibly smaller classrooms, more teachers, mental health resources, creative outlets such as art and dance. This is important to me because as an alum of LAUSD, the second largest school district in the nation, I witnessed the funding disparities every time I stepped onto my campuses. I had AP classes of almost 50 students. My teachers were always in danger of being pink slipped, and I wish there was more resources that supported my campuses. I had AP classes of almost 50 students. My teachers were always in I loved my experience as an LAUSD student, but I have always wondered what it would be like if my schools had all the funds they needed to reach their maximum potential. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools, local services, and by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that will that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Alexander Leon, Southgate, California. Next was from an anonymous senior in San Francisco. Comment, I am a senior in San Francisco. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for local services such as public libraries. This is important to me because I depend on libraries every day. I download books, watch films, participate in discussions. Libraries are the center of my educational world. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion for our schools and local public services by libraries by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small business, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion by implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Anonymous Senior. Next item is from Paula Larson Moore. My name is Paula Larson Moore. I am a parent, homeowner, longtime public school parent in Oakland, California. I support Proposition 15 for numerous reasons, including that it will provide much needed funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges, and from community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools, local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented fairly and effectively and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, regards, Paula Larson Moore. Next item is from Helen Hutchinson. I support Proposition 15 because it is an important piece of helping California have a stable recovery from the current economic crisis. It will provide increased stable funding for the critical services that build out our strong communities, everything from libraries to infrastructure to public health to running elections. You, the Board of Equalization, have a critical role in ensuring that Proposition 15 is implemented fairly and effectively and that it is enforced. Please support this important measure on the November ballot. Sincerely, Helen Hutchinson, Oakland, California. Next item is
I'm sorry, Mr. Nanjo,
Sure.
I don't mean to interrupt you. What we'd like to do is make sure that we have the opportunity to have those who are on the phone. We want to make sure we have the opportunity to have those who are on the phone make their public comments, and then we will have the written comments read further because we want to make sure that we are staying on time, and we're also honoring those who are on the phone who have been waiting to make public comment. So if that is okay with you, Mr. Gaines, Member Gaines?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Member
AT&T
Gaines,
operator?
this is Vice Chair Schaefer. I would appreciate it if we would not have any anonymous letters read. You cannot have an anonymous letter to the editor. If somebody does not want to attach their name to their comment, I would say we should not put it on our very tight agenda and just listen to those who come to us with a name attached. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Hi, Member Schaefer. This is Henry Nanjo, Chief Counsel. Unfortunately, under the rules of Bagley-Keene, we must read public comments, including those that are anonymously given. There is no obligation to provide a name under the law.
That is in Bagley-Keene. You can give me the language so I can verify that. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and proceed as originally as we have. So. But I think we're going to hear from people that are now on the line. Is that right, Ms. Davis? People have called in.
That is correct. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there is anyone who is on the line at this time who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to provide public comment, please press 1, then 0 on your touch-tone keypad, and an operator will provide you with the line number. You may withdraw your question at any time by repeating the same command. If you're using a speakerphone, we ask that you please pick up the handset before pressing the numbers. So once again, if you'd like to provide a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time.
If we could please limit the comments to 1 minute. Thank you.
And at this time, we have no one with a public comment.
Thank
Member
you.
Gaines, since we don't have anyone with a public comment that's on the phone at this time, would you like to continue with Mr. Nanjo reading the written comments into the record?
Mr. Nanjo, how many more comments do you have to read?
At this point, it looks like I have about 6.
Okay, and I'm concerned about getting behind on the agenda. Could those be read toward the end of the meeting?
Unfortunately, our obligation is that these people, I'm just reading those who have requested a public comment on this particular item, so we do need to read them here.
Could please, yeah, I guess you can't control the length, can you? So
No,
please read them as fast as you can so we can stay on agenda.
I am reading them as quickly as I can, sir.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next item is from Celeste Allen, MD. My name is Celeste Allen, MD. I'm a pediatrician parent and homeowner in Oakland, California. I support Proposition 15 for a number of reasons, numerous reasons, including it will provide much needed funding for public education, including K through 12, community colleges, and community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who has spent a lot of my life fundraising for local schools because they are so woefully underfunded, not to mention inequitably funded. While my kids cannot understand why our communities are unable to fund solutions to issues like the ever-increasing homelessness around us, Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion by implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools first. Sincerely, Celeste Allen, MD. Next item is from another anonymous commenter. I am a mother of a rising second grader in Redwood City. My daughter's public school was one of 4 schools closed last year because the district did not have enough money to keep them open. In the state with the highest GDP and one of the wealthiest countries in the world, it is unimaginable that we can't properly fund and support our schools and communities. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. These corporations benefit from the educated citizenry and public services, so it's only fair that they pay their fair share of taxes. We can't pay teachers, librarians, or garbage collectors 1978 wages or 1982 wages or 1998 wages. We have to pay them 2020 wages. Therefore, corporate property taxes should be assessed at current property values. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and is fully enforced. I call upon the Board of Equalization to live up to its mission to serve California's fair, effective, and efficient tax administration in support of local governments. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair, effective, efficient, balanced reform in support of local governments, schools, and communities. Next item is from Rachel Hollowgrass. My name is Rachel Hollowgrass. I'm a parent homeowner. I've lived in Oakland for 25 years. I attended California public schools from kindergarten through undergraduate school, mostly before Proposition 1978's Prop 13. California public schools were ranked as excellent. Excuse me, I'm having a technical glitch. There it goes. Were excellent at the time. With tax reform, they could be again. I support 2020's Proposition 15 because businesses will benefit from well-educated labor force. I believe it will be less expensive for businesses to have better education for their employees and families to allow California schools to continue to decline. Next item is from Theodore Lamb. I am a parent of a 4th grader and active volunteer at my son's elementary school. He goes to school in El Cerrito, Contra Costa County. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges. This is important to me because from my kindergarten through 3rd grade, all my son's teachers have asked for class supply donations at the start of the school year, and regularly throughout the year because of the need to regularly throughout the year because the district does not have funding to adequately educate all 470 students at school. I and other parents spend much of our free time fundraising to buy cleaning supplies, copy paper, markers, and other things students need. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Ted Lamb, Civil Engineer, El Cerrito. Next item is anonymous public comment. I am a mother of a rising second grader in Redwood City. Last year my school was, this one is a repeat, I'm sorry. Next item is from Janine Jensen. Hello, my name is Janine Jensen. I'm a homeowner in Oakland. I have been for the last 30 plus years. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for local services such as parks and recs, city services, and maintaining our streets and roads. This is important to me because my family walks and hikes frequently around the hills and flatlands of Oakland, spend time at Lake Merritt. My husband cycles our streets and roads, which often need repairs of potholes. Also, I am a volunteer with the Oakland Public Schools at Hoover Elementary. I see the need for more funding and resources for our schools, who are the future. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion by implementing a change that Californians like me and our children have needed for a very long time. I am asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform, put schools and communities first. Sincerely, Janine Jensen, a retired human resources manager, mother, and public school volunteer. Next item is from Griffin Rizilius Vicente Castillo. Hi, my name is Griffin Rizilius Vicente Castillo. I'm from Oakland, California, a place of love, life, beauty, and joy. But this is in stark contrast to the conditions that many in my beautiful city are forced to live under. Because of historically racist policies such as redlining, Jim Crow laws, and the war on drugs, people of color have been systematically denied opportunities to invest in their communities. Because of this, our communities are underfunded and our children are suffering for it. We have teacher strikes because they are not paid a fair wage. We've run out of paper for students and staff. We have had to cut student services that give students spaces to grieve and process traumas they face on a daily basis. I'm here today to urge all to support the passing of Proposition 15, the money that it would bring our education system, which currently ranks 46th in per pupil spending, while our economy alone is the 5th largest in the country, is a direct investment in our collective future. To invest in youth is to invest in yourself and the livelihood of this country as a whole. Please support Proposition 15. We are counting on you. Thank you for your time. Griffin Castillo. Next item is, okay. I believe that's all the comments I have for number 2. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Davis, are we ready to proceed?
Excuse my interruption. We do have public comment. We do have 2 people who have queued up.
Okay, we'd love to hear their comments. Thank you.
Okay, first we'll go to line 55, but before we do, ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, if you'd like to provide a public comment for today's, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Line 55, your line is now open. Please proceed.
Hello?
Hello,
ahead, sir.
welcome to the BOE.
Hello?
Hello,
Am
would
I
you
on?
like to make a comment? Yes, you're on.
Okay, I would. Mine is going to be much more of a philosophical comment. This is a typical tax grab by Sacramento. Under Proposition 13, the schools have received 4 times what they were before, so there's no shortage of money. It's the shortage of will. There's no accountability to government spending. We passed the gas tax. I have not seen one improvement of the roads around my area. It's the same old song, money for education. The lottery, they were supposed to solve all our problems. Where did that money go? And I want to give the example of the gas tax again. Why do we have the highest state tax in the country and the most poverty? You just give money to government and it goes down the tube. You might as well burn it. This will ruin the commercial property market, increase rents, especially for small businesses. I just definitely vote no against this typical Sacramento tax grab. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Let's go to line number 70. Line 70, your line is now open.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Larry Starch. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you.
As the speaker, I oppose this proposition for several reasons. But I first like to comment that many of the read comments were very scripted, which I find interesting as an individual citizen. That said, my position is based on we have passed numerous pieces of legislation to increase school funding. It seems the money never gets there, and we continue to use that same excuse to justify other tax increases and funding measures to play on the heartstrings of our children, which I've raised 2 in this state and have gone through the school system. and the need for increasing school spending. But yet I do not see the result of that spending in the schoolroom, the classroom, affecting my kids. The other thing I'd say is it takes away a large incentive.
We're trying to, could you please wrap up?
Yeah. The other thing I'd say is it takes away a large incentive to keep or place a business in California because of the exposure of increased taxes. And as a citizen, I'm going to be paying for this increase out of my pocket, so I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And next we'll go to line number 91. Line 91, your line is now open.
Hello, my name is Patricia Spinberg. I'm from the Fallbrook area, San Diego area. I am in opposition to this proposition. I read a letter to the Honorable Xavier Becerra, and a portion of these taxes, imposed taxes, right off the top is going to administrative fees, reimbursement. This money isn't going to the schools, and that's what I find disturbing. The government in Sacramento has been unaccountable, has just spent money from the general fund, and there's no accountability. The money doesn't get to the schools, and the 40% that is technically slated for that is not going to their salaries. It's not going to be improving. You take a look around at all the things that they say they're going to do, and it won't be done. I would like to see the money where it's going to be allocated. Why isn't 40% going directly to the schools right off the top? Where is this administration fees? Those go to the salaries of the government. How about taking away some of the expenditures of the government officials, like Governor Newsom and Nancy Pelosi? How about taking away their expense
Could you please wrap up your
How about making
comments?
them paid for the inaccurate funds that where they put their money?
Great. Thank you very much. Any other speakers?
And next we'll open line number 65. Line 65, your line is now open.
All right, welcome.
Hi, my name is Kathy Pastula. I have been a resident of the state of California for 51 years. I have been a homeowner for 48 of those years. I have raised 4 children, and I am currently a small business owner in Ted Gaines' area. I've noticed that you're cutting off comments rather quickly if we're in a post, so I'll make this very quickly.
No. Let me clarify. We're asking people to try to make their comments in 1 minute's time on both sides. I stated that.
Okay, so you're taking up my time, so allow me to continue, okay?
Yeah.
Allow me to continue because I know liberals don't do that very well. Let me let you know that I am animally opposed to this. I own a business. I do rent it. My business is already on the verge of failing. Thank you to COVID. Thank you to PG&E. Thank you to the policies of this state. This is one more stake in the coffin, and I am animally opposed to this. I am appalled that you allowed the prior person to regurgitate all of these scripted support. And I also noticed that they're from the East Bay. I am not from the East Bay. I'm from the foothills, and we are imploding here. And somebody needs to recognize this. Something needs to be done, but it is not to support the California Teachers Union. This is illegal. I was around for Harvard. Okay, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
No, you.
So open line number 63. Line 63, your line is now open.
Hi, my name is Kit Saganor. As a community college librarian for 25 years, I've worked with students in every discipline and program and have seen the erosion of educational opportunity resulting from Prop 13. Because education is a public good contributing to the overall health, happiness, and prosperity of the state, the effect of Prop 13 has been to impoverish all of us. Prop 13 was sold to the voters as protection for individuals, particularly low-income seniors, but it has allowed wealthy corporations to evade civic responsibility. As the bumper sticker says, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Well, now we have tried ignorance. It is too costly to continue. Please support Prop 15, which has protections built into it for small business owners, but will mean that the large, wealthy corporations will have to pay their share. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, members of the public, if you could please limit your comments to 1 minute, and really appreciate that. We want to make sure that everybody's heard. Next speaker, please.
And as a reminder, if you'd like to queue up for public comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we'll go to line number 91. Line 91, your line is now open.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Patricia, and I'm from the San Diego area. If you want big businesses to pay, send them a bill. Why do you have to change it through a proposition? I think this is crazy that you keep saying that you're going to send this money once you tax them to the companies, but you're going to have it all going to administrative costs. It's going to go to the general fund. It's not going to go to the schools. I think everyone should vote no. There's no identifiable way that these things are going to be allocated to the schools, none whatsoever. We've already seen the spending tactics of the government up in Sacramento. It's atrocious. It's ludicrous. And I say anybody who votes yes, we're just asking for trouble. It's just going to give them more money, and they spend it without being accountable. Until they're accountable, you don't get any more money. None. Not even from the wealthy. You should send them a bill. You want them to pay for something? Send them a bill so that they can pay for that specific thing.
Thank you.
Tax them inappropriately.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it.
And next, we'll open the line of line number 68. Your line is now open.
Yeah, 1 minute comment, please. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rachita Rawal. I'm a campaign coordinator with Evolve California. We're a grassroots nonprofit based in San Francisco. I'm here to represent our 13,000 members who are all in support of Proposition 15. Prop 15 is common sense and will simply put our state on par with how the rest of the country taxes commercial property, while maintaining one of the lowest commercial property tax rates at 1%. It makes no sense that we continue to allow Disneyland to pay property taxes based on 1975 land values, while Disney World in Florida pays property taxes based on fair market value. It's time for California to join the 21st century. On top of that, we need this long-term revenue now more than ever, since our schools and local governments are facing unprecedented cuts. If we don't pass Prop 15, our necessary services will either be cut or California families will have to carry even more of the tax burden. This is clearly unsustainable and unfair. Instead of continuing to tax everyday people, it's time to make some of the wealthiest corporations pay their.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, sir. Next, we'll open up the line of line number 98. Your line is now open.
Yeah, you have 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Evans. I'm the Executive Director of the Antelope Business Community outside of Sacramento, California. I just want you to know that for our businesses, we adamantly oppose Proposition 15. Every single time the politicians want to dig into our pockets, they throw out there that the police, schools, all the services we need are going to be cut, and they cut none of the services that they like, all the social programs that they want to promote. And frankly, gang, if you guys really wanted this to get passed, you'd put through a ballot measure that honestly outlined what it did. You wouldn't have to lie about it, you wouldn't have to cheat, and you wouldn't have to lie to the voters and tell them it does one thing when it does another. I do appreciate the opportunity to express my opinions, and I hope that you'll vote no against Proposition 15.
Thank you for your call. Next speaker, please.
And next, we'll open line number 96. Line 96, your line is open.
Hello, next speaker.
Line 96, your line. Line 96, your line is open. With no response, we'll move on to line number 97. Line 97, your line is now open.
My name is Rebecca Evans. I am the Executive Director of the 80-Watt District PBID, which is a Property Business Improvement District. I represent over 200 commercial property owners, and they cannot afford to be taxed even more. To be honest, it's a very hard year. It's a very hard life to even put people into the business, and the COVID has taken people not even using their offices anymore. So the bottom line is we are asking you, and we are completely oppose any more taxes on our properties. It does not go to the schools. It completely gets put into general funds, and we're asking you to oppose it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
And as another reminder, if you'd like to provide a public comment, you may press 1 then 0 at this time.
And please limit the comments to 1 minute. Thank you.
And now we'll open the line number 96. Your line is now open. Your line is open. Please speak.
Hi, is this the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Nikki Linderman. I'm a homeowner in Stockton. I support Proposition 15 because it is time to close the corporate loophole that happened in 1978. It was intended to help seniors, not Disneyland, Amazon, and corporate giants. It will provide funding for local services in schools and communities which desperately need it. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
And at this time, sir, there's no one with further public comments.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll move forward then to the next portion of our agenda. Let's see. So
I'm sorry, Member Gaines.
Yeah.
We have some additional public comments that have come in for a reading on item number 2. If we can finish those off really quickly.
Okay, then can we get back to our agenda?
Yes, as soon as we finish reading these 5, I believe.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ronati, are you going to be reading these?
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you.
The first, there are 6 comments, Mr. Gaines. The first one is from Cleo Korn. Comment is, my name is Cleo Korn. I'm a resident of Oakland, California. I support Proposition 15 because it is well-crafted and thoughtfully written policy that is supported by a broad coalition of California citizens, business associations, educational institutions, civic leaders, and community groups that would provide much-needed funds for our communities. It would provide funding for local services that I want for my family, friends, and community to have access to, including quality public education, well-maintained city infrastructure and parks, and city services such as libraries. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I call on the Board of Equalization to rise of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Dr. Cleo Korn, research scientist, Oakland, California. The next comment is from Michael Shedler. The comment is, we cannot afford this tax hike. It is the largest tax hike in our history. It will cause small businesses to close or leave the state, increase the cost of living, and impose additional regulations. The next comment comes from Sue Goldberg. My name is Sue Goldberg. I am a retired county social worker for Contra Costa County. I support Prop 15 because it will provide funding for the Employment and Human Services Department of Contra Costa County. This is important to me because the Home Supportive Services program that I work in is in dire need of funds. This program provides much-needed care for seniors and disabled people, care that is especially vital during this pandemic, but always so essential. Prop 15 revenue would reclaim $12 billion each year for schools and local services while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a long time. I am asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Sue Goldberg, now in Oakland, California. The next comment comes from Cynthia Park. My name is Cynthia Park. I'm a resident and parent residing in the city of Alameda. I support Prop 15 because it provides needed funding for K-12 public education. Public schools play an incredibly important role in our communities and remain one of our best tools to address increasing socioeconomic inequities. Prop 15 will reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a long time. I ask that you support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Cynthia Park, resident and parent, Alameda, California. The next comment comes from Karen Harb. It is definitely not the time to raise taxes when so many are suffering economic hardships. Owners of commercial buildings as well as apartment buildings are already struggling with tenants who cannot pay rent but cannot be evicted. The owners of commercial properties will have to pass the rising cost of owning property to the tenants or customers. Do not raise taxes on a population that is already financially struggling. The next comment is from Kate Costello. My name is Kate Costello, and I'm a parent, homeowner, and small business owner in Los Angeles, California. I support Prop 15 for numerous reasons, including that it will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K-12 and community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who sees firsthand the struggle the public schools face in meeting student needs and potentials, and as a parent who has a conversation with my child about why our communities are unable to find solutions to issues like the ever-increasing homelessness all around us. Prop 15 will reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small business, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking that you support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Kate Costello. And that concludes the comments.
There is one comment. This is Henry Nanjo, Acting Board Proceedings Chief. There's one comment that was missed from item number 1, opening remarks. It's from Gary Hamill. He writes, "It's very disheartening to watch Proposition 13 Foundation being attempted to be modified. This matter is often clouded/shielded with indirect/misleading dialogue. I support Proposition 13 regulations as they were originally passed with a large majority. I hope the governing bodies are sworn to protect its citizens, will defend the original Proposition 13 regulations, and keep Proposition 13's regulations intact. Thanks, Gary Hamill." And that should conclude the items for 1 and 2. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that, all that public comment. We appreciate it. Ms. Davis, can you please call our next item?
Yes, sir. Our next item on the agenda is a discussion with proponents and opponents. We have 6 speakers for this matter coming before the board. Member Gaines, are you prepared to introduce the speakers at this time?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Just wanted to reiterate the timing, though, if we could. Speakers, as a reminder, your groups will have 15 minutes each to present, and then each will have 15 minutes of rebuttal period. So this segment will be 1 hour long, followed by public comment and questions from board members. And I'd like to take this opportunity now to introduce our speakers. With the proponents, we have Lenny Goldberg, Research and Policy Consultant, Schools and Communities First. In addition, we have Gloria Soto, Santa Maria Council Member, District 3. And third on the proponent side is Devin Murphy, Planning Commissioner, City of Pinole, and a small business owner. The opponents are represented by Rachel Michelin, President of the California Retailers Association, John Kabatek, California State Director for the National Federation of Independent Businesses, and Jamie Johannesson, President of the California Farm Bureau. With that, I'd like to ask the proponents to begin, and then we'll move to the opponents, and then we'll do it again with rebuttals. 15 minutes for each section. So proponents, are you ready? Ms. Davis, can we open it up to that portion of the agenda for?
Yes, AT&T operator. We want to make sure that we have the lines open for our co-host, Mr. Goldberg, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, yep.
Okay. Can we make sure that we do a quick roll call to ensure that we have all of our proponents and opponents available? Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Member Soto?
Here.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I'm here.
President Michelin?
I'm here.
State Director Kabatek? I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
Kabatek?
Yes, this is John
John
Kabatek. I'm here.
And President Johansson?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. It seems as though we have everyone accounted and present for Member Gaines. How would you like for them to proceed?
Yeah, let's just, as per the agenda, let's begin with the proponents. And I don't know if Lenny Goldberg wants to start off, but you've got 15 minutes for the three of you. Thank you.
I think Gloria Soto is going to begin.
Okay, that's fine.
Good morning. Thanks to the Board of Equalization for giving me the opportunity to talk about schools and communities first, Proposition 15. It's a pleasure to be on with you today. When I first learned about schools and communities first, I was in awe about the endless possibilities for our local cities and schools. Not only were we going to be able to increase our social safety net capacity, but also raise funding standards for all students in California. However, this all changed when the public health pandemic started to ravage our communities. COVID-19 has increased major social, economical, and racial disparities that can no longer be ignored. Our residents are experiencing severe economic impacts, and people are struggling. What was once a dream is now a necessity. Here in Santa Maria, we project a $14.6 million revenue shortfall over the next 3 fiscal years, with a preliminary $3.8 million decrease this fiscal year. To keep our city afloat this fiscal year, we are relying on our reserves to avoid layoffs and plan on implementing major cuts to public safety, youth, and recreation next fiscal year. We have over 108,000 residents in Santa Maria who rely on crucial local public services, such as first responders, community and youth programs, parks, and library services. Severe budget shortfalls represent a serious threat to being able to provide and expand these much-needed services. California's 482 cities are projecting a nearly $7 billion general revenue shortfall over the next 2 fiscal years, according to the League of Cities. To balance budgets, over 90% of cities are considering layoffs, employee furloughs, or cuts to essential public services. My county, the county of Santa Barbara, with a population of nearly 450,000 residents, is projecting a $50 million deficit. So many services that residents in my city depend on, such as public health, mental health, and social services, are at risk. Proposition 15 will be vital to our collective recovery and reinvestment. Santa Maria, along with other cities across the state, need diverse and stable revenue sources to rely on. We can do this by closing long-lasting property tax loopholes and ensuring the biggest, most expensive commercial properties pay fair market property tax rates, not raising taxes on residents who are already overburdened or on seniors who are on fixed incomes. Estimates have shown that Santa Barbara County would generate $110 million every year for both schools and local governments. And the city of Santa Maria alone would roughly receive $3.4 million every year, in addition to the revenues allocated to schools. Knowing that additional revenue will be coming in would help us and other local governments in the state plan for the future. Importantly, a recent analysis of Prop 15 showed that only 10% of the biggest, most expensive commercial and industrial properties would generate 92% of the revenue. Local elected officials throughout the state understand that implementation of this proposition is going to take hard work, but that it's critical to support our essential workers and having the resources to combat other crises, like the deadly 2018 Montecito mudslides and fires that occurred in our county. Our communities are in both a public health and economic crisis, and local elected officials are having to make impossible budgetary decisions while combating a pandemic. We simply cannot miss this opportunity, and our community members cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Thank you, Gloria Soto.
Chairman Gaines, Member Schaefer here. Was that a change of speaker, Gloria Soto? I had Nikki Fortunato.
Yes, it is. And I mentioned that at the beginning. But yes, that is a change of speaker that we were notified prior to the hearing today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I don't know if Lenny Goldberg wants to speak or Devin Murphy is next.
Hi, members.
Go ahead, Devin.
Board of Information. That'll be me.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you again for allowing a small business owner like myself to talk about how Schools and Communities First, Proposition 15, would benefit businesses and communities throughout California. As said before, my name is Devin Murphy, and I'm a Pinole resident, planning commissioner, and local small business owner. Proposition 15 is good for business, it's good for our local neighborhoods, and it's certainly good for our children. Small businesses are the backbones of our communities, working to provide services, food, goods to our local customers. And they're run by parents, neighbors, homeowners, and renters, users of public services like parks and libraries, and members of the community at large. The Schools and Communities First Act is a win-win for us. It protects small businesses, it cuts business personal property taxes, it levels the playing field for us, and very importantly, it brings nearly $12 billion every year and much needed resources for our neighborhoods and schools. These are essential investments that would benefit small businesses throughout the state, giving our students and neighbors access to the local critical services in schools that we're all relying on so much, especially here in Pinole. By closing long-standing property tax loopholes that overwhelmingly benefit a small fraction of large corporations, we can level the playing field for businesses like ours who are already paying our fair share. Small businesses and entrepreneurs like myself are at an inherent disadvantage if we're competing against a corporation that is paying property taxes based on artificially low assessments done decades ago. To emphasize this point, a recent analysis of the initiative clearly showed that only 10% of the biggest, most expensive commercial and industrial properties would generate 92% of the revenue, illustrating that a small percentages of business at the top currently have an unfair advantage in our economy. Proposition 15 exempts commercial and industrial property worth a combined $3 million or less. And data from the University of Southern California showed that 90% of such properties are worth $3 million or less. So moreover, Proposition 15 completely protects residential property, including explicit protections in the Act for such property that home-based businesses operate out of, businesses like mine. More than half of all small businesses in California are home-based, according to the Department of Industrial Relations. And moreover, the 3 to 5 year phase-in timeline in the Act also provides some extra cushion for large commercial property owners to adjust. Again, small businesses like mine and others that have been hit the hardest during this crisis would benefit from the business property tax cuts included in this initiative. Not only will every single business in the state see exemptions on business personal property taxes, personal property worth up to $500,000, small businesses will be completely exempted from such taxes going forward, providing small businesses with the level playing field we need to compete right here, right now. Members of the Board of Equalization, I personally run 2 businesses, a digital marketing firm for nonprofits and emerging companies, and a vending machine company, which I'm very proud of. Each business would benefit from Proposition 15 exemptions and tax cuts. In particular, if passed, both my home-based businesses would benefit from exempting up to $500,000 of equipment and fixtures from the business personal property tax, and I would actually really appreciate that. Right now, businesses are paying market rate rent regardless of how much their landlords are saving in low property taxes. The same goes for consumer prices, which is dictated by the market and not how much the property owner saves in property taxes. In conclusion, small businesses, especially those owned by people of color, have disproportionately been impacted by tax loopholes that divest from our community in favor of corporations. So when the large commercial property owners don't pay their fair share, we all bear the burden in the form of increased fees, sales taxes, gross receipt taxes, parcel taxes, bond measures, and more. Alternatively, when we all pay our fair share, local businesses thrive, and our communities have the resources to flourish as well. I yield my time, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Goldberg, would you like to conclude?
Yes, this is a time where the Board of Equalization can actually live up to its name, equalization, because we have an incredibly unequal system. I would like really to respond in later questions to Ms. Stowers' comments, but I want to say this is the greatest step for social and economic justice that we will see in our lifetime. We have huge corporations, mainly shareholders out of state, all over the world, who are benefiting from low property taxes. We will take that revenue and invest it in critical services in our communities. You know, people in our communities are paying fees, charges. This is when we get to the equity issue. We're all supporting our local services in our local communities when big corporations are not. And those numbers are absolutely accurate when we look at properties that, like Chevron and Intel and IBM, they're paying 1/100th of their competitors with no effect on prices, no effect on jobs. And the question I have for this board and for people, if it's been 30 and 40 years since we've reassessed these big properties, how long should we wait? 50, 60, 100? The fact is that these properties are sitting out there at 1975 values, 1985 values. Irvine Company has huge properties in the 1980s. So, with regard to one of the questions about COVID-19, and we really appreciate what the ledge analyst said about that they take into account potential downturns. Even if there is a downturn in a recession in market values, we're not going back to 75, 80, 90, 2000. All of these properties are coming up, and we will generate huge amounts of revenue irrespective of what the current property market looks like. So again, I urge you to ask all these questions. Now, with assessment issues, assessors are right now doing 40,000 transfers a year. According to the assessors and the BOE, there are 640,000 commercial properties in the state. At 40,000 transfers a year, at 120,000 transfers that will, commercial property, you will get much more than your 10%. We'll have more than 90% of your revenue with the assessors doing the same amount of work they currently are doing. One thing that I know, you have a panel that's completely unbalanced on the other side on appeals, but the fact is we have streamlined the appeals process. We've gotten rid of the 2-year requirement. We make sure that data is available up front. A lot of this value, a huge amount of the value, over the majority, is in land that people have been sitting on, and when land is not going to be likely to be appealable, all the assessors say those land values are absolutely accurate. So we have taken a lot of the considerations of the appeals. Now, with regard to the phase-in, the first lien date is 2022, but the Board of Equalization, get to convene a task force, which will bring in, obviously with the legislature, with the assessors, with auditors, with taxpayers, and we'll be looking at the implementation issues. So the ability to do that in the context of a recession says, okay, here's how we're going to start implementation. We're going to take these we'll take the oldest and largest properties first. The revenue will start to flow. For those that we have a restriction on, if you have a majority of small business, not till likely that current leases have expired in 2025. We know that those leases will be at market. There is no evidence whatsoever that any prices are affected. I've worked a lot with the with the Retailers Association, and if you look at their prices, they're all online. The difference in property tax makes not a single bit of what the prices that people pay. We know that those big retailers have different property taxes all over the state and the same prices. So, assessment issues, appeals issues, assessors will be able to do the job. We have a report that will be coming out soon, which will show this is done relatively easily in every part of the country, and that's a critical issue for the Board of Equalization. You will have the role of implementing, enforcing, gathering the data that's necessary for inter-county communications, because that's one thing that was raised, and we were clear to say that the state that meaning likely the Board of Equalization, as decided by the legislature and the BOE, will be in the position to provide the information flow necessary to enforce, and the enforcement is necessary on the small business provisions. We know true small businesses will be exempt, true small properties will be exempt, but those chains like McDonald's who call themselves a real estate company really because what they have is low assessed value real estate all over will not
Mr. Goldberg?
benefit from the $3 million exemption. Yes?
Mr. Goldberg, you got about 45 seconds. I just wanted to give you a warning.
45 seconds. Well, I hope in the discussion and the rebuttal, and Ms. Stowers in particular asked those questions, but we have a very sensible phase-in. We have provisions for assessors, we have provisions for appeals, and we have a measure that will take revenue from the large shareholders, wealthy investors, real estate investment trusts, foreign wealth funds that are benefiting from California's low property taxes for these big companies and invest them in our people, in our services, in our schools. Nothing could be better for equity in the state of California. And as I said, you'll never see a measure that moves better towards social and economic justice than Proposition 15.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. That we heard from the proponents. We'll now move to the opponents. Rachel Michelin, John Kabatek, and Jamie Johannesson. Who would like to speak first?
This is Rachel Michelin. I'm going to lead off today. So thank
Wonderful.
you and good morning.
Morning.
Rachel Michelin. I'm the president of the California Retailers Association and really appreciate the opportunity to address the impacts Prop 15 will have on all Californians, but particularly retailers. Voters are being asked to consider Prop 15, the largest property tax in the California's history, at a time when millions of Californians are unemployed and businesses across the state are struggling to survive. This massive tax increase could not come at a worse time. Ultimately, Prop 15's tax hike on businesses will get passed on to Californians in the form of increased costs on just about everything people buy and use. That includes daily essentials like groceries for our pantries, fuel for our cars, utilities to power our homes, and other necessities like daycare or healthcare. In California, we already have among the highest costs of living, and Prop 15 will only drive those costs of living even higher. These increased costs will make it challenging for middle and working class families to live, work, and raise their families in our state. With the current economic challenges and millions out of work, many simply cannot afford the higher cost of living that Proposition 15 will bring. And now, particularly at this time of uncertainty, both from the COVID pandemic and our economic status, how can we ask Californians to pay even more for everything now? And on top of the higher costs that Prop 15 will bring upon Californians, it could also reduce private sector jobs. One study from Berkeley Research Group estimates that a tax like Prop 15 would cost California 120,000 private sector jobs. This same study found that taxes like Prop 15 would hurt female and minority-owned businesses. And these businesses, at least pre-COVID, they accounted for approximately 40% of businesses in our state. Minority-owned businesses are already more vulnerable than their counterparts, and Prop 15 is not going to help, particularly as we move, hopefully, past the pandemic and in an economic recovery. For example, the U.S. Census Bureau says African American small businesses are nearly twice as likely to fail as other U.S. businesses due to a lack of cash flow and sales. Those were statistics taken prior to COVID-19, prior to businesses being shut down for upwards of 10 weeks across the state. As my colleague John Kabatek will share during his remarks, despite claims to the contrary, there are no small business exemption in Prop 15. Again, no small business exemption in Prop 15. Prop 15 will hurt many of these businesses who are facing extension due to the COVID-19 crisis. Just this morning, I read an article about Santa Cruz and how many stores in their downtown are permanently closing due to COVID. Another article today stated that 30% of restaurants in the Bay Area could close permanently due to COVID. Businesses are struggling to survive. Now is not the time to increase their tax burdens. Sadly, unless it's defeated by voters in November, Prop 15 may very well be the final blow on top of the current crisis for too many, especially female and minority-owned businesses. Now in the COVID-19 environment, it is the worst possible time to attempt to pass the largest property tax increase in California's history. California retailers, we stand united in opposition to Prop 15. It's bad for retailers, it's bad for our employees and our associates, and ultimately, it's bad for California's consumers. California, our consumers and our small businesses, we just can't afford Prop 15. Thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Rachel Michelin. And why don't we just move forward to the next speaker, if we could. I don't know if that's John Kebatek or Jamie Johannesson.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is John. Yes, good morning, Board Member Gaines, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is John Kebatek. I am the California State Director for NFIB, the National Federation of Independent Business. We represent about 15,000 small businesses across California. Thank you for the opportunity to speak from the perspective of small businesses across the state. California is facing an unprecedented economic crisis. Small businesses were struggling before COVID-19 pandemic, and the ensuing shutdown, now into its fourth month, has truly made life even more difficult for small business owners and their employees and the families. And Prop 15 will no doubt make that crisis worse. The future of California's economy is highly dependent on small businesses making a recovery. There's been a lot of talk that you'll hear that big business will be the only ones to pay Prop 15's higher property taxes. And by the way, I would add, as Rachel had mentioned, the largest property tax increase in California history. Let me be clear, Prop 15 will be incredibly damaging to small businesses, and it will hit them precisely at the time when they are the most vulnerable. There's a reason why small business associations across the state are opposing Prop 15. Some of these organizations are the NFIB, the California Small Business Association, the California Asian Chamber, the California Hispanic Chambers, the Family Business Association of California, California Chamber of Commerce, and various local chambers around the state, just to name a few. The small businesses that I hear from every day tell me that they are worried about their ability to keep their employees on payroll and their doors open. An April survey of NFIB's members found that 92% of small business employers have been negatively impacted by the outbreak of COVID-19. And yet, here we are talking about raising property taxes on businesses by as much as $11.5 billion per year. Contrary to the claims by the measure's proponents, small businesses are not excluded from the property tax hike. The proposition hikes taxes on most business properties in the state. The size of the business, whether it's large or small, owning or occupying the property is irrelevant. When we talk about small business, you should know that 48% of California's workforce is employed by a small business. Just so you know, that's 7.1 million workers in all. And these are the same Main Street businesses that make up the fabric of our communities. Here's where the myth that Prop 15 only targets big business gets shattered. According to research from our organization, NFIB, 78% of small businesses do not own the property they operate on. They rent. Unless voters defeat this proposition, many small businesses will likely pay higher rents or property taxes if this passes. Most small businesses have what is called a triple net lease that makes them responsible for property taxes, including increases when they sign their lease. Prop 15 does nothing to protect its higher property taxes from being passed along to small businesses. The measure's other so-called small business tax cuts are also an illusion. They are so narrow and they contain so many requirements that it will be virtually impossible for most small businesses to meet these requirements. So the question must be asked, how will these businesses survive? They're either going to be forced to lay off staff, or they'll be forced to raise the cost of goods and services on their customers, as Rachel Michelin had mentioned, which means that everyone will end up paying more if Prop 15 passes. What little cash reserve these businesses had going into the crisis is now gone or was spent on new and changing requirements to enable stores to reopen. It's an understatement to say it will take years for them to recover. So how can small businesses across California afford to pay higher rents due to a massive property tax increase under these conditions? If you're at all serious, and if we're at all serious about returning California to economic health, we need to start with California's 4 million small businesses. These are the businesses that are the bedrock of our communities. Prop 15, the largest property tax increase in California history, is the very last thing that our state's 7.1 million small business workers need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John Kabatek. We'll now move to Jamie Johannesson, President of the California Farm Bureau Federation.
Good morning. I am Jamie Johannesson, I'm President of the California Farm Bureau Federation. I appreciate the opportunity to share a few words about why farmers and ranchers across California are deeply concerned about Prop 15. Let me be clear, Prop 15 will create another challenge for agriculture by raising property taxes on ag-related fixtures and improvements. The prospect of a property tax increase on things it takes farmers to produce their products is devastating. Barns, dairies, production facilities, mature fruit and nut trees, wineries, producing vineyards, updated water conservation irrigation systems, and even solar panels will face higher property taxes under Prop 15. You can see how Prop 15 increases property taxes at just about every stage of production as our products go from seed to fork. And Prop 15 will mean higher property taxes for many farmers at the worst possible time. It will cost jobs across the state at a time of record unemployment. A recent CFBF economic impact study on agriculture by COVID-19 shutdown found that 94,000 job losses in crop farming and over 800,000 job losses when you include food service and retail sectors. Prop 15 will make California agriculture less competitive, as well as raising grocery prices for consumers. On behalf of the 34,000 members of the California Farm Bureau Federation and the countless other agricultural groups across the state, California Farm Bureau is asking for a no vote and to oppose the largest property tax increase in state history, which is proposed Prop 15. And thank you. And I look forward to your questions in terms of agricultural position and even the doomed $3 million exemption.
Great, wonderful. Thank you very much, Jamie Johannesson. We now are going to move to the rebuttal phase. And so the proponents will have 15 minutes to make rebuttal comments and also provide any additional information that you think would be helpful. And so are the proponents ready? You have 15 minutes for the segment.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, this is Lenny Goldberg, and I want to start with agriculture, and this is all on the record. This is in front of the Board of Equalization that will be making decisions on this. When we drafted this, the assessors said we don't want you to use zoning, we want you to use use. So in the measure specifically, it says agriculture is the production of commercial products is exempt. It then has a second requirement that it has to be considered commercial and industrial. Now I've looked at hundreds of use codes around the state that are used by assessors, and not one of them ever categorizes any agricultural purpose as commercial and industrial, which is explicitly what is called for in the initiative. So if any assessor, which they won't do, we've talked to assessors in rural counties say irrigation either runs with the land or it is considered business equipment, for example, and some of that would be exempt for agriculture. But should any assessor speak to trees and vines and nuts and irrigation and barns and all the things that the ag speaker talked to, we will, as proponents of the initiative, go before the Board of Equalization with the Farm Bureau, who will say after this passes, none of this is really covered, really, and we'll say, yes, it is not covered. We will ask the Board of Equalization if any assessor, which they will not do, ever considers any agricultural purpose commercial industrial, which is required by the initiative. If they do that, we will come before the board and say, we agree with the Farm Bureau, we agree with agriculture, none of this is ever to be covered. Now, the measure is so explicit that no assessor will ever do that. But should there be some, and this is a role of the Board of Equalization, as you know, you have very detailed regulations on issues, what's a fixture and what's personal property, et cetera, et cetera. If there is any question about it, and this is on the record, and Farm Bureau should, with this on the record, should remove their opposition, there is no question that all those things that the speaker spoke to will not be reassessed, period. And the Board of Equalization will, if they need to, which is very unlikely, but can issue any number of clarifying regulations consistent with the initiative's intent, which is to exempt agriculture and to only assess commercial and industrial property. As I said, no assessor will ever say that trees and vines are commercial and industrial. They're clearly agricultural and clearly exempt in the terms of the initiative. Secondly, it's very interesting that nobody here is speaking for those big corporations who are getting such a great break, but the retailers actually include Target and Walmart, and we've looked at many of their assessments. And what's interesting is that all their assessments differ all over the state. Even when they're brought to market value, it's going to be, a Target in Riverside or Fresno is going to be assessed less than a Target in West Los Angeles. That said, their prices are going to be exactly the same. In fact, in the data, and people are speaking in a data-free manner, their opposition never provides data, that 60% of properties are at or close to market value. With regard to small businesses, and I'll defer to Devin on that, but the notion that, you know, that they're going to be all, people say, oh, we're all going to be hit by COVID-19. Well, one of the things we did in recognizing that 42 years later, these are going to be major changes. The first lien date's not till 2022. So we'll see what the economy looks like. In 2024, no properties that are majority small business will be reassessed till 25, and specifically 25, I mean to say, 2025, so that any leases that are entered into in 2019 or 2020 will have expired. Market rents will prevail. Market rents prevail right now. If commercial property values go down and small businesses are hurting, rents will decline. An article in the paper today said the biggest problem for small businesses is rent. Well, if properties values are declining and those rents are declining, those will decline for small businesses. But for the most part, they have prices and rents have absolutely zero to do with the rates that rents or prices that with the property tax as people are being charged. Devin, you want to speak to small business?
Yeah,
I don't mean to interrupt the conversation, but if you are not speaking, if you can please ensure that your phone is muted. There's a lot of background noise, and we want to make sure that we hear the speakers when they're speaking. At this time, I believe Mr. Murphy was called upon by Mr. Goldberg. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I just wanted to make 3 quick points. Number one, and I think most of us on this call can understand, but when small businesses thrive, our communities thrive. And when we think about what the benefits of Proposition 15 can bring to our local communities, that's $12 billion reclaimed. And at this point, I would say that's reclaimed for local recovery. That means our schools, that means our community colleges, that means our streets and sidewalks, that means our parks, and overall our quality of life. And so again, this measure is all about making sure our communities thrive by way of ensuring our promotion of small businesses. That brings me to my second point around this measure is key in terms of cutting small business taxes by exempting up to $500,000. And as I mentioned during my speech, as a CEO of 2 home-based small businesses, I would be one of many small business owners to benefit from this opportunity. And I think it's really important that we know that the exemption eliminates this nuance tax for 90% of all businesses. And then the last piece, and I think it's really important to think about, especially in a time of California, is that this measure also allows a 3 to 5 year phase-in timeline that provides extra cushion for large commercial property owners to adjust. And while I appreciate, the design of the initiative, I also want to say that we are in a time where we need this. Our communities absolutely need this. And more importantly, or as important, I should say, is our small businesses need this, because currently we're being nickeled and dimed with fees and new taxes, while large and rich and powerful corporations abuse the tax system and avoid paying their fair share. And inevitably, in a time where COVID-19, this crisis is impacting everyone, and I know we all agree that, we need support for our schools and our communities. And so the best way to do that is what we're doing right now in supporting Proposition 15.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you. Other comments from the proponents?
I'm sorry, I was muted. This is Lenny Goldberg again. In advance of some of the other proposals, other discussion that will be had later, I want to say that, for assessors and for appeals and for counties, we see a streamlined process, we see a phased-in process. We have, we could never have anticipated a pandemic, but if people look carefully at the design of this, we'll see that the flexibility of putting this through is actually great, and the legislature and the board and the assessors can all work together on making sure that we're moving along appropriately. I guess one of Ms. Stowers' comments was on tax allocation. The tax allocation problem, and this is a little technical, but she did ask the question, goes way back to Prop 13, and Prop 13 says the legislature can allocate. So they allocated, they reallocated. It was the decision in this measure not to take on the battles between cities, counties, special districts, but so that we left the allocation as it currently is. That's something that, people have talked about. We talked about reforming, but have never, ever reformed. I want to add a couple of more issues with regard to the benefits to ordinary homeowners and taxpayers. We have a 1% rate statewide, but we also have approximately 0.2% in bonds, in bonded indebtedness. And on the Oakland bill, for example, there are 23 overrides. All over the state, ordinary homeowners and other business taxpayers are paying all these overrides. When we expand the tax base, this will be a significant benefit, not just for infrastructure directly, because so much more money will pour into the infrastructure funds, but it will be directly to taxpayers who will see their accumulated debts, the 23 overrides or the 6 overrides or the overrides that exist in thousands of tax rate areas, will be paid off either much quicker or by lowering tax rates. And that affects business directly as well. Now, Devin spoke to some of the small business issues. I've talked to business owners who have said, well, the ability to do a business improvement district, if the city has that funding, will be really helpful for us along the lines of, increasing and improving our property values. So there is a stake here, both in terms of paying off debt, in terms of local community investments in any number of issues that will, fire protection. I think there's been no discussion of special districts, but the LA County Fire Protection District gets $150 million a year with regard to Councilwoman Soto's area of Santa Barbara gets $5 million a year. Special districts get big benefits, paying off the bonds get huge benefits, and those are direct benefits to taxpayers and businesses. So the notion, we will all move together ahead on this. Farmers can withdraw their opposition because, in fact, we stipulate, and the measure stipulates very clearly that none of the issues that they're talking about will be will be affected. So agriculture is not part of this, despite their attempt at misinterpretation. And I can guarantee you this, that once the measure passes, and it will pass in November, the Farm Bureau will be up in front of the Board of Equalization, in front of the legislature, and with every county assessor saying, we're not commercial industrial, and every county assessor will say, they're not commercial and industrial, they're not intended part of this initiative, and they will, you know, happily say, yes, we said something different in the measure because some of our very big donors wanted us to say that, but in fact, we do not think that we are not covered. We don't believe we're covered. The measure says we're not covered. The proponents say we're not covered, and agriculture is not part of this issue. So we actually think this is something that benefits the entire state of California. It does not have, you know, when we look at consumer prices, you cannot find, whether it's a supermarket or a retail store, you cannot find a difference in prices charged based on property taxes. You can find differences in prices charged are based on the market and competitive position. And so we're giving big shareholders, big corporations, wealthy REIT and commercial investors who own property mostly over $5 million. This is basically the 1%. We're giving them huge benefits while the rest of us are paying off our public debt, or watching our special districts lose money, watching our cities, counties, and our schools in particular lose money. With regard to equity, as I mentioned, this is a massive stroke for much greater equity in a society that has gotten much, much less equitable and is giving huge benefits to wealthy investors, big corporations, shareholders from all over the world. So and the data absolutely shows that. So I will sit down with any one of you, or not sit down these days, we'll talk on Zoom or online and walk you right through all the numbers, even the opponent's own study. And I will say this since it was mentioned. They use an example of 75% increase on every business. Well, we know that's completely false. 60% of businesses are close to market, of properties are close to market value. 3 million and 3 million and less eliminates something like another 70% or even more of properties that will be reassessed. So
Mr. Goldberg,
the notion is that
we're at the 1 minute mark. Just wanted to give you a warning. 1 minute mark. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks. I think you interrupted my train of thought, and I'm not sure where it was going, but that's okay. The fact is that the vast majority of people will benefit: big shareholders, big corporate property owners, wealthy investors, the ones who will finally pay a fair amount for the debt, for the special districts, for local government and schools. And so, you know, this notion about prices, about agriculture is just completely false, raised by the other side. Small businesses are often in properties under $3 million. Small businesses, restaurants have a big personal property cost, and they're the ones suffering in the COVID. They will immediately get that $500,000 exemption. So we will say, yes, this is a price increase on a tax increase on shareholders and wealthy investors, and it is something that benefits the 99% of California taxpayers, homeowners, renters, and people in the state of California.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Goldberg, and the proponents. We'll now move to the opponents and their opportunity for rebuttal, and then any additional information that you would like to provide. And please introduce yourselves prior to speaking. Thank you. Who's up first?
This is Jamie Johansson, California Farm Bureau.
Great. Thank you.
I appreciate the comments from Mr. Goldberg, and I guess it goes back to how the bill was even, you know, in the writing of the bill, that ag wasn't even wasn't even consulted or at the table. And I think we're seeing now is an understanding that ag has changed dramatically since Prop 13 in terms of the investment and the type of owners that are there. Still over 90% family owned. But I would just quickly, in terms of that argument, that were exempted from it, I would read the proponent's own words in their agricultural land fact sheet, which reads, quote, commercial and industrial structures on agricultural land would be taxed at fair market value unless the property is owned by a small independent owner. The dairy barn, food processing facilities, and wineries would be reassessed as they are commercial and industrial. We also see, too, the indirect costs in terms of farmer-owned co-ops who would see their facilities taxed and really diminish those purchasers and buyers of our products in California, which we've already seen over the last decade in terms of the number of food processors and people competing for our products. So one of the things California's opposition to it is not only our investments in the manufacturing side, which is on commercial and industrial land, but also that you're diminishing our market in terms of competition, as we are seeing many operations leaving California. I will tell you, I'm an olive farmer. I farm up, of course, only farm 80 acres. It's dangerously close to me not being exempted to it. That's a personal experience. And yes, property is value in terms of property taxes is different than if you're farming olives or almonds or rice. Certainly, it has an effect on what you have. In fact, the California Constitution recognizes that trees and vines can be taxed, trees after 4 years and vines after 3. So there is a discretion in terms of the effect this will have on agriculture. I'd also remind you that as we talk about these wealthy landowners, and of course in agriculture, when you're looking at acreage now competing, you're looking at $30,000, some places maybe $50,000 an acre. It isn't hard to get to a $3 million valuation in terms of your business. I would point out too that you're looking at about 40% of the land in California is rented. So you have to also look at who owns that land, because if that individual who the beneficial owner, either direct or indirect, owns the property that exceeds the $3 million, you're going to see rent goes up. And as we work hard in terms of bringing new farmers into it, new and beginning farmers, generally described as people in agriculture less than 10 years, recent studies show that only about 70% of them have to rent land to get a start. So it isn't about the actual farmer. It isn't actually about that person doing it there, but it's about the cost that he or she is going to incur as the landowner passes that down in terms of higher rents. So again, I would just really reiterate that, in the own words, and in terms of our board taking this position, and I have never seen generally would take a position in September. We were quick last February to take a position of opposition based on the proponent's own words that commercial and industrial structures on agricultural land would be taxed at fair market value, unquote.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Johannesson. Next speaker from the opponent's rebuttal.
Yeah, this is John Kabatek, California State Director with the NFIB, National Federation of Independent Business. Again, I want to point out a few things. As I previously mentioned, it's important to point out, the fact that most small business owners do not own the property they're on. They rent, 78% rent. So whether a small business owner is fortunate enough to own their property or rent, that cost is going to hit them directly. So it's important to point that out when we start hearing about, language along the lines of small businesses will be off the hook. They will actually be very much on the hook. And in fact, what we also want to remind the board and everybody listening as well is that small business owners most of the time are required to sign and fill out a triple net lease, which makes them responsible for building insurance costs, maintenance costs, and yes, real estate costs, which means property taxes. So again, it's false to say that this is going to be, soaking a little bit of Wall Street and some of the big folks. This absolutely hits Main Street even more, given the fact that small businesses account for 99.2% of all businesses in California. And then again, that small business owner is now going to have to pass that cost on either through higher prices to the consumer, but more likely we're going to see them who are struggling right now to have to scale back. And when we're looking at a 15% unemployment rate plus, which is probably going to be going up, this is the last thing we need to be doing is putting more people on the edge, families on edge, that they may be out of work. So this is, it's important to point out, Mr. Murphy talks about this is good for small business, but whether he rents or owns his property, this is going to be a cost that directly hits him and all small business owners out there. And we also, it's important to point out that, small businesses right now, according to some of our more recent data, 1 in 5 small business owners anticipates being able to operate over the next 7 to 12 months. So we're going to see 20% of small business owners disappear. We're already hearing about 30% of restaurants alone in that industry doomed for closure. Why are we hitting them with more costs? So I think our point is it's important to know that this is not an exemption for small business. This is not a special benefit that's going to help small business. This is kicking small businesses further into the hole. They need to crawl out. We need to give them pave the way for success and for job creation. And Prop 15 does absolutely the opposite of it, with new costs that absolutely will be passed on to Main Street, to the owners, to the employees, and absolutely to the customers and consumers. And the last point I will make is I heard Mr. Murphy mention that when small businesses thrive, our communities thrive. Very well may be true, since small business taxes actually do help fund a lot of our projects. And just important to point out that when small businesses suffer, and they are right now, and they will with new taxes, our schools, our potholes, our health facilities, and all of our public services and the people who work for the public sector will suffer. So let's help small business by helping public sector. Let's not let Prop 15 move forward, because that's going to be new cost absolutely on Main Street.
Great, thank you. Now our next speaker among the opponents, rebuttal opportunity.
Sure, this is Rachel with the Retailers Association, and I just want to kind of reiterate what my colleague said, but especially what John mentioned. And I've had I looked at it as a privilege over the last few weeks to be doing Zoom calls with chambers of commerce, local chambers up and down the state of California, and minority-owned business chambers of commerce around the state. And, these are businesses that, it's not just a small business to them, it's their dream. They invested in this. They saved, they scraped, they saved. They really put the blood, sweat, and tears into having their small business, particularly our independent retailers across California. And this is going to destroy some of them. I mean, that's the bottom line. If there's one thing that I've learned, is that government rarely takes taxes away. They typically add taxes on. And this is another tax where I don't think we're going to see particularly local governments giving tax relief to businesses in exchange for the largest tax increase in California's history. And when you talk to these small business owners and the stories, the heartache of having to furlough employees, trying to hold on, investing capital they don't have currently in PPE to protect their employees, to protect their consumers, to create a safe shopping environment, all of these costs have gone in for them to be active members of their community. And this is going to just be that nail in the coffin. They need help. They need government to assist them, and assisting them is not by increasing taxes. It does not make sense to me as someone who runs a business association, but also, frankly, as a consumer and a Californian, why during this pandemic, a pandemic that we don't know when the end is coming, we have no idea how long this is going to affect California. We have no idea if 3 months from now we're going to see another economic shutdown. And yet we're talking about putting the largest tax increase in our history on the ballot and putting it on the backs of small businesses. And so while I appreciate as a mom of 2 kids in the public school system, I understand the importance of education. I also know that it's our businesses that are the backbones. They're the ones that employ our young people. They're the ones that give the first job. Particularly retail, prior to this pandemic, 1 in 4 jobs were in the retail industry. We were a huge employment and economic driver of the state. And it breaks my heart talking to these small retailers across California who are just trying to hold on. And at the same time, even talking about the largest tax increase in California's history adds undue stress on them, thinking about how more am I going to have to pay to both live in California, but particularly be a business owner. So this is just not the right time to put this pressure on our small business owners, on our small retailers. I have retailers in parts of the state that are dependent on tourism. We don't even have our tourism industry back. We do not know the effects of COVID on our businesses. We won't know for months, probably years to come. Now is the time to not put added burdens on them and allow these businesses to thrive, reinvent themselves, and continue to be the backbone of our economy and the backbone of our communities. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we've heard from both the proponents and opponents to Prop 15. What I'd like to do is take a 15-minute break at this point. We've got transcriptionists who need a little time off, and it also gives members of the board and staff an opportunity to take a quick break. So if we could start back at, let's say, 12:20, that would be great. Thank you.
1 second, we're waiting for the chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Tanya, I pulled the trigger on my Peloton. It's like an 8-week, it's like an 8-week delay. Wow.
Are we ready to start back up?
I think we're all back.
Okay. And Ms. Stowers, is she online? There we go. Wonderful. Okay. Hello. All right. I'd like to go ahead and continue our informational hearing. And Ms. Davis, can we open this up for public comment now?
Absolutely, sir. AT&T moderator, can you please check to find out if we have any public commenters waiting to make their comments?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, if you'd like to provide a public comment today, please press 1, then 0 on your touchtone keypad. An operator will provide you with your line number and further assist you. You may withdraw your line number at any time by repeating the same command. Once again, if you'd like to provide a public comment today, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And first we'll go to line number 67. Line 67, your line is open.
Thank you. My name is Greg Dolan, and I appreciate having this brief opportunity to speak. I reside in Santa Barbara, California. I own mixed-use property in Grover Beach. My tenants are struggling right now to maintain their businesses. There are 3 of them. My current property taxes are over $20,000 a year, and I'm struggling to make ends meet and also not pass on new costs to my struggling small private business owners. Proposition 15 would have a devastating effect on their businesses if I suffered the planned property tax increase. As a resident of California since 1954, I have witnessed the tragic evaporation of small private businesses to be replaced by corporate giants. Please do not further expedite this process. And I'll also mention that I value education. I'm a PhD, and some might accuse me of being a liberal, but I'd like to see this not implemented. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please, and please limit their comments to 1 minute. Thank you.
And next we'll open line number 112. Your line is open.
Thank you. My name is Karen Rorda. I live in San Francisco and I support Prop 15. The speakers opposing Prop 15 claim an increased property taxes will cause this ill-timed burden to be passed on to small businesses by causing an increase in rent. Come on. Those businesses are already paying market rate rent. Do you really believe that landlords are charging below market rate rent out of the goodness of their hearts because they're paying less in property tax? And I have to ask, why do you want to continue giving legacy landowners a competitive edge to the disadvantage of new businesses, new small businesses, one of the keys to our state's economic recovery? It's a minority of large legacy property owners that are milking the system. This reform would no longer force new property owners, new small businesses to subsidize large legacy landowners. It would be healthier for businesses, the overall economy, and fair.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, and please limit your comments to 1 minute. Thank you.
As a reminder, if you'd like to provide a public comment today, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And just 1 moment, please. The participant's currently with an operator. And thank you for your patience. Next, we'll open up line number 116. Line 116, your line is open.
Hi, thank you. My name is Beth Clark. I'm a parent
of an entering freshman at Santa Monica High School and an elementary school teacher, an LAUSD, and a UTLA member, I strongly support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges. This is important because it will be the first step in providing equity in schools. It breaks my heart that I work in Venice and see that my students do not have the same access to resources and opportunities that my son has. And it all boils down to access to funds. With COVID-19, we know there are already budget cuts to cities and schools. We need to bring equity into society, not this continued demise of the underserved communities and the continued support and funding of the super rich. This is not a tax increase. That terminology is misleading. This is closing corporate properties loopholes by the true assessment of their properties approximately every 3 years. Why should a new small business pay tax rates at the 2020 value assessment of their property, while another, such as Disney, pays tax rates based upon their 1978 value assessments? Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners.
Your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, your time's
thank
up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please. Please limit your comments to 1 minute. Thank you.
And at this time, we have no further public comments.
Okay, now do we have any written comment, Mr. Nanjo?
Yes, we do. We have a couple leftover written comments that came in right at the close of number 2, so I'll read those first. First from Stacy E. We adamantly oppose Proposition 15. Our family is 3 generations managing our commercial properties in California, born and raised and residing in California since birth. We have various sizes in property and tenant sizes. We are not a big corporation. Our tenants are mom and pop businesses trying to live the California dream just as we are. Reappealing Proposition 13 with Prop 15 will kill businesses in California and force owners to pass rent increases unnecessarily to its tenants due to not being able to afford the property taxes on its properties. We are already taxed as much as we can afford as small commercial property owners. As of right now, many of the measures and propositions that have just been voted on in California still have yet to see their effectiveness. The roads are a mess, and yet we still pay numerous taxes on fuel and transportation.
So we can then go to members.
In closing, we want our voice to be heard in opposition of Proposition 15. Sincerely, Stacy E. The next item is from Margot Friestad. My name is Margot Friestad. I'm a homeowner and state small business owner in San Francisco. I support Proposition 15 because it will close massive loophole allowing large businesses to skip paying their fair share of property taxes in California. My kids attended underfunded public schools, even though my family pays and has paid for many years a disproportionate share of property taxes. The parents at the school raised money for copy machine and paper in the school office. We raised money for school library books, for art, for music in the school, even for a PA teacher. It's been many years since schools in the state have had school nurses. All of these things are now considered extras. We were completely normal parts of, which were considered completely normal parts of schooling when I was young, when large businesses paid their fair share of property taxes. Even as we, the parents, raised money for our kids' school, we were aware and felt guilty about the fact that schools serving lower income students didn't have the ability to raise funds for extras such as middle class families did. This clearly increased racial inequities in California education and continues to do so. Our schools have been starved for decades now, with the harshest resource deficiencies falling on our most vulnerable. Proposition 15 will reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Margot Friestad, small business owner, San Francisco. The other one is from Phyllis Hoffman, and Phyllis writes, my name is Phyllis Hoffman. I'm a teacher in LA in the LA Unified School District. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for public education, including K-12 through community colleges. This is important to me because 80% of the students in LAUSD live in poverty. Poverty causes trauma because of food insecurities, lack of access to health care, and living in areas where you're exposed to more violent crime. When our students return to school, they will have suffered even more trauma because of COVID-19 getting their families sick, having families members die from it. Our students need better access to psychiatric social workers. Free community clinics that offer these services cannot keep up with the demand. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools, our local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively, that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I am asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and community first. Sincerely, Phyllis Hoffman, second grade teacher, San Pedro. And the next one we have is from, let's see, going down. This is a comment for item number 3, and this is from an anonymous public commenter. California Board of Equalization. Dear Board of Equalization members, the Liberty Hill Foundation strongly supports the Schools and Communities First initiative, a measure that would close corporate property tax loopholes in order to reclaim investments for essential workers, local governments, and schools. Liberty Hill has been working to advance social, economic, racial, and environmental justice in the Los Angeles region since 1976 through grants, training, and alliance building. This measure is 100% aligned with our vision and mission. Even before the pandemic, California schools and local governments were in desperate need of resources and support. Whether addressing affordable housing, homelessness, educational equity, local basic services, public health, or environmental sustainability, most of our schools, community colleges, and local governments are starved and for needed resources to fully meet the needs of our most vulnerable as well as many other Californians. As a philanthropic organization, we have stepped up our support of nonprofit organizations serving people and communities most devastated by the pandemic and its repercussions. However, the resources of foundations are limited. It is time for us to find a more structural solution to our chronic underfunding of basic services and the looming budget deficit we face in this and coming years. Only government can do that. As California leaders have made critical decisions about rebuilding in the wake of the pandemic, Schools and Community First offers a strategy not only to restore the prosperous parts of California's economies, but to also take significant steps towards improving on the shortcomings that held us back even in the best of times. Now, even more than ever, we need the kind of reform that Schools and Communities First provides, and we simply can't afford corporate property tax loopholes at the expense of our state's future. Schools and Community First would reclaim $12 billion for our critical local services, such as first responders and public schools, essential public workers, by closing corporate property tax loopholes that have overwhelmingly benefit those at the top for decades. In fact, a study by the University of Southern California showed that with such a measure, and 78% of the revenue would be generated by only 6% of the commercial and industrial properties, illustrating the fact that a fraction of the top corporations have not paid for their fair share. Moreover, this initiative would protect homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture from any changes. This is a choice between protecting tax breaks for those at the top or supporting schools, local governments, and essential workers at a time when they need it most. Liberty Hill Foundation strongly urges you to support schools and communities first. Thank you for your support. Michael Pritchard, Senior Director, Strategic Initiatives, Liberty Hill Foundation. The next comment.
The Vice Chair Schaefer. Mr. Nanjo, did you not introduce the prior comments as being anonymous? I don't think they're anonymous. They're subscribed to by Liberty Hill and somebody by name.
Yes. What happened is at the beginning where the name, address, and phone number is listed, it was blank, which is why I thought it was anonymous.
Oh, thank you. I just want you to know I'm listening, okay?
That's fine. Thank you very much, sir. The next comment is, again, unidentified. This is anonymous. This is a quote. This is a untimely effort to raise taxes on hardworking and small business owners who have been walloped by the coronavirus. Proposition 15, most hardest hit by this tax increase will be older properties where minority business can now afford to operate. This is a bad idea, and it will put the last nail in the coffin for minority-owned small businesses. And the next comment is from Jennifer Bestor, who writes, if Board of Equalization members, if Proposition 15 passes, I wish to you well in trying to implement its surprisingly punitive mechanisms within your mandate. Ensuring property tax assessments are uniform and equal across the counties in California will never have been as difficult nor as crucial. Never will the temptation to game the system have been higher for assessors, and never will their offices have been so stressed. I wish this was a close the loophole measure that would make your mandate easier. Instead, it makes one group, commercial property tax owners, property owners, bear a disproportionate share of local services. With the residential market valued according to assessor's report at 5% of value market now, and rarely more than 80%, keeping commercial properties permanently at 100% of market rates represents a 40% plus surcharge. I wish this was a measure that respected local economies and public services. Sadly, it does not, moving massive amounts of property tax beyond each county's boundaries, breaking protections provided by now by Article 13A, Section A1A, and Article 13, Section 24B of the Constitution. Roughly $1.5 billion of property tax will leave those counties that allocate a high proportion to education, as well as high-cost counties, never to return. I wish this was a measure that encouraged cities and counties to invest in housing. Instead, it makes commercial property even more of a valuable source of tax revenue. With a perennial 40% premium from commercial properties on top of sales tax and other taxes and fees, with no resident children to educate, we will see more, not less, incentive to attract commercial development. Finally, I wish this was a measure that respected community-funded basic aid districts, the districts in high-cost areas that equitably provide education to low public school students. Sadly, unlike the legislative-referred Proposition 19, which respects those districts, it strips all but $100 per student of local tax. That $100 to be decreased again by new business property exemptions. Having worked for over a decade to get more stable, reliable property tax into California schools, it saddens me that the smash and grab solution rather than the closed loophole is before the voters. It saddens me more that the proponents are quick to show how much additional revenue will be raised in each county, but in 3 years have never published an easy calculable amount that will be moved into the central pot in Sacramento, never to return. It is fair to wonder if this is because the mechanism so favor Los Angeles counties over all others. Or is it because proponents don't wish to acknowledge the door they opened for centralization and redistribution of $24 billion of property tax left to schools? After all, this is a 2004 law known as the Vehicle License Fee Swap, removing over $9.4 billion of education allocated property tax while returning only $6.4 billion in Proposition 98 state aid funding. Limited only by the fact that property tax has not gone beyond county boundaries, I wish you well. Your role is crucial in trying to attain some balance between newly competing factions. And at this point, I will turn it over to Ms. Renati to read the others. Ms. Renati?
I'm on. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you.
The next comment is from Kit Sagnor. The comment is, my name is Kit Sagnor. As a community college librarian for 24 years, I have worked with students in every discipline and program and have seen the erosion of educational opportunity resulting from Prop 13. Because education is a public good, contributing to the overall health, happiness, and prosperity of the state, the effect of Prop 13 has been to impoverish all of us. Prop 13 was sold to the voters as a protection for individuals, particularly low-income seniors, but it has allowed wealthy corporations to evade their civic responsibility. As the bumper sticker says, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Well, now we have tried ignorance. It's too costly to continue. Please support Prop 15. The next comment is from Veronica Carrizales. Hello, my name is Veronica Carrizales. I'm a parent and work for a nonprofit organization that represents communities of color across the state. I support Prop 15 because of our state needs this. The pandemic that we are currently going through demonstrates the great disparities in health in our state. People of color are dying disproportionately from COVID-19 because they suffer disproportionately from chronic conditions, and eliminating these disparities will require additional resources. Prop 15 will reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. The next comment is from Jim Coleman. On behalf of Namdar Realty, the owner of Sunrise Mall in Citrus Heights, California, we oppose Prop 15. As a result of COVID-19, and many of our retail tenants have been closed for business for the last 3 months. We are in a state and national recession with record unemployment. We are in the process of investing nearly $1 billion in redeveloping our mall to provide new jobs and new tax revenue for the city of Citrus Heights. This is not the time to raise property taxes or any tax. While the $12 billion tax increase may seem like a tax on the wealthy commercial property owners, is really a $12 billion increase on the citizens of California through increased prices on everything sold at every retail venue. Prop 15 is a serious job-killing tax. Prop 15 makes it more difficult than ever to retain businesses and attract new businesses to the state. We hope you to join us in opposition to Prop 15. Thank you for the opportunity to share our opinion. Sincerely, Jim Coleman. The next comment is from Harold Clavin. Harold Clavin, retired property owner. Now is not the time for the largest property tax in state history that will hurt small businesses by raising their property taxes and rents while increasing costs for everything we buy. I'm against Prop 15. The next comment is from Carol Moon Goldberg. I am Carol Moon Goldberg, President of the League of Women Voters of California, a sponsor of Prop 15. Now more than ever, we understand how much Californians need and rely on services provided by local governments and schools. We have seen the need for public health services and services to our seniors and children. Prop 15 puts revenue directly into the hands of the local decision makers so they can best meet the needs of their communities, and will be done so transparently so residents can see how it is used. It will create a more equitable and fair tax system, one that is less subject to the volatility of income and sales tax revenues. Prop 15 will build a better, more stable future for our state and our communities and our families. And that is the last comment I have as of this minute.
Great. All right. Now, do we have any other public comments on this portion of the agenda? Hearing none.
Gaines, we have one more. We have one that came in via written submission. This is from Jeanette Clavin. My name is Jeanette Clavin. I'm making a public comment regarding Proposition 15. I do not want the proposition to go on. I'm against it. So just wanted to be sure that that is taken care of. I tried to submit it on the internet, but it did not go through. So that's from Jeanette Clavin, and that's the last one. Thank you, sir.
Member Gaines?
Yes.
Pardon me, this is Ms. Davis. We have one more comment on the public comment line. AT&T moderator, if you can check to find that person who'd like to make their comments known.
Yes, ma'am. If you'd like to make your comment now, please press 1 then 0, and I can open up your line for your public comment.
If you please limit that comment to 1 minute, that'd be great. Thank you.
And I've opened up your line. Please go ahead.
Hello? You may comment. You ready?
One moment. Okay, your line is open. Please proceed.
Yes. Thank you for taking this comment. My name is Rondi Staslow. I am a senior and homeowner in Oakland. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for local services such as public libraries. This is important to me because I enjoy the services the library provides, as does my husband, who reads with his care provider. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services such as public libraries by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing the change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I am asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Rondi Saslow, senior and homeowner in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that the end of our public comment? If so, I'd like to go ahead and move forward to members' questions or comments.
Member Gaines, if I can make one comment for the public before we go on. This is Henry Nanjo, Acting Chief Board Proceedings. I just wanted to notify the public that we are doing the best job we can to read all public comments that are submitted. If we do not get to your public comment, or even if we do read it, all public comments will be posted on the BOE website, so your comments will be available for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Members, any questions or comments?
I have a quick one. I'm trying to, I know we're trying to expedite this thing, so I'm going to limit it to just the one. And it's, first of all, I just want to thank both the opponents and the proponents and opponents about, especially on Prop 15. I think they did a good job on both sides of the issue. The only thing that I'm still not clear on is, and it's a question for both of them, how do they define a small business? What's their definition of a small business?
Okay, do we have the opponents and proponents online to answer that question? Hello?
Well, this is John Kapitek. Technically, so the federal definition technically is 500 or fewer employees. The state definition has historically been 100 or fewer. The average small business in California ranges between 5 and 9 employees total. So it just depends on kind of what you're seeking, but there's different definitions depending on state or federal, but that is the average range.
Yes, can you hear me? This is Lenny Goldberg, proponent.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. In the measure, it's 50 employees or less, which is used there are a variety, as Mr. Kavitek pointed out, a variety of definitions, 500, 100. In some places in state law, it's 25 or less. 50 employees or less. But the other, and that would be all personal property. For all businesses, however, the first 500,000 off the bottom, which eliminates 90% of personal property taxpayers, would be exempt, and that's for all size businesses, as well as the under 3 million in terms of property owned, and that would be total property owned by the property owner. So that's a different take. It's a property-based take. Otherwise, the small business would have 50 employees or less.
Thank you.
Okay. This is Vice Chair Schaefer.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd like to ask Mr. Nanjo if he could give me a little memo within 10 days on the rights of anonymous person to remain anonymous. I would like to think that anybody speaking or appearing would have to have a vested interest in California or in property, and there's no way that can be known if we don't know who they are. But I'm interested in seeing what the Supreme Court of our state or the nation has said about anonymity, and if you could have that for me within 10 days, I'd appreciate it. In my district...
Member Schaefer, this is Henry Nanjo, Chief Counsel.
Yes.
I could direct you to 2 materials. It's statutory. It's in the government code. It's in your legal administration training binder under Bagley-Keene. It is also in the AG's handy guide to Bagley-Keene law, and it specifically states that that the public commenters are not obligated to give their names. Thank you.
Is there a statute you could refer me to, government code or whatever?
It is in those materials, sir. Because of the time, we can address that offline, but it is in statute, sir.
Okay, offline, if you could give me the statute to look up, I would appreciate that. I also wanted to mention that Disneyland is in my district, and it is mentioned by a number of the speakers. I do want to mention that every time I go by Disneyland, there's a lot of cranes there. They're always undergoing a lot of construction, and when there is construction, there is a reassessment. So that has to be taken into account. I'm neutral on the proposition, but you treat Disneyland as if it's still operating on 1978 assessment values, and that would not be so if there's ongoing reconstruction of various facilities, and I think that's the case with Disneyland in Orange County in my district. Thank you.
And Member Schaefer, it's Government Code Section 11124. And as I mentioned, it's in 2 locations in your materials.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Wonderful.
This is Lenny Goldberg. May I comment on the Disneyland question, because we've looked at it carefully?
Member Schaefer, did you want a comment?
Yes, I would take a comment. Thank you, Mr. Goldberg.
Please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. We have looked specifically at the land. The land is at 1975 values. The land, we understand a huge amount of new construction and new rides, and no way exactly can you, that's a difficult job for the assessor to assess the value of all those. But the fact is the land is easy to reassess. It's at $5 a square foot, from 1975 values. And if you look at some of Disneyland's own expansion land, they're at $100 a square foot. There's property in the area at $140 a square foot. Similarly, Disney Studios in Burbank is at $5 a square foot on their land. They've built a lot of new things there, obviously, and that's new construction. But nearby NBC Studios is, because they've had a change of ownership, is $186 a square foot. So you have huge discrepancies in the land. And as I mentioned in my comments, 60% of the value of this comes from undervalued, underassessed land. And that's exactly the case with Disneyland.
Oh, I thank you for that information. I also read something very interesting online about the country clubs in Los Angeles County, which I'll ask Mr. Prang about. Many people think they should be reassessed, even though they go back to Howard Jarvis days, because there has been an ongoing turnover in membership, and people die, people stop belonging to the club, and if you have a sufficient turnover in the membership of any given golf club, there's a turnover in ownership sufficient enough, I think, arguably, to trigger reassessment. And I'm glad to see some minds greater than mine pursuing that. I just wanted to mention that, and I'll mention Mr. Prang, who has responsibility for all the golf clubs in Los Angeles County. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Yes.
I hate to interrupt. This is Ms. Davis. I just want to remind everyone who has the ability to, who is signed in as a host, if you can please make sure that your phone stays on mute unless you are making a comment at that time. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Other members of the board, comments or questions? Okay. All right. I think we can move ahead then to the next portion of our agenda. And Ms. Davis, could you please call our next item?
Our next discussion item on the agenda is the impact on the State Board of Equalization. Member Gaines, are you prepared to introduce the panelists for this item?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for our panelists that are going to speak to the issue of the impact on the State Board of Equalization in the event that Proposition 15 passes. And our panelists are Brenda Fleming, the Executive Director of the California State Board of Equalization, Henry Nanjo, our Chief Counsel, California State Board of Equalization, David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department at the BOE here, and Lisa Thompson, our Taxpayers' Right Advocate here at the BOE. So I don't know if you, Brenda, did you want to start off, or is there someone else on the panel? Start off.
My pleasure, thank you. And if you don't mind, sir, I'd like to have Dave Young follow my comments, then followed by Lisa Thompson, and then Mr. Nanjo, giving his voice a bit of a rest here, and have him wrap it up. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I believe my team is online, and so I'll be passing it off to you directly, just for the succinctness of time. So members and audience, good afternoon. This is Brenda Fleming, Executive Director, and honorable members, thank you for this opportunity to participate in this discussion. We appreciate engaging with the public, with the taxpayers, and other stakeholders to discuss and gather additional information about this significant ballot initiative and how it will affect the property tax industry, California's 58 counties, and our work here at the Board of Equalization. Today, members and audience, my staff will provide a high-level overview of the implementation of Proposition 15, the Split Roll Initiative, and specifically its impact on BOE's tax administration duties. As you've heard today, this initiative is broad and complex, and we appreciate the opportunity to add context to the initiative's impact on the BOE. I applaud the BOE board members and Member Gaines for holding this informational hearing that provides a forum for the public and key stakeholders to participate in this very important discussion. And I'd now like to turn it over to Mr. David Young, who's going to give you a little bit more detail on the implementation aspects for and impact on BOE's property tax administration. Mr. Young.
Yes, good afternoon, board members and the public. My name is David Young. I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, and truly thank you for the opportunity to address the board. When I first contemplated an implementation plan of the split roll initiative, I realized it was going to be a big task, and the impact on the board, the Property Tax Department, was going to be real. It was going to be substantial, and it was going to be sustained. The first thing I did was I took a look at, just to give it some context, the history, a little bit of history, to see if I can learn some lessons from there. Prop 13 was proposed in 1978 and adopted and became effective in 1979. Realistically, it took till 1983 to get most of it implemented. So there was a long lead-up time for the implementation. I took a look at most of the tasks that the Property Tax Department did and most of the guidance that we provided prior to Prop 13. Prior to Prop 13, most of our guidance had to do with the evaluation or the appraisal of property. Post Prop 13, we had a whole list of new topics that we were providing guidance on and answering a whole lot of questions on. Those include new construction, change in ownership, supplemental assessments, parent-to-child exclusions from reappraisal, grandparent to grandchild, disaster relief, Prop 60, 90, and 110. Those are provisions where you could transfer your property tax base from one property to another, and also the new legal entity ownership program. The commonality for all of those they are Prop 13 based. They're an artifact and a consequence of Prop 13. Transferring a base year value to a child is only meaningful if you can keep that base. Cyclical reassessment makes that a non-issue. So let me take a look at what we currently do. What we currently do is we have three major functions, and I'll try to tell you how it impacts each one of those functions. The three major functions are in training and certification, our assessment practices unit, which provides that guidance that I spoke of, and our survey program. Our survey program takes a look at each county assessor's practices and procedures. So the first one, the training and certification. According to the Assessor CAA, the California Assessors Association's own white paper that they have published on the split roll, they project at 900 plus new appraisers that they would need to implement Prop 13. The split roll initiative. The state, the BOE, is responsible for certifying new appraisers. They're responsible for providing training to new appraisers, to all appraisers. We're responsible for tracking their training hours and to actually administering the certification exam. So the initial task of certifying all the needed new appraisers will be added, a very much expanded duty for the board. The next area is our assessment practices unit. The board issues guidance in various forms. We have letters to assessors. We issue actual guidelines on how to appraise property and how to assess properties. We issue confidential letters to assessors only. They do much the same. And we also issue assessors' handbooks. An assessor's handbook basically is a operational manual, a guide on how to appraise and assess properties. We have 29 of those. There will be a large number of those that will need to be updated and revised because of the change in the split roll. The 29 of them, I just in rough numbers, maybe half of those would need some form of revision or another, and many that will require a major revision. A major revision of a handbook is approximately a 2-year process. So there is substantial work to be done there. We also have an increase. We anticipate an increase in inquiries from assessors, taxpayers, and other stakeholders. Of the items that I mentioned before, the new construction, the change in ownership, the supplemental assessment, parent-to-child exclusions, and all the other base year transfers, those topics make up the majority of the inquiries that we receive now on from our assessment practices, our assessment services unit. This is, mind you, this is about 40 years after the implementation of Prop 13, and we're still receiving those. With the change in split roll, I suspect and I anticipate that we will get another increase in that type of inquiry, and it will be a sustained increase. We also, with the split roll, we're also tasked with a couple of very specific new tasks that we currently do not do. They include developing a audit program for the self-certification of those entities that are small businesses. We're also required to develop an inflation factor for the $3 million property limit and the $500,000 personal property limits as to what is basically not subject to the split roll. And the last thing in that category under assessment practices unit will be we will need to review and promulgate new property tax rule. If you recall, last month in June, the board approved an amendment to property tax rule 462.500. That is a property tax rule that is tied to Prop 13. It deals with the transfer of a tax base from property taken by eminent domain. So 41 years after Prop 13 has passed, we are still promulgating rules as to how to implement Prop 13. And the very last item that I want to, major function that I want to bring up is our assessment practices survey program. This is the program where our staff goes out and reviews the 58 county assessors' practices and procedures. With this, we will need to, one, develop a new program in which to review the implementation of the split roll in the county assessor's offices. And we will need to also, as part of that, we will need to look at how we review the assessment of commercial property. So those are the major functions that we will have to basically take a look at and prepare in the eventuality that split roll passes. I've identified the major areas, but much of the hard work is still to be done, and they actually include quantifying the resources and the staffing we will need in order to make all this happen. That is my report on the impact on the property tax department. So I turn it back over to you, Ms. Brenda.
Thank you, Dave. Ms. Thompson, if I could have you provide some brief comments.
Yes, hello. I'll keep my remarks brief so there's time for outside comments as well. If the split roll initiative was to pass, it would have an impact on our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office in several ways. Our office would need to closely review the statutory changes and guidance issued by our agency's property tax department so that our office understands the laws that pertain to different taxpayers, so we will be able to assist them when they contact our office with problems in the assessment and collection of property tax area. Our office would also have an increase in workload from taxpayer contacts because certain properties would no longer have protections of what is commonly referred to as Proposition 13, such that some properties will be assessed at market value rather than at factored base year value, with increases limited to no more than 2% a year. So because some taxpayers will be assessed a higher value than they had been previously assessed in prior years, resulting in higher property taxes. We anticipate a greater number of taxpayers contacting our office with concerns about their property's assessment. Because the split roll initiative has components for exemptions of personal property, we anticipate an increase in workload from taxpayers that essentially were not granted exemptions that are contacting our office. We also anticipate an increase in taxpayers contacting our offices because of the time it may take for them to have an assessment appeals hearing. If more properties are assessed at market value, then that is likely to generate more assessment appeals objecting to the applicant's value assessment. And so we also would see a workload increase in our efforts to educate taxpayers. So the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office would anticipate consulting with the California Assessors Association on the need to develop certain educational materials that is written in simple, non-technical terms to assist these taxpayers in understanding the new aspects of the property tax law. We would develop information sheets that and incorporate them basically into the series of existing information sheets that we have put out by our office, which are aimed at providing basic information in simple, non-technical terms and directing taxpayers to resources. Thank you.
Vice Chair Schaefer, I had a comment. I wanted to thank you, Ms. Thompson, for keeping your response to 2 minutes. I appreciate the work that your office is doing. You mentioned your offices at one point. Do you have more than one office, or did you just have the one office?
No, it's just an office. When I was referring to our office's activities, plural, but yes, we have one office located in Sacramento, along with
what is the number of people working with your office? 5, 10? I don't know the size of it.
No, substantially less than that. So, that has myself as the taxpayer rights advocate appointed for the agency, and I have a senior specialist property appraiser that works in a technical advisor capacity that has been vacant since December following the retirement of that person. So that's 2. And then we have an office technician that answers the phone and takes intake information and basically maintains histories on cases and things. So that is the composition of my office.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, that seems very efficient. Thank you.
Thanks.
Fernando?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fleming. Good afternoon, board members and members of the public. For the legal department, really what split roll is going to affect is the purpose and intent language of the initiative calls for BOE to maintain its oversight function of the property tax system and to assist in the implementation of the measure. Because this initiative does not do away with Proposition 13, oversight responsibilities will be required in addition to the current BOE functions. The major responsibilities that split roll would add for the legal department is potential legal and technical support for the newly created proposition or passage of it, definitions that have to be worked out. Suffice it to say, the guidance that legal is going to have to give is akin to a phrase, the devil's in the details. The legislature and BOE will have to, as prior speakers have mentioned, work out these details. Legal will have to interpret the intent of the legislation, work with the various parties and stakeholders, and try to implement this. We would be supporting Dave Young's property tax department and working with the definitions, the small business exemption, assessment appeals, the thresholds, how that's going to be implemented, and likewise, we will probably have to interpret statutes and promulgate a numerous number of regulations to help guide various parties and stakeholders into the new initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nanjo. That concludes our report.
Thank you very much. Executive Director Fleming. And we'll now move to comments. Do we have any comments from the board? Questions or comments?
Yes, this is Chair Vasquez. I had several, but I'm going to limit it to just the one. If I get Ms. Thompson back on, I was just going to ask her, based on the review of this initiative, how would you advise small business taxpayers of their rights if the assessor does not agree that the property is under $3 million or 75% of the property's use is residential?
I think if the split roll initiative was to pass, I mean, again, we would have to look at what the law indicates. And then if we had a taxpayer that was contacting us, indicating that, they thought they either fit within that criteria or did not fit within that criteria, then we would work with the assessor's office to kind of find out the information about their assessment, how that was determined, and then work with that taxpayer to kind of explain it to them and try to work amongst those parties.
Thank you.
All right, board members, other questions? I did have one just in terms of clarification. In the event that you had a small business designation, how would a property appeal occur? What would be the pathway for that? Is it through the courts, or do you go to an appeals board, or how is that handled?
I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Henry, Mr. Nanjo, is that, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think it changes the appeal process other than what's articulated in the language. I think we're going to explore some of that later on in our program here, but I think the actual assessment appeal process is still available. But once again, much of that will be in the implementation language.
That is correct, Mr. Young. This is Henry Nancho, Chief Counsel. It would be the same process that is currently in existence with the Assessment Appeals Board. It's just going to require a lot more work on their part, where the work for program staff, or I should say BOE, comes in is mostly in providing guidance, interpretation, working with the stakeholders, and making sure that the program, if you will, is implemented fairly and appropriately across the state. Is that correct, Mr. Young?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Now, I'm wondering if, Mr. Young, could you help in terms of giving us a timeline in the event of the passage of Prop 15? What is the timeline for hiring the proper staffing that we would need at the BOE in terms of additional appraisers and such?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to address that. Right now, we are in the midst of actually developing that implementation program. We're trying to step out the timeline it really would take in order to not only hire, but to hire, train, and have each one function at a full journey level. That being said, the number of folks that we anticipate that we think we will need, even if we were able to do the hiring all in one fell stroke, it would be very, very tough for the current staff to actually bring them in and actually train them to the point where they are able to function, like I said, at a full journey level. It is a multi-year process to train an appraiser to appraise commercial, and especially commercial industrial property. On average, if you take somebody in, even as a seasoned or an experienced residential appraiser, it takes at the minimum 3 years to have them function at that full journey level of a commercial industrial appraiser, and 3 years, in my opinion, is optimistic.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you for clarifying that. Members, any more questions or comments? Okay, All right, then why don't we go ahead and open this up to public comment. Ms. Davis, could you do that, please?
Absolutely, sir. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding regarding this matter at this time?
Thank you. Once again, if you would like to provide a public comment, please press 1 and then 0 at this time.
We'd like to limit those comments to 1 minute, please.
I have no comments in queue at this time.
Okay, if there are no public comments for this portion, we'll move on to the next item. Ms. Davis, could you please call that?
If we can just take one moment, I believe we may have written comment for that item before we move on.
Sure.
Mr. Nanjo, have you received written comment for the item that was just presented?
I do not have any written comments for this item at this point. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so if we can move forward to the next item, please.
Absolutely. Our next item is a discussion on the impact on county assessors. Member Gaines?
Great, thank you very much. So this at this point, we have the opportunity to have a great discussion on the impact of our county assessors. And we've asked 3 speakers to participate today. All of them are elected county assessors, one from a large county, one from a medium-sized county, and one from a small county. And we have Jeffrey Prang, the Los Angeles County Assessor, along with Don Gakel, who is the president of the California Assessors Association, along with being the Stanislaus County Assessor. He's representing the medium-sized counties. And Leslie K. Davis of Calaveras County, who is the assessor of that county representing small counties. So that is our 3 panelists, and who would like to begin that panel discussion?
I'm happy to go. This is Jeff Prang. I'm happy to go.
Wonderful. That'd be great. Thank you, Assessor Prang.
My pleasure. Mr. Gaines and honorable members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Jeff Prang, the assessor of LA County, and I did want to reiterate that I'm here to speak neither in favor or against the measure, but simply describe the operational administrative impacts it's going to have on my department. So LA County is the largest local assessment jurisdiction in the nation, with about 2.6 million parcels and business assessments valued this year at $1.77 trillion. And this accounts for about 25% of California's total property value. In terms of property volume and department size, we stand alone even amongst the other large counties in California. So what does it look like in split roll look like in LA County? Of those 2.6 million parcels and business assessments, we estimate that 200,000 are commercial industrial properties that could be subject to a reassessment under the split roll. Not all 200,000 will meet the $3 million aggregate value threshold that would cause them to be reassessed, but every one of them will still need to be appraised to determine that fact. So, and so far as analysis of workload, 200,000 is the relevant number. Currently, my office reassesses between 5,000 and 10,000 commercial industrial properties on an annual basis. Under Prop 15, assuming the legislature chooses a 3-year cycle for reassessment, approximately 67,000 commercial industrial properties will need to be reappraised each year. This is roughly a 10-fold increase in my commercial industrial appraisal workload. In addition to the appraisal workload increase, this will have a significant effect on assessment appeals, which are already heavily backlogged in LA County, with some taking many years to resolve. We have close to 30,000 current backlog in assessment appeals. Not only are we likely to receive appeals for most, if not all, of reassessed commercial industrial properties, but as resources are diverted from residential appraisal to increase workload in commercial appraisal demands, we will very likely see an increase in residential appeals, as we will be much more dependent on computer-generated modeling for residential appeals. and that type of modeling is not very precise. Preparing and arguing cases in response to a split roll reassessment will be a very real obstacle to further implementation of the split roll, creating backlogs and appraisal work that will translate into deferred annual revenue. This is because the current law requires that appeals be heard within 2 years, whereas value changes have 4 years. I know there's some language, some imprecise language dealing with this issue, but that still remains a concern to us. LA County already suffers from I'm sorry, let me repeat myself. We estimate that the current backlog costs the county about $20 to $30 million a year in property tax revenue as we carry over work that was completed in one fiscal year into the next. And this condition is almost certainly going to be more dramatic under split roll, at least initially. Prop 15 will also increase the exclusions and exemptions workload. LA County currently processes about 12,000 exclusions annually. That's the parent-to-child, senior replacement, disabled, et cetera. Under split roll, an estimated 85% of commercial industrial properties will fall under the $3 million threshold, the owners of which will be required to file an annual exclusion. This means that the processing of over 160,000 exclusions annually, a 13-fold increase in the current workload. It's important to emphasize here that despite 85% of CI properties potentially qualifying for exclusion, it does not relieve me of the obligation to conduct an appraisal, which is necessary to determine that they qualify. We still need to do the work on the larger universe of commercial industrial appraisals. There will be a similar workload impact for exemptions. We process about 16,000 per year. However, under split roll, small businesses qualifying for the exemption of business personal property will need to file annual certifications. This is a new process that will require additional resources and the development of a new internal operational discipline. While all businesses may not be required to file for the $500,000 exemption, they still receive the exemption, which results in us having to do the work. This dramatic increase in workload requires a corresponding increase in staff. We currently have about 1,350 employees, of which 550 are appraisers, and of which 140 of those are commercial industrial appraisers. Under split roll, we estimate that we'll need an additional 500 commercial industrial appraisers in LA County alone and about 1,000 statewide. One of the greatest challenges in implementing this will be the hiring and training of those 500 appraisers and giving them that type of training within the rollout period. Commercial industrial appraisals are complex and unique. The appraisal is much correspondingly advanced. The state standard for training a commercial industrial appraiser is 5 years minimum training and work experience in order to be shifted over to commercial industrial appraisers. So even if I could hire 500 appraisers the day after split roll passes, which I definitely cannot, I would still need at least 5 years before they're ready to undertake the work. In LA County, new hires currently go through an intensive 1-year training program that consists of both classroom and field work. In a good year, I can hire 2 classes of 30 appraisers each. With regular retirement and attrition, I lose about 25 to 30 appraisers a year, netting on those good years, maybe up to 30. Retention, we anticipate retention will be an issue, as a lot of my most experienced commercial industrial appraisers will probably leave to work as tax agents, being drawn away by lucrative salaries that I cannot hope to match. We're exploring new ways to train and recruit appraisers, but given the sheer number of experienced appraisers needed, there are few solutions other than time to meeting the staffing requirements under split roll. Our interim strategy to implement it should pass is we will likely limit residential appraisal, shifting all of our undertrained residential appraisers to doing commercial work and relying on computer-generated models for single-family homes. And it's important here, as I stressed before, that these models are not accurate, so we can expect an increase in appeals. And then we'll get more appeals on the commercial side because we're going to have undertrained residential appraisers doing that work. Prop 15 represents a fundamental shift in the property tax paradigm, and despite the provision of resources to assessors and the extension of implementation dates, it will still be a monumental task to implement. That being said, it's not impossible, but I just need to be clear, it's going to take much, much longer and probably be much more expensive than the measure anticipates. And the initial couple of years are likely to be messy and confusing, as it's going to take us time to learn how to do this type of appraisal, which has not been done in LA County for over 40 years. It's important. I also want to take a moment to caution that the anticipated revenue increase, as indicated by the LAO, will not be generated immediately, and there could be changes in the market that will have an impact on that. So those are the primary concerns that we have in terms of implementation. I appreciate the opportunity to share those with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, thank you so much, Assessor Prang. I appreciate that. Maybe what we ought to do, if it's okay with the board, can we hear all three and then go to questions or comments? That'd be okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, very well. Why don't we move to our next panelist? I don't know if we're going in order on the agenda. Would that be Assessor Don Gakel?
Yes, I'd be happy to go next. This is Don Gakel, Stanislaus County Assessor, also President of the California Assessors Association. Our association has been tracking the split roll initiative for several years through an ad hoc committee and headed by Larry Stone, Assessor of Santa Clara County. And we have produced, as I think Dave Young mentioned, a white paper on this. I'm here today to talk about the impact on mid-sized county. Stanislaus County is one of those. Being in the northern San Joaquin County, we have a population of about 550,000. Our assessment roll this year was around $55 billion. We have about 162,000 parcels. So we are significantly smaller than Los Angeles County, but still considered a mid-sized county. We're also a large agricultural county. Over 80% of our land is used for agricultural production, and we consistently rank, along with a lot of other San Joaquin Valley counties, among the top 10 counties in the nation in terms of agricultural income. So that's an important component of our property. Of our county. Many of the comments that Jeff Prang made in terms of staffing up and dealing many of those things apply to our county as well, of course, on a much smaller scale. We have about, by comparison, around 9,500 commercial and industrial properties. A very, very rough analysis of looking at assessed values on those properties leads me to believe that we would have at least a third of those properties potentially subject to reappraisal under the Proposition 15, based strictly on the relative market value of the properties. But that doesn't include consideration and analysis of change in ownership issues, which could significantly increase the number of properties that we have to assess as we analyze whether owners of a particular property also have interests in other commercial industrial property, either in Ike County or around the state. Coordination of that is one of the things that was mentioned during the BOE panel presentation. Certainly, that is going to be a difficult thing for assessors around the state to wrap their heads around and get and determine those ownership issues. It's unlikely that we will be able to acquire needed appraisers with the training they need up to 5 years. We're estimating that given the projected workload numbers that I talked about, we could be seeing anywhere from 700 to 1,000 extra appraisals per year, plus the associated appeals work that will come with that. And we're estimating up to 8 additional appraisers, which is a significant increase for us, given that at this time we have 7 commercial industrial appraisers in the office. We would need to move many of our residential appraisers, just as Los Angeles County would do, to work in the commercial industrial property, and try and find appraisers to move in and do the residential work, and then train those up to commercial property appraisers as we have the opportunity. Well, of course, the assessor's statutory obligation to audit business property reporting isn't changed by Proposition 15, meaning that our auditor appraiser staff would be dedicated to that function and unavailable to work on commercial industrial property. Further, the exclusion from reassessment exemption requires that an exemption requires that assessors value a property before he can exempt it. It's unclear what the requirements will be on business property statements filing for application of a proposed exemption for personal property and fixtures. The implementation language of Proposition 15 references that a $500,000 exemption would be available to all businesses that don't qualify as a small business. But the specific language in Section 7 mentions that a $500,000 exemption is offered to each taxpayer. A business and a taxpayer are not necessarily the same thing, and so that is an issue that may have to be ironed out during the implementation process and the implementing legislation and discussion. Certainly that would be an allocation issue if we have to allocate $500,000 among the various properties that a taxpayer may own. Also, moving on, as I mentioned, we are an agricultural county, and specific language is important. There's already been a discussion from the President of the Farm Bureau and Mr. Goldberg regarding agricultural property. And again, the purpose and intent language of Proposition 15 states that residential property and homeowners will not be impacted in any way. For agricultural land, it states only the measure makes no change to the existing laws affecting the taxation or preservation of land. On specific language under Section 6, the measure states that residential property includes single and multifamily structures and the land on which they are built. Section 6 defines real property use for commercial agricultural production means land that is used for producing commercial agricultural commodities. So by referencing commercial agricultural production and referencing land only and not referencing improvements, the proposition appears to leave agricultural improvements open for reassessment. And I appreciated Mr. Goldberg's comments today, but certainly I think from a farmer's perspective, what's in writing is more significant to them than what is said. So certainly the implementation process will be important if the intent of the proponents is to exclude all agricultural property, including structural improvements. Certainly as an assessor, I would never confuse agricultural property with commercial property, but the proposition is unclear. It would create additional problems in that light in determining a $3 million exclusion level should those improvements be subject to reassessment. Stanislaus County estimated one-time and ongoing costs about $2.3 million during the phase-in period. Again, probably 8 appraisers and 3 technicians to review not only change in ownership issues, but to deal with the increased load of assessment appeals. And those are the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assessor Gakel. And we can now wrap up with Leslie Davis, County Assessor of Calaveras. How are you, Leslie?
I'm great, Member Gaines, and I hope you and the board are good as well. I want to thank you for inviting us to speak on the impacts of the split roll and recognizing that the impacts might differ based on the size of the county. But I have to tell you, as I listen to Jeff and Dawn, there are many common impacts, and they've addressed most of them. I'll just highlight some ways that they relate to smaller counties. The first, of course, being staffing. We're all just a bit concerned about that. It terrified me on one level to hear Assessor Prang from Los Angeles say they expect to have problems recruiting, because I can tell you about the problems that we have recruiting, and of course we've discussed it before, but since last summer I've been recruiting for a senior appraiser and have only had 2 applicants. One took a job before he could be interviewed, and the other turned the job down because, and I quote, "it didn't make financial sense." So those financial impacts about recruiting and retaining people become very real for us in the counties with feet on the ground. Small county finances are typically tighter than the larger urban counties, although I know they feel the pinch themselves. Our salaries are typically lower, but an employee need only turn a different direction out of their driveway to commute to a larger county with better salaries and benefits. So we're not only at a disadvantage attracting experienced staff, but competing with our own colleagues. We're also at a disadvantage when retaining staff, and you've heard my statistics before. I hate to bore you with numbers, but I'll just tell you, last week I lost an appraiser who was being trained to do commercial industrial work. I now have 4 appraisers on staff, 3 of whom have a total of 26 months of experience, and I have 3 current vacancies and not a lot of light on the horizon. I listened to Don and Jeff talk about how many parcels they have, and I had deleted that from my comments so I wouldn't bore you with numbers. But just to put small counties into perspective, we have 45,239 secured parcels and another 3,700 unsecured assessments. Our total assessment roll without exemptions is about $8.1 billion. So really small by comparison to the large and mid-sized counties, but experiencing some of those same impacts. Interestingly enough for us, and I'm talking specifically about Calaveras, but you can consider this the norm across small counties, I only have 11 parcels that have an assessed value in excess of $3 million. It's about 0.75% of my entire assessment roll, and they would really have to be undervalued on a massive scale to have a net positive impact on our assessment roll. Nonetheless, we're going to have to gear up to fully implement the law, and that's going to take valuable resources. I have about 1,350 real property parcels that might be subject to reassessment if their value exceeded $3 million. The total of those is about 5.5% of my assessment roll, but I would like to add that of those commercial industrial parcels, almost 75% are in decline in value status right now, which means their current market value is less than their factored base year value, so they're actually valued less than that Prop 13 figure that everybody likes to point to. On the business property side, I have about 2,100 parcels with business property, total assessed value of a little over $95 million. Of those, 1,989 would be exempted. About 50 or 60 business property assessments are below that $500,000 threshold, and they wouldn't be exempted because they meet the requirements of a small business. That's very typical of smaller counties. The majority of our businesses are small businesses, and those values would be removed from the assessment roll. So in Calaveras County, I can expect the value of all business property to drop by about 41%. While we're losing those revenues, we're going to be incurring costs, and many of those costs will be in advance of implementation. Like the larger counties, we expect that we're going to have more assessment appeals. But it's those costs that also sort of put off alarm bells, if you will. The implementation issues that we'll face, everybody's kind of brought them up, but I just want to drive home a couple that in talking to the proponents last fall I brought up. One is the initiative uses terms that are incorrect or inconsistent with current law. They call an exemption and exclusion. We'll end up having to work with the Board of Equalization on that and to develop systems that will be needed to coordinate this implementation statewide to ensure that we're all doing things the same way. You know, for years I've heard assessors say we aren't revenuers. We assess property for property tax purposes, but we don't care how taxes are collected and allocated. It's not part of our responsibility, but we do know that we impact the budgets of counties and cities and special districts and school districts. And as I listened to Ms. Stowers' questions and comments this morning, I just would offer this view or perspective that this proposal may have the unintended consequence of creating a bigger gap between the wealthy areas in counties and the small rural counties. Our values are likely to go down if the proponents are correct and there's a huge influx of property taxes. It won't happen in the smaller counties. Smaller counties will probably see lower property tax revenues, which means our schools and public agencies will continue to suffer with their budget problems. If I could take a minute real quickly to kind of answer a couple questions that were brought up in the front of the beginning of the meeting. Ms. Stowers asked if there was another way to do this. It's no surprise to anybody who's talked to me about this. I believe the answer to that question is yes. The perceived problem with unequal treatment of commercial and industrial property has grown because the way the 1979 Assembly Task Force chose to implement Prop 13 as it relates to legal entities. As a result, commercial and industrial properties, which are typically owned by legal entities, have escaped that reassessment. The legislature could have fixed this, but there didn't seem to be any impetus to do so. She also asked if a split tax rate might work better, and that, as Dawn mentioned, Larry Stone likes to bring that up. He's been in the midst of this particular project since its inception. I think it's important to note the split tax rate would have its own complications, different implementation issues. For example, we would have to look at the use codes on each and every property to ensure that tax rate could be applied consistently. And we'd also need to map parcels by use, perhaps, in the case of a mixed-use property. It might work, but maybe not better. I would conclude, Mr. Gaines, by saying this. Asking us to describe impacts tends to get us to lean toward a negative view. I don't want my comments to be interpreted as favoring or opposing the initiative. If this proposition passes, I know my colleagues and I across the state will work with the BOE and BOE staff to develop the framework to move forward. We are elected to administer property tax law. We take that responsibility very seriously and truly appreciate the opportunity to express our thoughts about the challenges we may face in implementing a split roll. Thank you, Mr. Gaines. I'm sure we'll all be happy to answer questions.
Great, wonderful. Thank you very much, Assessor Davis. And we'll open it up to the board. Board members, do you have questions or comments?
Vice Chair Schaefer, I have questions of Mr. Prang. Mr. Prang, I have read an article where the country clubs in Los Angeles County, which have their land assessed back in the Howard Jarvis days, are getting away with murder tax-wise, but there's another side of it that the membership is continually changing because of deaths and people quit and new members come in. There's an argument being made that there's a significant, sufficient change in membership to trigger reassessment of these clubs. I'm sure you've heard this. I'm neutral in this, but I'd like to ask you what's your office's take on the reassessment of the country clubs based on change in membership?
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I did have an opportunity to pull some information together. I heard your question previously. This matter has not been one that's come to my attention since I was elected in 2014. However, it was the topic of a conversation between our office and the Board of Equalization back in 2010, and I did want to call your attention to a request for legal opinion that the then Assessor Auerbach made, and it's number 09-255 and a memorandum from the board. But essentially, we studied whether or not whether the change in membership of golf courses over time created a reassessable event. We received guidance from the Board of Equalization that it did not, and so we are not reassessing golf courses and clubs based on that change in ownership, but it does raise an issue of equity, and I certainly am open to additional guidance for the Board of Equalization on how to address golf clubs.
So you would consider us to be the Supreme Court on this issue, and what we might decide you should do, you would do?
Yeah, we listen to you in all things.
Okay, well, I thank you on that. And another issue, I'm aware that our best teachers, when they retire, quite often will come back and teach as senior teachers. Judges are always coming back and serving as senior judges. I would think anybody who's in a commercial assessment with your office or any offices who's retired could be invited to come back and help if we have this emergency of having to suddenly reassess properties and only be able to use people with the 5 years training experience, as you point out. I would suggest that Clark County, Nevada, and Maricopa County, Arizona, and any other urban areas would have a number of trained assessors who have retired that we could come back. And money's really not going to be an issue. You mentioned it would be very costly, but I think given the amount of money that would be coming in from the tax proceeds, I'm confident that the County of Los Angeles Board of Supervisors would beef up your budget sufficient to take care of whatever cost you would have, because it's so doggone lucrative to them. I'm not speaking in favor or against the initiative, but I'm sure that I'm not telling you something you don't know, and I just wanted to bring this up, okay?
I appreciate that. Two things on that. One is appraisers from other states would essentially have to start over again as appraiser trainees because of Proposition 13, we do property assessment different in California than they do in other states. So what they've learned there might be instructive, but doesn't make them qualified to do appraisal work in California. In terms of retirees, we do have a large number of active retirees who we bring back to assist us. We are actively trying to get those, and I'm prepared to send them flowers and candy if we can get more of them here. But there's a limited pool of retirees who are willing to come back and work. It may be even more difficult given the huge volume of work that will be required if the measure passes. They may not want to work that hard as retirees, but we are certainly actively trying to recruit them.
Right. Well, it's a patriotic thing if it passes, and I'm in awe of the responsibilities of your job, which in many respects are as great or greater than our job, and I want to see you succeed. And if it does pass, you can be assured that the BOE will be helping all we can. But again, I'm neutral on this, and I did argue against it at the last hearing, but now we have a whole new statute, and we're taking this, from the get-go. And thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Schaefer. Members, other questions, comments?
Member Gaines, this is Yvette Stowers. I have a question or a request. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Assessor Davis, you started talking about or responding to some of my questions regarding alternative, and I picked up on what you said regarding the split tax rate, but the comment that you said right before that, can you say that again? Because I was multitasking when you were talking.
You were paying attention.
No, I was multitasking.
I'm in pain. One of your questions had been, is there another way to do this? In other words, is there another way to create this equity without the split roll initiative or Prop 15? And my answer to you is yes. I think the perceived problem with this unequal treatment of commercial and industrial property has grown because of the way the 1979 Assembly Task Force chose to implement Prop 13 as it related to legal entities, and when did a legal entity actually change ownership. And I should stop right now. I know the members of the board know this. I'm one of the old people on the block. I actually started my career before Prop 13 passed. So I've lived through cyclical reappraisals. I lived through what David Young was trying to describe to you, the long implementation period, although I do disagree on 4 years. So I have a different perception of this. I think, though, that because the way the Assembly Task Force chose to treat legal entities, it created a system where commercial and industrial properties haven't been reassessed as often. That is a state law. It's not a constitutional provision, and I believe the legislature could have fixed it. I just don't think they have the impetus or the willingness to do so.
Great. Thank you for the explanation. So
This
it's
is
the change, the legal.
This is
the
Lenny
legal
Goldberg. May I comment? Oh.
Yes, you may.
Okay, if you don't mind, I have some comments on each of them, but I'll refer to who we had excellent conversations with before the drafting and really appreciate her input. You know, we tried in the 1990s to say cumulative change of ownership consists of change of ownership, so that as stock turned over, that would be considered change of ownership. But the problem there is not only did you have to track all this changes in shares of stock, there are many closely held companies that would, like Irvine Company, that would never be affected, so you don't get to the equity issue. But you also have to then track in a very detailed way every share that every partnership, of every LLC, of every REIT that changes ownership. So I really tried really hard, I have to say, in the 1990s. And Senator Quentin Kopp carried a bill that just did not work. Not only was it not passed, of course, but it also, when you look at it in great detail, it's very intrusive on property ownership, but it also has the problem that many properties still that are closely held, even if you have cumulative change of ownership, would not change ownership. And of course, the business community opposed this strenuously. And I know that Ms. Stowers' boss, Betty E., was involved in those discussions, and there just was no way to solve change of ownership in an equitable way. We could have made it more equitable, and we might not be here today, but that was so strenuously opposed. But it's still, and when we looked at it and say, okay, should we go all out for this, it didn't work. Let me speak. Mr. Prang set out some really good numbers that are very interesting. 200,000 properties, 85% eventually exempt. And that gets to the issue of implementation. 30,000 properties would not be exempt. They're doing approximately 10, he said 5 to 10,000 a year. When I looked at BOE data, it was 9 or 10,000 a year, which means that over a period of several years, those 30,000 properties, those largest and oldest properties, can be exempt. Now, we got a question from one assessor that said, well, won't there be unequal treatment here? And I think that gets to legislative implementation. Legislative implementation will say, we would hope that look at the oldest properties first, look at the largest properties first, and then move down the line. And so we'll work with you in terms of making sure that we're getting those that generate the most revenue as time goes on. But 30,000 properties, now the ones that will be exempt is correct. You'll have to look at them. Now, a huge number of them, I don't know about LA County, but in the state are under $1 million. Those are not going to be very difficult to look at. But then when you get to, is this over or under $3 million, we expect for smaller properties substantial amounts of time. So the burden is somewhat similar to the number of transfers that you're doing right now to get most of that revenue. And then over time, to look at the exempt properties. Those properties, if they end up not being exempt, will still have a great leeway, because in the measure specifically, only after there will be no look backs. Only after the first lien date will you then be assessed. So for the smaller and older properties, those 85% of his properties that can take a significant amount of time. Since you're already doing 10,000 a year, it looks like, obviously you know your numbers, and obviously there's a huge amount of work to be done. But in terms of those numbers, it does make sense that right off the top, a good deal of this can be implemented. And then we will be obviously working with the assessors, as we discussed with Mr. Gakel and Ms. Davis, and the LA County Assessment Office, that we will work with you on however long it takes. Now, with regard to LA County, one of the things we did this is both for the LA assessor and the San Francisco assessor, will affect others much less, is to make sure that in the mixed-use properties where you have a store and a bunch of houses above it, that will not have to open up a new account. And that was something that the LA County assessor asked for, the San Francisco assessor asked for. The legislature will say 75% or more in value. That's particularly designed for those places, say in San Francisco, where you have maybe 2 residential units above or 2 stories above a store. The store will be worth less. The 75% of the property be covered. You won't have to open a new account. So much of that has been addressed. Now, with regard to the agricultural issue, I found Mr. Gakel's comment very interesting. He was also somebody who was very amenable to working with us, and we certainly, with Ms. Davis and Mr. Gakel, we certainly enjoyed the effort. The issue in agriculture is that it has to be called commercial and industrial property. Now, you have a lot of use codes. The assessors convinced us not to use zoning, but to use use categories. Now, I can't see any way that all those things that are stated by the Farm Bureau, and that any assessor would say trees and nuts and irrigation and barns are considered commercial and industrial. There will be cases that large food processing facilities or large wineries that are open to the public and serve meals, and those are pretty much commercial, or large food processing facilities may be considered industrial. That's something where the lines will need to be drawn by the Board of Equalization. But certainly all those things that are agricultural commodities and products and production of agricultural commodities should be very clear in the initiative. And as you know, when you draw lines, you need a group like the Board of Equalization to make sure this is the case. But it's very much the case that it's a double-edged test. It's ag land, of course, and then it has to be considered commercial and industrial. And the vast, almost none of agriculture is under a use code that would ever be called by the assessor commercial and industrial. So I appreciate Mr. Gakel, Mr. Prang, and we are very concerned about the recruitment issue. We have a survey going by a very well-known property tax people who understand the property tax that said, for example, that 83% of commercial properties are considered available under computer-assisted mass appraisal. So we think there are many opportunities there to make the system more efficient. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'd like to get back to the board. Any further questions or comments from board members? Okay, let's see. Seeing and hearing none, why don't we go ahead now to public comment. Ms. Davis?
Thank you, sir. We'd like to open this up for public comment. Do we have AT&T moderator? Do we have anyone on the phone who'd like to make a comment regarding this matter?
I'd be glad to check for you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, if you'd like to provide a public comment, please press 1 then 0 on your touch-tone keypad. And we do currently have one person. Just one moment, please. They're with an operator. And thank you for your patience. We'll go to line number 126. Line 126, your line is now open.
Wonderful. Thank you. If you could
Hi.
limit to 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Great. Hi.
This is Veronica Carizales with Los Angeles. I just wanted to say, you know, every other state regularly reassesses commercial properties, and there's no reason why California can't do the same. In fact, California did this before Proposition 13 passed. This measure covers all the upfront costs so that assessors can do their job, and it provides for a phase-in approach. We should see this as an opportunity to create jobs. We could work with the colleges to train more assessors so that they could be able to do all of the appraisals that are needed for our state. Proposition 15 raises critical revenue that is needed by our local governments and schools, and the proposal has an equity formula for education that will greatly benefit rural areas. So I would suggest that assessors develop a can-do attitude, and because this measure is needed for our state. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any other callers for public comment?
And as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a public comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time.
Please limit those comments to a minute, but we'd love to hear from you.
And sir, at this minute, we have no public comments in queue. Please continue.
Wonderful.
Member
Okay.
Gaines, we do have one written comment that we'd like to have read into the record.
Right.
Mr. Nanjo, do you have
Yeah,
that?
please.
Actually, Ms. Renati is going to be reading that. Ms. Renati?
Yes, thank you. This comment is from Jennifer Bestor. The comment is, listening to BOE staffers and assessors, I am struck anew by the cost and inefficiency of this proposition and the pain that will be felt by all trying to cope with its sledgehammer approach. Blue Skies Consulting Tim Gage, former State Director of Finance, who spoke as an architect of the proposition to the Assembly hearing on the proposition on June 4th, published Concentration of Revenue Generated by Proposition 15 on behalf of the proposition last week. The first page of this analysis shows that 10% of commercial industrial properties would pay 92% of the revenues raised by the measure. So 9 out of 10 commercial industrial properties will require appraisals to raise just 8% of the new funding. This could not be more inefficient or uneconomic for appraisers, appeals boards, the BOE, or property owners. Equally interesting, on page 4, it shows 30.4%, almost a third of all new revenue, coming from properties whose base years fall within the past decade. This runs directly opposite to proponent Lenny Goldberg's statements. Only 13.7 will come from 1975 to 1979 base year properties, the Disneys, McDonald's, and others, according to this same chart. This goes a long way to explain why individual rents will increase, because the actual mechanisms in the proposition go so far beyond closing the loophole on a small percentage of scofflaws. It raises costs across the board on every business property, and most particularly on properties that are paying full fare currently. Furthermore, the same published analysis shows that only 9.5% of commercial properties are considered to be within the 80 to 100% of market value, not 60%. Sadly, while proponents' arguments run close to my heart, its mechanisms run directly contrary to the mechanisms within their proposition. And the commenter also provided a link to a document called the Blue Sky document, which will be posted along with the public comment for Ms. Bestor. And that concludes the comment.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Ms. Davis, why don't we now look at our next item on the agenda, please?
We will now move to a discussion on the impact on the appeals process. Member Gaines, are you prepared to introduce the panelists?
Yes, I am. Thank you. And this is impact on the appeals process. We have 3 panelists, the first of which is John McKibben, who is the committee chair of the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials. Second is Paul Waldman, president of the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates. And the third is Wes Nichols, board member of the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates. Panelists, are you ready to go?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
Do we want to start with John McKibben, or is there a particular order you have?
That's fine.
Okay, wonderful. Mr. McKibben?
Yes, thank you, Senator Gaines.
Yeah, welcome.
Chair Vasquez and members. My name is John McKibben. I'm speaking today on behalf of the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials. I want to say it right at the outset that CACEO does not take positions on ballot initiatives. So I'm not going to be speaking and should be construed to be speaking either for or against the measure. With regard to the effects of split roll on county boards of equalization and assessment appeals boards in large and medium-sized counties, because that's really what I'm going to be addressing here, can be difficult to determine, and it's going to depend in part on what comes out of the legislature's task force. It's called for in the initiative. Among the duties of that task force is one that requires it to develop a new and somewhat different appeal process for commercial and industrial properties affected by the initiative. But unfortunately, the sponsors did not include a representative of county boards of supervisors, the owners of the process under the state's constitution, to serve on the task force. But the county governing body that is ultimately responsible for the program will only have limited indirect ability to weigh in on the development of the appeal program. So we are not in a good position to really predict what the final product's going to look like, unless perhaps the legislature can be prevailed upon to include participation by an organization representing boards of supervisors from, say, the California State Association of Counties or perhaps the Urban Counties of California. Another important unknown, but one that will most definitely have an effect on county boards, is how assessors will actually go about implementing the initiative at the local level, both during the phase-in process and on an ongoing basis. How often will assessors be able to look realistically to appraise properties going forward? Obviously, the more frequently these properties are reassessed, the greater will be the number of appeals that are going to be filed with the clerk of the county board. The main thing we know, though, is that the implementation of split roll is going to trigger a huge increase in assessment appeals, as was described by Assessor Prang and others. Earlier estimates in our county increased the commercial industrial assessment appeals to, we're estimating around about 75% of the affected parcels will file appeals. This translates to about 45,000 appeals. Right now, we only get about 9,500 commercial industrial appeals each year, so that's a very significant increase. Now, that 75% may be high, it may be low, but clearly the number is going to be very large. More troubling for clerks, though, is the fact that, than just the raw numbers, is that the affected properties are the ones that are high-value, complex cases that consume very large chunks of hearing hours or even days. In recent years, appeals of commercial industrial properties comprise around 31% of appeals in Los Angeles County, for example, but they consume the great majority of the total assessment appeals board hearing times. Under split roll, we are going to have to blend also newly reassessed commercial industrial appeals with pre-split roll initiative appeals, and we'll need to develop some sort of fair and practical scheduling process that's inevitably not going to please everyone, since the initiative would exempt these commercial industrial appeals under split roll from the 2-year deadline under Section 1604 of the Revenue Tax Code. The parties to these proceedings in counties with large numbers of appeals will certainly experience more stringent policies with regard to discretionary continuances and postponements. It's inevitable. This reality reinforces the message that we clerks have been trying to impress on everyone for a long time, and you've heard me say this before. The parties need to do a better job of communicating with each other, even though we know that this is an adversarial process, the assessment appeal. Now, how to cope with split roll workload. The fact is we don't have any magic bullets, but here are 2 broad strategies, if that's the right word. We need to dramatically increase hearing capacity. We have to do that, and we're hoping that AB 3373, which is sponsored jointly by CACEO and Los Angeles County, will be enacted to allow the addition of new assessment appeals boards over and above the current limit of 5. That will help, but only if we can find the people and the money to do that, of course. For example, the clerk in Los Angeles County estimates that the county may need as many as 15 assessment appeals boards to keep abreast of the workload should split roll be enacted. Somehow, we have to try to greatly increase budgets and expenditures for assessment appeals in the face of severely reduced revenue, even in those counties that are purported to be beneficiaries of split roll. We will have to build or acquire more hearing rooms, waiting areas, hire and train additional staff, pay significantly more in stipends for assessment appeals board members and hearing officers, and so on. And at the same time, we're going to have to comply with ongoing health department or the social distancing, excuse me, and other measures, which will negatively affect our ability to maximize productivity. And we clerks, like the assessors, will somehow need to recruit many more qualified people who are willing to serve as assessment appeals board members and hearing officers. That's a very difficult task even now, let alone at a time when we're going to have a greater need. Second broad strategy would be is for all of us, both clerks and assessors and taxpayer agents, to work together to try to smooth or streamline the process. This is not rocket science, and there's nothing technical or complicated about it. But as I indicated, in those counties that are hardest hit by split roll appeals, there are going to be changes made, and undoubtedly to be more stringency with regard to granting requests for discretionary continuances and postponements. This would require at least two things: that the parties need to better communicate with each other as early as possible in the process, to decide what can be resolved without evidentiary hearings, and to clearly identify what issues must be adjudicated. The parties need to be ready to proceed with evidence and arguments when the hearing starts. Continuances will be harder to come by because board hearing time will be at a premium rather. One thing I was not prepared really to speak in any kind of detail about is the possibility of the use of remote hearings. However, and counties are currently using those to the extent possible, but we cannot, at this point, without guidance from perhaps the state board, the attorney general, we're not sure who exactly, guidelines that will protect the taxpayers and the assessors' due process rights. We are using remote hearings, and will continue and will expand on administrative matters that are not evidentiary hearings, but that itself is going to take a lot of time and effort to actually implement and provide regular standardized procedures so that they can proceed properly. That's really all I have today. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of clerks.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. McKibben. And now, are we moving forward with Paul Waldman?
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, that's great. You're president of CADA. Thank you.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm Paul Waldman. I'm president of CADA. And I also have with me here today Wes Nichols, who's a member of our board. We did have a slide deck that we passed out. You may or may not have it. If not, we're happy to provide one afterwards. We're a little bit on limited time. I'm just going to pick out some highlights in our presentation. Hopefully it won't be a little too disjointed. Just a quick history on the split roll. There have actually been 16 unsuccessful split roll proposals over the years. 7 of them were actually ballot initiatives, but only 1 actually made it to the ballot in '92. Now, as we know, this one didn't gather enough signatures and will be on the ballot. One of the things that really strikes me as being one of the bigger issues that we're dealing with is this $3 million exemption, and that's going to come up in a few various ways here. As we know, that property under $3 million will not be reassessed unless ownership, indirectly or directly, has other real estate throughout California that is in aggregate exceeds $3 million. And this is adjusted, every 2 years based on average commercial industrial market values. So obviously, that's going to bring up the initial question of how is this going to get adjusted, and what kind of litigation will that create? How the aggregate property gets periodically reappraised is a little unclear. So if you own one property here, but you own other property in other California, in other counties, for example, how does that $3 million value get valued? It's a little unclear. Can that be appealed to the Assessment Appeals Board? According to the law, the proposal, it says no. It can only be judicial review for abuse of discretion. And that's a little bit concerning. That seems like a large hurdle if there's some disagreement on that $3 million value. The other issue is there's no margin of error discussed. If it's 3.1 million, another appraiser might consider it 2.9 million, and that's a huge difference in whether you get reassessed or not. So that can cause a lot of a lot of heartache, I think, around that particular line. In addition, the owner has to file a claim each year. And so now you have this bureaucratic form that you must file. If you miss that form, then you get hit with a massive reassessment each year. As we know, in 2024, small businesses will be exempt from personal property assessments. Again, to qualify as a small business, you must file a claim again. So now we're back to that issue. Does this exemption include fixtures in aircraft and vessels? That's not particularly clear. We do know that the $500,000 exemption does include fixtures and doesn't include aircraft and vessels, but we're not sure how that applies to small businesses. The law says that in consultation with the county assessors, the legislature shall develop a process for hearing appeals that is consistent with the following parameters. Several of those are particularly relevant to us practitioners. One of the big things we're concerned about, we've heard this come up quite a few times now, is the 2-year deadline is eliminated. We're quite concerned about that. Hearings could be postponed indefinitely. Justice delayed is justice denied. And so what's going to happen when there's no 2-year limit here? One of the other issues is the taxpayers are going to have to provide evidence for their appeal when they initially file. This is particularly onerous to practitioners who have a lot of clients and who will be filing potentially a lot of appeals, especially if this split rule passes. We're going to be filing a lot more appeals, and it would be just nearly impossible to actually put together entire appeal packages with the initial filing. Again, it mentions that the legislature would be in consultation with county assessors to develop a process. We feel that it is imperative that taxpayer representatives, such as CADA, should be a part of that consultation with the legislature and the county assessors. Just a note of what's at stake here. The Transamerica building last sold in 1972, and it's recently sold for $700 million. Its current assessment is $257 million. They're paying about $3 million in taxes. The new tax after $700 million value is going to be $8.3 million. If it hadn't sold under this new initiative, the current owners would receive a 177% increase in their tax bill from one year to the next. That's just a stark reminder of the tax dollars that are currently under the protection of Prop 13 and what can happen to long-term owners of property. It's been mentioned a number of times that, a lot of tenants are under triple net leases, particularly in retail. Those taxes are going to get passed directly through. It should be noted that a lot of office properties have expense stops in their leases, and those taxes will also be passed through. One of the other issues that we were concerned about is complex properties with high fixturization. Are they valuing shell, or are they valuing it the full integrated? Again, getting back to that $3 million total value exemption cap. There's a lot of issues with potential duplication in assessment, which again further complicates that. We see this as a big issue with industrial properties, particularly. I'm going to turn it over to Wes. He's going to talk about some of the other issues that we're looking at. Wes, hopefully you're on the line, and why don't you jump in?
Yes, this is Wes Nichols. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. One of the other things that we can, I know you guys have our slides, is on the impacts of complex properties. Is one of the things that we see is oftentimes there's shopping centers or properties where they'll have multiple parcels in one economic unit. Are we to value each individual parcel under $3 million or as an aggregate over $3 million? So this can have some complexities. Some of the big thing that I believe that CADA really has some big issues with, or where we see is the taxpayers' rights due process. With the massive volumes of appeals and shortcuts and negative results will create, the owners of the law that the owner must file an annual claim to get the exemption. What if they're denied? What are the due process rights of that owner? Is there a way for it to be reviewed? Is it there? As of right now, there is nothing in the legislation. The other is a 2-year limit to hear an appeal is waived. This can create a situation where the assessors could delay the cases for a long period of time. Some of the other issues that we see in due process would be taxpayers must present all evidence at the time of filing. We're having attorneys look into this, but it would be similar to a civil complaint. Typically, you just file a complaint, but you don't turn in all your evidence. It would be virtually impossible for us to work up our valuation, collect it, and file it with the appeal, nor do the clerks want to be gatekeepers of this records, where they would have to then take all of our information and our appraisals along with our applications. It's just too onerous, and it's virtually impossible for the owners to have that. We think this portion of the law, in our opinions, could be potentially illegal. Also, with new manuals being written, what safeguards are there for taxpayers' rights in the weeds of the Eastern Road procedure? If the initiative states the boards will work with the assessors to develop procedures, will taxpayers' representatives such as CADA be part of the process? Who's a part of these boards? Is it the Board of Equalization? What if we cannot agree on the process? Who has a final say? There's a lot of unknowns here. The initiative suggests legislation notwithstanding current statute. This suggests that they can throw out any current statutes and protections. So then what set of laws are we going by? And some of the other things that we see is implementation details of unknown properties. The property owners with less than an aggregate of $3 million in real estate value are exempt. How is this determined? What happens if there's a dispute? Can you appeal? As of right now, you can't. If this can be appealed, how are the hearings determine the value of other properties? For example, if I get a reduction on one property in a different county, but not on the other, do I automatically win the appeal of the other property because the other one got corrected below $3 million? You see how there's a lot of different potential issues here that we see with that. How do assessors file and track these real estate holdings across counties amongst individual LLCs? This could cause another major administrative and legal issues. And most likely it's going to be the BOE. Similarly with the BOE 100s, the BOE will have to have a completely different department just to track all these different ownerships and who owns what and the values. And lastly, one of the things is we see how is the selection of property to be determined. For example, who is selected the first year and who gets reassessed and who gets reassessed the 2 additional years. I remember speaking to the San Diego assessor saying it would take him at least 3 years of value. So do we do the North County first? Do we do Central County next? Or do we do it by property type? Do we do hotel owners first and retail the 3rd year? There's really no equalization and no fairness to this at all. And there's no uniformity. Some other issues that we possibly see is the massive volumes of appeals. Is how will the appeal procedures be affected? It relates back to taxpayers' rights and due process. For example, what about the appeal process for single-family residents and apartments that are not impacted by the split roll? In theory, you would need 2 separate boards with 2 separate rules and procedures. We anticipate, due to the split roll, that homes and apartment values could go down and more appeals be filed on those, thus resulting in more appeals across the board. Basically, we see this as the assessment appeals will be severely strained. How many years the taxpayers will wait for relief over assessment? And then some of the other unintended consequences we see, the $3 million exemption cap creates several issues. Every time this is reset, there's a potential for litigation. This could have significant impact on stunning value of appreciating properties that are near the $3 million. For example, let's say I have a property that is close to $3 million. Well, if I'm a buyer, I'm going to intentionally make sure that my offer is right below the $3 million so that I can then be under the $3 million threshold. And what you'll start seeing is you'll start seeing properties in that range, all of a sudden, instead of selling for more than $3 million, they're selling for less than $3 million, so they can beat the cap. The other thing that we anticipate strongly is that assessors most likely will be very conservative with their valuations the first round to avoid many problems and to avoid significant reductions. However, what this would do is it would cause basically a lot of withdrawals. So many, instead of the cases being 20% being withdrawn, you would probably see 60 to 80% withdrawn, and it just creates a lot of work. while there would be issues on both the assessors and practitioners in ramping up personnel, there would be difficulty in ramping up board personnel. This could result in potential less qualified personnel on board and increased litigation. And lastly, what shortcuts will be implemented to handle the higher volumes? For example, out of state, other states allow third-party private companies to do mass valuation for property tax and assessed value purposes. Right now, I believe that that's not allowed here in California, but in some of these smaller counties, they could outsource to third-party firms to do a lot of their valuation. Is this going to be allowed? Is that a good idea? Does it work? There could be a lot of mistakes with that. So it's one of those things where the BOE, this is some of the other things that we're thinking of that could potentially impact this. I'm going to let Paul finish off. He's got a really interesting story to tell about his experience as an advanced appraiser, educational expert. He works for the community college level. So, Paul, would you like to take over?
Yeah,
okay, I could just interrupt here because we're at the 20-minute mark. So if you have another comment, if you could please keep it very brief. And then I'd like to go to a 5-minute break, and then we'll go back to board members with questions and comments, and then public comment. Thank you.
This will be very, very brief. I do teach a class at community college level in advanced appraisal. Out of a class of 27, I had maybe just a few that could potentially end up doing this work. And it takes, as several people have said, years to teach someone to do this type of commercial industrial appraisal work. With this massive increase in opportunity, this profession is going to see a large influx of less qualified practitioners, resulting in a decline in confidence and professionalism in the industry. That's one thing we're very concerned about as well. I just want to thank the board for setting up this hearing and for inviting us to speak. We're happy to answer any questions, and that was it. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. McKibben, Mr. Waldman, and Mr. Nichols. Appreciate all your input, and I would like to take a 5-minute break, and then we can resume with comments and questions from the board, and then public comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair here.
We're back.
Great.
Excuse my interruption, sir. This is the moderator. Can I just ask as a reminder that everyone please mute their lines when they're not speaking, please?
Tony,
Sure,
just so you know,
we're just
you
trying to
have
make
very
sure
dark
the board's here.
screen. It's dark on your screen.
I'm sorry, you said it's dark?
Yeah, it looks a little dark on your screen there.
Ah, I wonder why.
Maybe turn a light on in the room. I don't know if that would help, or maybe the.
Yeah, Tony, I see the Los Angeles Dodgers on your desk.
Let me flip a light.
Members, just a reminder, we're live streaming.
Is that better?
That is better. Wonderful. I think we're ready to start back up. And why don't we start with board member comments or questions of the panel?
Member Gaines, this is Yvette Stowers. I just have a quick question or maybe clarification to Mr. Paul Waldman. When are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
When you were speaking on the task force, did you say that the members will not include a taxpayer representative, and you recommend that it should?
Yeah, according to the legislation, it states that that the legislature will work with the county assessors, and what we're saying is we believe that taxpayer representatives should also be included in those discussions in the implementation.
I agree with you 100%. I took a look at section, I think it's section 6 of the initiative, and it does include a tax representative. You might want to take a section 6, section 2.5 when they talk about the task force. Maybe if the proponents are still on the line, they could speak to that.
I am. It specifically says taxpayers, advocates, assessors. It's including and not limited to. So it definitely has taxpayers as part of that. And one of the issues that will be addressed is not only the phase-in for assessors, but phase-in for taxpayers, which is explicitly referenced, and they are explicitly included in the language of the measure. Definitely taxpayers are part of that task force.
That's very good. I apologize that we missed that.
Okay, any other questions of the panel?
Yes, this is Chair Vasquez, and it's actually going back to Kata, and I guess it's Mr. Waldman. You mentioned, the issue of due process with these appeals, and I know we're facing that issue now. I was just wondering if you had, or if your group had any ideas or suggestions how to address that moving forward.
I mean, not off the top of my head. I mean, our concern is, of course, if this passes and they eliminate the 2-year limit, then there's two issues. There's the 2-year limit, which is one problem. There's also the other problem is that because there's going to be maybe such an impact on the process that I remember in the early 90s when I was doing hearings. They had like a 30-minute limit. You had 30 minutes to put your case on, and that was it. And that really kind of, hurts, the taxpayer and their ability to present a proper case. And so that's our concern. As far as solutions, I don't have those at the moment. That would be something that would need to be worked out to make sure that that there aren't some shortcuts that are created in the process that can hurt the taxpayers.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Goldberg, if I may.
Wonderful. Board members, other questions, comments?
Vice Chair Schaefer here. I had a comment, necessarily a panel, but I'm concerned about this anonymity issue. And our council referred me to Government Code Section 11124. I would like to ask each of my colleagues to take a look at Government Code Section 11124. He said that that's the statute that assures that people can appear anonymously. I read the statute and it does nothing of the sort. If you look at the statute, all it does is it says they can attend a meeting without having to disclose that they're attending the meeting. If there's a sign-up sheet, they don't have to sign it. It allows them to come into a meeting anonymously, but that's all it does. And he's telling us that that permits them to anonymously give us their opinion on which we're supposed to rely and deciding what to do for the public good. That's an entirely different concept. And I'm beginning to take the opinions of our council, you know, with a grain of salt on some of these issues. I think he overinterprets on Bagley Keene to avoid the appearance of...
Excuse me.
Every time. Well, I'll try not to get off track on it, but
Yeah.
the anonymity issue was raised, and I was told to refer to Government Code 11124
Yes.
to justify
Yeah.
it. I would think you should take another look at that, and if somebody wants to appear anonymously...
Excuse me, can we stick with the agenda? Member Schaefer, this really is something you should deal with offline with Henry and Angel. Let's just stick to the
All right,
agenda.
I'll deal with it offline, Ms.
Thank you.
Copeland. But I was concerned that he quoted it for something that was totally inappropriate.
But
Great.
even
Yeah, thank
still,
you.
your concern
Thank
should
you,
be
Member
raised
Schaefer.
offline.
And I think if you could pursue it and bring it up at a future meeting, we'd appreciate that. And members, are there any other questions, comments before we move on to public comment portion?
This is Lenny Goldberg. May I comment on some of the CADA comments?
No, let's wait until we get to the public portion, please. All right, Ms. Davis, do we have people on the line?
Yes, sir. If we can check with the AT&T moderator, if you can find out if there's anyone who is on the line who'd like to make a public comment at this time. Thank you.
I'd be glad to. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to provide a public comment, please press 1 then 0 on your touch-tone keypad. Once again, if you'd like to provide a public comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time.
If there's no one available, I'd like to go back to Mr. Goldberg. You have 1 minute to comment, Mr. Goldberg.
Hello, this is Wes Nichols. Can you hear me?
Okay, I thought it was Mr. Goldberg wanting to comment. And then we can get to you, Wes, too, in terms of public comment. Okay, I'm not hearing him. So Wes Nichols, please go ahead and make your comment. Please limit it to 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just address what Mr. Waltman was saying and maybe add some addition to it. You asked how we could handle reduce some of the workload and the appeal process. And one idea where I think I would love to have today would be a state level board that would hear cases that weren't able to get resolved correctly at the local level, or maybe are really big in nature and very complex, have an opportunity to have really experienced experts hear those cases. You could do one in the Northern California, one in Southern California. I think that could be something to where judicial rights of the taxpayers could make sure that the board members that they have go in front of them are very experienced, competent MAI appraisers or attorneys that really know the issues at hand. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. Davis, do we have other people that want to make a public comment?
I believe
May I?
that.
Yes, Lenny Goldberg.
Yes, please,
May
Mr.
I
Goldberg.
speak to one of the issues?
Yeah.
Yes,
for-
the two-year issue. The two-year issue came directly from the assessors, where Larry Stone made a very eloquent plea to say, you know, they're going to file everything, everything's going to be appealed, and we'll just have to take it in 2 years, and we won't have time to do that. So the 2 years applies just to the initial reassessments. I'm not surprised CADA doesn't like that because they want to be able to put anything they want on the roll and have it accepted. But we recognize there'll be an initial round of appeals. The assessor's statements about the roll will be accepted until such time as the case is heard. The second piece with regard to data up front came directly from various county councils who said, you know, we're always being jerked around. They put in an appeal, and then the next time around, they'll put in different data, and then we get to the 2-year time limit. And so, in fact, having that data up front says, you got to do your homework first. You got to know that you have a legitimate appeal, and we, the assessors, will be able to analyze that. So I just wanted to speak to some of the CADA comments. I have many other comments, but apparently you don't want to hear them.
Well, right now, I just want to make sure we're covering all the public comment, so I appreciate that.
Member Gaines,
Yes.
I believe that there is Thomas Parker who is on the line who'd like to make a comment. Mr. Parker, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great. Please limit your comment to 1 minute.
Yes, sir. First, I also express my appreciation to the State Board for taking the time to listen to all of this valuable information. Mr. McKibben stole my thunder, and I have no problem with that in the various comments he made. I will say simply that I've been doing property tax as both Assessors Council and as AAB Council since 1994. And I fully concur as the Los Angeles County AAB Council with all of the observations that Mr. McKibben offered to you earlier this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, members and, Ms. Davis, any other comments from members of the public?
I am unaware of any other comments that have come through. AT&T operator, can you just verify that there's no one else on the line that would like to make a public comment at this time?
Yes, ma'am, and no one is queued up to provide a public comment at this time.
Okay, is there any written comments at this time from the public?
Not that I'm aware of. Mr. Nanjo, do you have any written comments, or Ms. Renati?
I am not aware. This is Henry Nanjo, Acting Board Proceedings Chief. I am not aware of any comments that we have received specifically with regards to this item. We do have quite a number for public comment number 7.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Member Gaines, I believe we fleshed out all of the public comments for this matter at this time.
Wonderful, great. I want to thank everybody for their excellent presentations today. As I mentioned, we have reserved an hour for public comment. I look forward to hearing from everyone. Ms. Davis, can we open this up for the public comment period? This would be for the entire agenda.
We've received several public comments, so if you can just bear with us. There are public commenters who are on the line, who are on the phone. We also have written public comments that we've received. So we will try to do this as decently and in order as orderly as possible. So let's start with the public commenters that are on the phone. AT&T moderator, can you please verify if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding item number 7, which is under the public comments portion of the agenda. Thank you.
Certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to provide a public comment for today, please press 1, then 0 at this time.
And
1, then 0.
Please keep those comments to 1 minute, please, so we can get through everybody so they have an opportunity.
And once again, if you'd like to provide a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And no one has queued up for public comment.
Okay, Member Gaines, would you like for us to proceed with the written comments that we've received? We've received several.
Yes, please, thank you.
Mr. Nanjo and Ms. Renati, are you prepared to start the written comments?
Yes, we are.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, and board members, Ms. Renati and I will trade off when in an effort not to strain our voices because we do have quite a number of these. So with that, the first one is from Jessica Pandero, a community organizer, Los Angeles. My name is Jessica Pandero, and I live in Los Angeles County. I support Proposition 15 because it provides funding for Evergreen Elementary School for public education, including K-5 through 12 and community colleges. As a Theodore Roosevelt High School alum, I experienced the lack of funding in our schools. I went to class with 37 other students where I saw the teachers struggling to be able to support all their students, where teachers were forced to decide who were the students that she should support and leave other students to their own fate. A lot of those students didn't sit next to me during graduation. This is important because my niece will be starting as a kindergartner in Evergreen Elementary in the upcoming school year. She is a talented little girl who loves to dance, sing, draw, and I want to ensure that our schools have the funding to have art classes, hire more music teachers, and that there is a nurse to be able to care for her if she needed it. Her first experience in class will be virtually. We are going through a pandemic, and we saw that our public schools infrastructure wasn't funded to support all the students to continue their schoolwork. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We will call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Jessica Pandero. Next item is from Jim Burfiend. My name is Jim Burfiend. I'm a retired teacher in Butte County. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for our local schools and community services. This is important to me because I taught math to 13 and 14-year-old students in 5 classes a day with 28 to 32 students. This was too many students to give each student the attention they deserved. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion each year for our schools and for local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Jim Burfiend, and he gives his address in Chico, California. The next one is from Melinda Luisa de Jesus. My name is Melinda Luisa de Jesus. I am a parent, homeowner, and educator in Oakland, California. I support Proposition 15 for numerous reasons, including it would provide much needed funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent and also as a college professor who has witnessed firsthand how decades of underfunding of California public education has greatly undermined the American dream of a diverse, informed, and engaged people. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion each year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to implement a change that Californians like me and my families have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Melinda Luisa de Jesus, PhD, Rockridge. Next item is from Kirsten Benjamin. My name is Kirsten Benjamin. I'm a parent in Berkeley. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges. This is important to me because we need to invest in the future of our state workforce by teaching and training future employees and entrepreneurs who will keep our state's economy and people thriving. Education and young people represent our future, and we need to invest in them to ensure the future health of our economy, provide economic opportunities, level the playing field, and provide good jobs to keep people away from crime and the deaths of despair. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion, implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Kirsten Benjamin, Biotech Vice President, Berkeley. Next item is from Bonnie Robinson. Hi, my name is Bonnie Robinson. I am a member of the Central Orange County League of Women Voters and the California Teachers Association. I'm a retired educator who has taught 40 years in the city of Orange. During non-pandemic times, I'm still a regular volunteer at local public elementary schools. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges. This is important to me because California has some of the largest class sizes and the worst ratios of number of counselors and nurses to students than most any other state in the country. I know from my many years of teaching at-risk students how these large sizes impact students' education. I know from my vast experience of working with students at risk how adequate critical support services can help students attain success at school and at home, building a foundation for a positive future. Because of COVID-19, funding of these services will be even more critical. In addition to other costs ascertained with pandemic in serving students in the next several years, Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools, local services, by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. Members of the League of Women Voters and California Teachers Association call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that will benefit our schools and communities. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Bonnie Robinson, retired educator, League of Women Voters, Central Orange County, California Teachers Association, Orange, California. Next item is from Jeannie Wiedner. My name is Jeannie Wiedner. I'm a homeowner in San Diego and a retired educator in the CSU system. As a member of the League of Women Voters, I'm an ardent supporter of Proposition 15, who feels that its time is long overdue. This measure will provide needed funding for our schools and local communities that have been underfunded for 40 years due to an unfair loophole in our property tax code. The framers of Proposition 15 have done an excellent job in structuring this amendment to protect homeowners, agricultural businesses, and other businesses while providing funding to those areas of our society that need it most. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I ask you to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Thank you for considering this request. Sincerely, Jeannie Wiedner, retired faculty, CSU SM and CDSU San Diego. The next comment is from Luann Rotici. As owners of rental property, we are struggling to give rent relief and keep our tenants, who are small business owners, in business. Raising our taxes would necessitate raising rents, which no one can afford. This tax does not make sense, especially at this time. The next comment is from Elizabeth Faulkner. My name is Elizabeth Faulkner, and I'm a parent and active community member in Oakland, California. I support Proposition 15 and urge the Board of Equalization to ensure Proposition 15 is both implemented effectively and fully enforced. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. We need those funds for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. This is a balance that my family and neighbors enthusiastically support. I call upon you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Elizabeth Faulkner. Next comment is from Mrs. Denise Nelson. I would like to encourage Action 4, Proposition 15. Corporations have found legal ways to avoid paying justifiable tax on their properties, for example, by ostensibly selling only a portion of their property and thereby cutting their tax costs. In contrast, California homeowners have been paying their assigned tax. This has been disastrous for our schools and our communities. California education has deteriorated for lack of money to buy up-to-date books and sufficient school supplies, as well as reasonable teacher salaries, funds to pay for counselors and school nurses. As the grandmother of 2 small children about to enter school, I am appalled and extremely concerned about our neglected education system. The next comment is from Robert Dewey Purcell. I am a senior and homeowner in Sacramento. I strongly support Proposition 15. At this time of need and growing income equality, Proposition 15 can fairly provide for desperately needed services throughout the state. Next comment is from Beth Clark. Hello, I am Beth Clark, a parent of an entering freshman at Santa Monica High School and an LAUSD teacher and a UTLA member. I support Proposition 15 because every child deserves a top-notch education and resources. Students in South Central Los Angeles should have access to quality resources and education that students in Santa Monica enjoy. For the 5th largest economy in the world, every child should have the opportunities and vibrant schools in communities everywhere. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion, both implementing a change for Californians like me have needed for a long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Beth Clark, parent, teacher, Los Angeles County. Next comment is from Ms. Kathleen McGovern. Her comment is, your stance on Proposition 15 boils down to two options. One, you support desperately needed schools and education in our community, or two, you cave into those unwilling to close community corporate property tax loopholes that are siphoning funds from our schools in the desperate need of unhoused people of Oakland. I hope you have the courage to do what is right. Kathleen McGovern, OUSD parent. Next comment is from Cheryl Starch. Californians already pay more taxes per person than almost anywhere in the U.S. Businesses leave California because of the high cost of doing businesses here. Businesses will only pass this additional cost to us. Consumers, increased cost of living in California at this time of economic crisis for all Californians is a bad idea. Schools have some funding measure on the ballot with every voting cycle. How about a deep dive into how they're spending this money? I have firsthand knowledge of some of the incredible waste that happens in school districts. It's reasonable to expect many public schools will not return to full classrooms and will maintain a virtual learning environment for the future, further decreasing the need for increased funding. I do not support Proposition 15 for these reasons, will do all I can to influence my circle of friends and family to oppose Proposition 15. Thank you for your consideration of these comments, Cheryl Starch. The next comment is from Shauna Lutker. My name is Shauna Lutker. I'm a parent, artist, and nonprofit executive director in the arts in Los Angeles. My daughter will start LAUSD in 2 years. I am submitting comment in support of Proposition 15 to urge the board to do the same. Proposition 15 directs crucial funding to K through 12 and community colleges. It will reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and the agriculture. The Board of Equalization is a vital part of ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and fully enforced. Please support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Thank you for your time and service. Sincerely, Shauna Lutker. Next comment is from Daniel Barsky. Dear Board, my name is Daniel Barsky. I'm an Oakland resident and parent of 2 children in Oakland's public schools in which we fully participate. As a veteran teacher at several local universities and colleges, our family fully supports Oakland schools, which from our perspective serves a crucial role in societal equity. The elementary school that our children have attended serves primarily socioeconomically disadvantaged children. We stand with our neighbors and our local educators in the view that the best way to address inequities in our public education system, including systematic de facto racism, is to address root causes of underfunding in our public schools. We support Proposition 15 because it would restore tax revenue by closing long-abused corporate tax loopholes, restoring billions of dollars annually to funding our public schools. The current funding of our public schools is a national disgrace, and we are missing the most ethical, not to mention affordable way to invest in our future of our great state. Therefore, we stand with our neighbors and educators in demanding that the Board of Education support Proposition 15, the Schools and Communities First initiative. Sincerely yours, Daniel Barsky, PhD, Oakland, California. The next item, and the next comment is from Amy Shee. My family and I are strongly against Proposition 15. We can't afford the skyrocketing property tax increase. California cannot afford Proposition 15. Now is not the time for the largest property tax in state history that will hurt small businesses by raising their property tax and rents while increasing costs for everything we buy. Next comment is from Laura Dehan. To members of the Board of Equalization, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this critical issue. I urge you to support Proposition 15, putting schools and communities first. The measure would finally close a loophole that is costing our society heavily. As one of the wealthiest communities in the world, the fact that our schools can't provide basic education to students serve families experiencing poverty is absurd. Companies have benefited from our state, must pay for their fair share. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Laura Dehan, parent, public health advocate, Oakland. Next comment is from Gary Chatamajian. The state of California has already severely damaged property owners by leaving us holding the bag for the COVID lockdowns. Many of us are in dire financial positions with tenants not paying for rent for 5 months now with no end in sight. Proposition 15 will once again burden property owners with more financial burdens. We are sincerely considering leaving the state to do our real estate business elsewhere. Proposition 15 would be the nail in the coffin for us. Do no on Proposition 15. Sincerely, Gary Chatamajian. Next comment is from Robin Nelson on as a property owner, I'm very much opposed to the implementation of Proposition 15. Sincerely, Robin Nelson, Ontario, California. Next comment is for Rashid Sidki. Hello, Rashid Sidki with the NAACP State Conference Office. I live in Sacramento, California, and Californians cannot afford Proposition 15 during this time of pandemic. This will be a crushing blow to many minorities, African American small businesses throughout the state. We vote no on Proposition 15. The next comment is from Jihan Han. California cannot afford Proposition 15. Now is not the time for the largest property tax in state history. It will hurt small businesses by raising property taxes and rent while increasing the cost for everything we buy. Next comment is from Mary Ann Massenberg. Good morning. My name is Mary Ann Massenberg, and I'm a senior in San Francisco. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide critical funding for our schools and communities. California is the only state that does not regularly assess commercial property. Currently, only 6% of commercial properties get nearly 80% of the Proposition 13 tax savings. This inequity puts a heavy burden on newer businesses and make them less competitive. I urge BOE to support this measure and ensure that it is fully and fairly enforced. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment is from, it's a repeat, excuse me. The next comment is from a Mr. Nelson. His comment reads, "This is a bad idea made worse by timing. Proposition 13 has enabled many Californians to live in homes where they can count on the amount of tax liability changing only slightly. Once this proposition is changed in any way, that will only prove to be the beginning of dismantling the entire protective measure. Proposition 13 is the only tax measure containing real limits on government spending, the appetite for which is insatiable. Furthermore, to hit businesses now with a new uncertain tax will only compound the great financial hardship they are under." The next comment is from Mr. Mike Mages. My name is Mike Mages. I'm a senior in Oakland, California. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide essential funding for schools and libraries and undo a gaping loophole in our tax code that is effectively a gift to wealthy corporations at the expense of equity and education. For the last 11 years, I have been an organizer and founder of Ride for a Reason in Oakland. We have raised over $1 million for Oakland schools in the past 11 years. But unfortunately, this is just a Band-Aid to the enormous needs of our schools. Corporations should not be getting enormous tax breaks at the cost of education for our future generations. It is an abomination that this has continued for so many years. I fully support Proposition 15 and all that it stands for. Proposition 15 will reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools, our local services, by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively, and that is fully reinforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion by implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Mike Mages. The next comment is from Jeanette Clavin, Brentwood, California, retired. California cannot afford Proposition 15. Now is not the time for the large property tax in state history that will hurt small business by raising their property taxes and rents while increasing costs for everything else. The next item is from Jennifer Fung. My name is Jennifer, and I currently live in Oakland as a renter. I was born and raised in Oakland and have seen drastic changes in our communities. I fully support Proposition 15 because it would bring in revenue that would help fund critical services and programs in our cities and county needs. For example, affordable housing programs as well as green spaces and parks. Especially during the pandemic, we need to invest in efforts to expand affordable housing and make sure people have safe homes that they can afford to stay in and have better access to parks and open spaces. So many people rely on being able to take a walk in the nearest park during times of social distancing in order to relieve stress and find ways to sustain themselves mentally and emotionally. We need resources to make sure parks are well maintained and staffed and expand more open spaces free to the public. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to ensure we invest in our future and put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Jennifer Fung, Field Director, Oakland. Next comment is from Star Leitner. My name is Star Leitner, and I'm a parent, homeowner, and small business owner in Oakland. I support Proposition 15 for numerous reasons, including it would provide much-needed funding for public education, including K through 12, community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who has had to spend a lot of my time life fundraising for local schools because they are so woefully underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded, while my kids can not understand why our communities are unable to fund solutions to issues like the ever-increasing homelessness all around us. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Star Leitner, Attorney, Oakland. Next comment is from Poya Abdi. The person's comment is no on Proposition 15. This will be devastating to the entire California economy and charging all kinds of people more taxes. We are in the worst Main Street recession since 1929, and the governments are sending money back to the people. Please do not ask all types of people to pay more taxes in any way. We should be paying less property taxes, as every dollar saved is a dollar earned. Thank you. The next comment is from Deborah Odell. Ms. Odell writes, my name is Ms. Odell, owner of Group 1 Communications, a small creative design agency in the Los Angeles area. I have been a business owner since 1978 and a homeowner in LA County since 1983. Since passing years ago, Proposition 13 is the only thing that stands between and protects and enables California businesses and homeowners alike to keep their properties from being, in many cases, illegally, unconstitutionally, and usuriously overtaxed by the out-of-control tax and spend burdensome government of California at every level. Californians, whether they own a business or not, whether they own their homes or properties or not, absolutely cannot afford Proposition 15. Now is not the time. In fact, never is the time to propose what will be the largest property tax hike in California state history. Not only will it hurt, damage, and endanger all businesses, large and small, by raising their property taxes and rent, it will immediately increase costs for every Californian because businesses will have to pass on the cost of those higher taxes down to their consumers. And in fact, if Proposition is put on the ballot and if it passes, many, many companies in California will no longer be able to continue doing business in California and may be forced to close their doors and go out of business entirely or move sooner rather than later out of California, taking their business, employees, families, and tax revenue to a more business and tax-friendly state. As a business owner and a homeowner, I'm 100% opposed to Proposition 15. I demand the state of California remove the newly qualified split roll initiative tax, a $12.5 billion property tax increase that tax Proposition 13 immediately from all considerations, stand against all the special interest groups that want this new tax to be passed, and make sure it is not put on the ballot. We need to save Proposition 13 in its entirety from any and all government bodies, entities, and groups who seek to further what I call tax rob already overtaxed and overregulated California businesses and homeowners. The next comment is from Patrick Wendt. who writes, California cannot afford the cost of Proposition 15, which will only result in further damage to the economy that is already in a fragile state due to COVID-19. Next is a comment from Ms. Ellen Martin. I live and own a business in Orange County. My property taxes for my business location are nearly $60,000. I employ 3 people at this location. I know 3 people do not sound like many, and $60,000 wouldn't make a dent in California's budget, but it is fortunate to me and a livelihood to the 3 employees and their families. Increases in my taxes result in lower income, and my consideration: close my business, retire, lay off the people, and move out of state. Sincerely, Ellen Martin. Next is a comment from Samuel Shea. Hello, thank you for your time. I would like to voice my concern and strong opposition against Proposition 15 and the dishonest way in which they're trying to hide damaging property tax increases by saying it is for the children in our communities. Rest assured, families, small businesses, and ultimately our children will be ones negatively impacted by this thoughtless proposition. The proposition would actually distance home affordability and accessibility to the lower, middle, and working classes. Do not be fooled. Vote no on Proposition 15. Thank you. Next comment is from Kim Cox, who writes, my name is Kim Cox. I'm a homeowner in San Diego. I support Proposition 15, and it will provide funding for local services such as parks and recreation and public schools. This is important to me because my 2 sons utilize local parks and attend public schools. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Kim Knox, community volunteer, San Diego. And at this point, I am going to pass it over to Ms. Renati. Ms. Renati, are you ready?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next comment is from Barbara Allen. The comment states, I support Proposition 15 because as a retired public school teacher, 6 years with San Diego Unified School District, Professor Emerita of Teacher Education, 32 years with SDSU, parent and grandparent, I am conversant with the elements represented and understand the importance of passage. Sincerely, Barbara Allen. The next comment comes from Andrea Zach Lee. The comment states, my name is Andrea Zach Lee, and I have attended Oakland Public Schools all my life, and I'm now going into my sophomore year of college. Both of my parents work in affordable housing and are based in Oakland. We are homeowners here in Oakland. I support Prop 15 for numerous reasons, including that it will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges, and will also provide necessary services such as removing carcinogenic soil and water contamination in parks and city pipes. These issues are important to me as a former student whose former school in Oakland has lead in its drinking water. Additionally, I lost multiple teachers in the middle year of school year without replacements. These teachers were no longer able to live in Oakland because they were not being paid enough. In 2018, 500 OUSD teachers quit. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion and implement a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Andrea Zackley, Oakland student. The next comment comes from Cheryl Fitzgerald. I am a parent in Oakland's public schools. I support Proposition 15 for numerous reasons, including that it will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges, and for community necessities, such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who has spent a lot of effort fundraising for local schools because they are so woefully underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all the while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking for you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and kids and families first. The next comment comes from Aaron McDevitt. I am in strong support of Prop 15. California lags far behind other states in spending per student. Here's a well-thought-through plan to change that, and it does so in a way that doesn't burden homeowners. The next comment comes from Heather Cooper. My name is Heather Cooper, and I'm a California native whose education spanned the pre- and post-Prop 13 eras, so I experienced firsthand the rapid and utter devastation of our once outstanding public education system, once vibrant cities, parks, libraries, and cultural programs. I support Prop 15 for numerous reasons, including its restoration of the desperately needed portion of funding for our schools and communities. I also support it because it's smart business. For California to remain competitive, it needs to be a place that people want to live with a quality public amenities, education, and services. Prop 15 will allow that California to return to that quality of life that now more than ever determines people's choice of residence. Additionally, for California to be competitive, it needs to produce an educated, capable population, which requires investment in our education and community services. Prop 15 reinvests at a level that will make genuine headway in making California a place of equitable and generative capacity, not one that is, as it is now, plagued by entrenched problems with inequities. Prop 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small business, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. The next comment comes from an unidentified person. The comment states, as a citizen and entrepreneur of the United States of America and a Republican supporter of my beautiful President, Mr. Donald J. Trump, while I'm at it, and the rip-off state of California, I oppose all of your so-called tax increases for both businesses and individuals. Got that? I truly believe that you are all a group of extremely incompetent lowlives who don't know anything about anything and are nothing more than blood-sucking animals who prey on other people's hard-earned work and wealth. This way of new slavery in the 21st century by you must be stopped. I will not allow you to continue to usurp other people's hard-earned money to justify your nasty existence without providing any additional and supportive services for the people who make the money by their hard work. The next comment comes from H. Zaid. I am a parent, homeowner, and self-employed entrepreneur in Oakland, California. I support Prop 15 for numerous reasons, including that it will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K through 12 and community issues, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who has had to spend a lot of my life fundraising for local schools because they are woefully underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded. And while my kids cannot understand why our communities are unable to fund solutions to the ever-increasing homelessness all around us, Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all the while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion in implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking for you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, H. Zaid. The next comment comes from Karen Lay. Hi, my name is Karen Lay, and I'm a parent and homeowner in Oakland, California. I support Prop 15 because I believe it will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who's felt the need to take on fundraising role at my child's school in order to support the various programs. Prop 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all the while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. Please support Prop 15. Sincerely, Karen Lay. The next comment comes from John Kavanaugh. The comment states, I am a commercial retail property owner in Solana Beach. I have 4 small buildings totaling 6,000 square feet. My tenants include an art gallery, landscape architect, international jewelry designer, cabinet maker. I purchased the property in 2002. My current tax base is $18,700 annually. If Prop 15 passage, which is nothing more than the dissemination of Prop 13, my base will increase to a range of $50,000 to $60,000 annually. I have a tremendous pride of ownership, and I have put my heart and soul into maintaining a beautiful property for my tenants to prosper at a fair rent. Most of my tenants have been there over 10 years plus. This increase will be passed on to small business tenants. For my tenants, a 20% increase. This will be a devastating impact on all businesses at a very difficult time. San Diego County has a record year according to the assessor's office. An article in the San Diego Tribune, June 14th, stated that San Diego's county value of all taxable property, including residential, commercial, and industrial land, is now at $604.75 billion. This represents an increase of 5.18%. Stop the nonsense and give small business a chance to survive. The next comment comes from Zipporah Collins. This reform of property tax was crucial before the pandemic and is even more necessary now. When public schools and local services are being strained to the breaking point, I'm in my 80s and a longtime homeowner in the Alameda County, and I recognized in 1978 that Prop 13 would be a disaster for schools and public services in California. So I tried to tell my friends to vote no then, with only moderate success. I have benefited enormously in my own property taxes for decades, but I would rather have seen California maintain necessary funding for schools, libraries, health facilities, roads, parks, community centers, and the myriad of other public services that depend on property tax income. The legislature could have enacted a provision to allow seniors on low fixed incomes to stay in their homes or paying an affordable amount, but having a lien on their property for the balance to be repaid upon sale. It could have also enacted a lower tax rate in years when property values soared to keep the amount of tax at or only slightly higher than it had been in the previous year. Instead, we got a draconian, wide-ranging measure that has seriously impaired state revenues and services for more than 40 years. Now residential owners pay 72% of the total property tax and commercial industrial owners, 28%. It used to be about 50-50 before Prop 13. We finally have a chance to make this fair again. The opponents are often misinformed or involved in spreading disinformation that will harm small business. Prop 15 has measures to protect small businesses. More than 90% of the revenue will come from the wealthiest 10% of businesses, ones that have paid unfairly low tax for decades. Prop 15 will level the playing field for newer versus long-established businesses. Live up to your name, Board of Equalization. Wholeheartedly endorse Prop 15 and work to ensure it passes. Thank you. The next comment comes from Paul Rooney. Hello, I support Prop 15 for two reasons. First, it will restore equity to who pays property taxes in our state. Prior to Prop 13's passage in 1978, property taxes were roughly 50-50 between homeowners and businesses. Now commercial property owners only pay 28%, while homeowners pay 78%. This shift was not an intentional design of Prop 13 or would never have passed. Prop 15 will close the corporate loophole and restore some sense of tax equity between homeowners and businesses. Second, Prop 15 would bring much-needed funding to our schools and communities. Our schools and community service were decimated by Prop 13. I personally lost my job as a social worker due to Prop 13 budget cuts in 1980. Even now, libraries, public works, senior centers, and especially schools are all underfunded. Homeowners and renters have picked up the slack for over 40 years, and now it's time for businesses, especially large corporations, to pay their fair share. I know that the BOE is important to manage that Prop 15 is implemented fully, and I also know assessors have complained that it will be difficult. That doesn't quite cut it. We, and the BOE in particular, must have the will to enact and then implement what is fair reform to our schools and communities first. Thank you, Paul Rooney, Albany. The next item comes from Elena Bryant. My name is Elena Bryant, and I'm a parent and homeowner in Oakland. I support Prop 15 for numerous reasons, including that will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K-12 and community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who's had to spend a lot of my life fundraising for local schools because they are so woefully underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded. And while my kids cannot understand why our own communities are unable to find fund solutions to schools like the ever-increasing homelessness all around us. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking for you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Elena Bryant. The next comment comes from Mrs. Todd. My name is Mrs. Todd, and I'm a parent, homeowner, and educator in Oakland. I support Proposition 15 for numerous reasons, including that it will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K-12 and community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who has had to spend time fundraising for our local schools because they're so woefully and inequitably underfunded. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking for you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Y. Todd, Oakland. The next comment comes from Michael Thomas. No on Prop 15. California cannot afford Prop 15. Now is not the time for the largest property tax in state history that will hurt both small business and big businesses by raising their property taxes and rents, while increasing costs for everything we buy. This is absolutely absurd. Sure, they say Prop 15 will not hurt small businesses. It is not true. Many small businesses lease smaller portions of larger real estate developments that will be affected, if not today, in the future. When will the constant abuse of grabbing and misspending our tax money come to a halt?
Prop 15 is just another grab for more money from hardworking people. This trend must stop. The next comment comes from Mary Lou Sumberg. My name is Mary Lou Sumberg. I'm a senior and homeowner in Albany, Alameda County. I support Prop 15. I have been waiting for this reform for 40 years since Prop 13 passed in 1978. Before Prop 13, property taxes were paid in roughly 50-50 split between residential and commercial property owners. Now residential owners pay 80% of all property tax, while commercial property owners pay a shockingly low 20%. In addition, almost 80% of tax revenue for public schools and community services that will be generated by Prop 15 will be paid by the largest commercial property owners in the state. It's time for them to start paying their fair share. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The people of California need Proposition 15 now more than ever. It will provide funding for local services such as public libraries, parks and recreation, and public schools. This is important to me because I use the Albany Public Library, the Berkeley Public Library, and local parks on a regular basis. I've worked at Albany High School, and I know how important these services are to both the young people and the adults in our community. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I ask that you to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have wanted and needed for a very long time. I'm asking for you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Mary Lou Sumberg, retired, Albany, California. The next comment comes from Andrea Dooley. My name is Andrea Dooley, and I'm a parent, homeowner, and a small business owner in California. I support Prop 15 because it will provide much-needed funding for public education in local communities by reclaiming $12 billion per year from the tax loophole enjoyed by major corporations while protecting homeowners, farmers, and families. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I am asking that you support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Andrea Dooley. The next comment comes from Kristen Belt. The comment states, I have 2 kids in Oakland Public School District. I have been shocked over the last 5 years by the lack of resources available in public schools. I have watched the most amazing, skillful teachers struggle to give the kids the education they need to succeed in this world. The high teacher ratios, the lack of resource professionals available to help with those with even the most simple to solve challenges, the inability to do art projects due to lack of supplies, the inability to provide fresh fruits and vegetables at lunch, and during this last semester, the inability to teach any new material for 3 months due to the equity concern that some students may not have access to tools to learn at home. These are just a few examples of the atrocity happening in our public schools. I'm fortunate to live in a neighborhood with well-funded parent-teacher group that has been able to provide aids in the classroom, extra supplies, and teachers for art and music. But of course, the school 3 blocks away has none of that because asking the parents to contribute would be too large a financial burden for most families. California is the 5th largest economy in the world, and we are 3rd in the bottom in spending on schools per capita. This is absurd and an inexcusable position to be in. Significant efforts have been made for years to reform the commercial portion of Prop 13, and special interests have always succeeded in warping the message. Education is everything. In the long term, it is one of the most significant levers that the government has to make sustainable change towards the breaking cycles of poverty and the crime rates and health crisis associated with it. In the short term, schools must be refuges for our children. Please support this legislation and make a bold leap forward for our future. The next comment is from Patricia McGillis. Hello, my name is Patricia McGillis. I'm a parent in Oakland. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide desperately important funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges. My 14-year-old daughter attends public school in Oakland because I feel it is vitally important for her future and the future of all of us, for kids to grow up with peers from outside their own socioeconomic and ethnic groups. In addition, I attended Laney College for a year and understand how vital community college is to keep growth and learning options available to everyone. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Patricia Gillis. The next comment comes from Crystal McCoy. The comment states, California cannot afford Prop 15. Now is not the time for the largest property tax in state history that will hurt small businesses by raising their property taxes and rents while increasing costs for everything we buy. The next comment comes from Rex W. Heim. Rex W. Heim, on behalf of California Business Properties Association, Building Owners and Managers Association of California, NAIOP California, CALED, ICSC, AIR AIRCRE, and CREW, Sacramento, ACRE, IREM, RILA, and NARIT. California cannot afford Prop 15. Now is not the time for the largest property tax in state history that will hurt small businesses by raising their property taxes and rents while increasing costs for everything we buy. And now I will turn it over to Henry Nanjo to continue.
Thank you, Ms. Renati. The next comment is from Eric Schell. I am a parent, homeowner, and entrepreneur in Oakland, California. I support Proposition 15 for numerous reasons, including it will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K through 12, in community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who has to spend a lot of time fundraising for my local schools because they are so woefully underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded. While my kids cannot understand why our communities are unable to fund solutions for issues like ever-increasing homelessness all about us, Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively, and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change for Californians like me and my family who have needed it for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Thank you, Eric Schell. Next item is from C. Rice. I am a teacher in Orange County. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for public education, including K through 12 in community colleges. This is important to me because my students need to have access to resources that will allow them to be competitive in the 21st century. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and the agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that is fully enforced. I call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me will have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Carissa, teacher, Orange County. The next item is from Nicole Magnuson. My name is Nicole Magnuson. I'm a parent and retired education administrator in Oakland, Alameda County. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for public education, including K through 12 and community colleges. This is important to me as a parent of a special education student. I relied on public schools for her legally required support. I also believe that public education is a foundational pillar stone for a working democracy. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and for local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We would call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Nicole Magnuson, public school parent, public school graduate, BS, MA, UC Berkeley, retired education administrator, UC Berkeley, Oakland homeowner, and taxpayer. The next item is from Aaron Ploss Campamore. My name is Aaron Ploss Campamore. I'm a homeowner and parent of 2 children in Los Angeles, California. I support Proposition 15 because it would provide desperately needed funding for public education. I am a co-president of Friends of Mitchell Tarina, a booster group that supports my daughter's public school, Mitchell Tarina Elementary, and before that I was co-chair of a fundraising for several years. I have literally spent thousands of hours fundraising so that our school could have basic necessities like PE, art, teacher's assistants, an assistant principal, and 1 precious extra day of psychiatric social workers' time. Our schools cannot keep going like this, especially now that the pandemic has further strained our already limited resources practically to the breaking point. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and small businesses. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. We desperately need it now more than ever. Sincerely, Aaron Ploss Campamore, Los Angeles, California. The next comment is from Paul Vetter. My name is Paul Vetter. I'm an Oakland resident and a parent of children in Oakland Public Schools and an organizer of the Oakland Annual Ride for a Reason cycling event, which is to date raised more than $1.3 million to donate to Oakland's public schools, with a particular emphasis on equity in public school funding and channeling money to schools which serve socially economically disadvantaged children. Having studied issues related to public education and its funding for more than a decade, I'm convinced that the best way to address the inequities in our public education system, which are endangered by America's and California's systematic racism, is to address the root causes of the underlying underfunding of our public schools. I support Proposition 15 because it would restore a better, fairer balance of tax revenue by closing long-abused corporate tax loopholes, restoring billions of dollars to funding our public schools. Frankly, in a state as amazing as California is a matter of international shame that we do such a terrible job of funding our public schools. We cannot be a successful 21st century polity if we continue to neglect and dismiss the education of young people. On behalf of hundreds of cyclists, volunteers, donors, teachers, students, and families who participate in our protest bike ride to the state capitol each year, we demand that the Board of Equalization support Proposition 15, the Schools and Communities First initiative. Sincerely, Paul Vetter, PhD, Oakland, California. The next comment is from Waldo Gonzalez. My name is Waldo Gonzalez, and I am a homeowner in unincorporated Whittier within Los Angeles County. I fully support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding to ensure quality public schools, safe and modern public infrastructure, and provide much-needed services for our seniors and children. This is important to me because as a first-generation son of working-class immigrant parents, I relied on the public K through 12 and CSU system to help provide me with the tools to be a leader and attain upward mobility. We must ensure that we continue to fund the futures of our young people. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services while closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion by implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Waldo Gonzalez, Whittier. Next comment is from Jennifer Cooper. My name is Jennifer Cooper. I am a parent in Oakland, California. I strong support Proposition 15 as it will provide badly needed funding for public education in California. The state of our schools in California is unfortunate given that all that the state has to offer. Public education is a way out of poverty and a way for our young people to become successful adults. The additional dollars that Proposition 15 could generate would make a significant difference in schools. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I ask you to assist us in implementing this change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Thank you, Jennifer Cooper, Oakland, California. Next comment is from Mr. Frost. Tax changes years ago, Proposition 13, have had devastating effects in California. It's just awful the damage that has been done. Proposition 15 would start to repair that wound. Tax benefits that currently accrue to investors out of state and abroad would be stabilized and returned to our California polity. We need BOE to be allied with California families in support of Proposition 15. We need your expertise and dedication to our public interest. Thank you. The next comment is from Ashley Rogers. My name is Ashley Rogers. I'm a resident of Alameda County. I'm a homeowner and a taxpayer and a former small business owner and a working parent of two elementary age kids. I am a parent PTA president. Due to COVID, I'm also the sole household income generator, both a part-time teacher, child care provider for my kids. Based on my extensive resume of child and school-related roles, I can assure you that our public schools need more funding. PTAs in our state are charged with providing support and enrichment for our students. In other words, we bridge the gap between what public education should provide and what school districts can actually afford. The way we accomplish this is through fundraising, lots of it. Fundraising is challenging and time-consuming in normal times and strong economy, and it's almost impossible during a global pandemic and an economic slowdown. Half our PTA budget covers salaries for our school's reading and math intervention specialists and our part-time mental health professional because our district can't afford to help students who struggle the most. PTAs in less affluent neighborhoods can't even afford that. And now our district will need to divert substantial funds for PPE, a new technology for distant learning, and new training for teachers. I applaud our district's efforts, but our students deserve so much more. We have a moral obligation and a civic duty to do everything we can to support them. Proposition 15 will reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate and property tax loopholes. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively. I call on upon the Board of Equalization to support a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I am asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to our schools and communities first. Our children deserve it. Sincerely, Ashley Rogers. The next comment is from Carolyn Brown. I support Proposition 15 for numerous reasons, including that it will provide much needed funding for public education, including K through 12 community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who has spent a lot of my life fundraising for local schools because they are so woefully underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded, while my kids cannot understand why communities are unable to fund solutions to issues like the ever-increasing homelessness all around us. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion by implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Carolyn Brown. The next comment is from R. Haste. My name is Robin Haste, and I'm a parent and homeowner in Oakland, California. I support Proposition 15 for numerous reasons, including that it will provide much needed funding for public education, including K through 12 community colleges, for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who has had to spend a lot of my life fundraising for local schools because they are so woefully underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded, while my kids cannot understand why our communities are unable to fund solutions like the ever-increasing homelessness around us. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our local schools and services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I am asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, R. Haste, Oakland. Next comment is from Kathy Stokes. I am a parent in OUSD. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for all Oakland school students and schools. This is important to me because Oakland schools could really use the funding for so many programs and supplies. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion a year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners, renters, and small businesses and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that is fully enforced. We call upon the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Proposition 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Kathy Stokes, OUSD parent. Next comment is from David Ray. Proposition 15 is the wrong way to increase tax revenues for the state. The higher property taxes on buildings will be passed along as higher rent for tenants and higher prices for the products and services sold to consumers all across the state. Higher prices for everything Californians will buy will not only hurt people, but especially low-income people. This is not a good idea, especially for the immediate future when we need every economic incentive possible. Please do not push this incentive forward. Thank you, D.M. Ray, Spring Valley, California. Ms. Renati, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Nanjo. The first comment I have is from Larry Starch. Comment states, hello, the state needs to focus on cutting expenses to align with budget. This is the way I have to manage my finances, and so should the state of California. This measure ignores appropriate fiscal management by the state government and puts the out-of-control expenditures on my back via increased costs from the businesses that will be impacted. The mindset from government that there is endless funds available from the working class needs to stop and the focus move to expense control. Funding for education is the common justification for increasing taxes. LATA was supposed to cure all ills with school funding, yet it seems to have done little to nothing as we continue to hear the need for more and more funding sources. The first priority of this measure is to backfill losses in state, local income tax, and covered administrative costs. This is estimated at $1 billion. I'm not aware of any limit or cap, so this becomes a loophole for abuse for funneling funds to the general fund and or special interest. This measure will take away one of the very few advantages of placing a business in California, which erodes for future growth for younger citizens and the general tax base. The next comment comes from Bonnie Wildorf. My name is Bonnie Wildorf. I'm a senior in San Francisco City or County, or I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for local services such as public libraries. This is important to me because I was laid off the day after Prop 13 passed as services as needed librarian in Alameda County. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services such as public libraries by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Bonnie Wildorf, retired librarian, San Francisco. The next comment comes from Timmy Liu. I am a parent of a 2-year-old, and I'm really concerned about California's funding for libraries and parks. The state's parks and libraries are a lifeline for me as a working parent, and I can't imagine how grumpy my child would be without these services fully funded and accessible for her. And with the COVID-19 crisis, it's even more important to make sure there's enough funding for public resources like these. It would be really important for the state's elected Board of Equalization to take a stand in support of taxes that support families and small businesses. I urge you to join community members across the state in supporting Prop 15. Next comment comes from Nikjai Ayab Yang. My name is Nikjai Lab Yang, and I grew up and am a renter in the city of Sacramento. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for our public schools and increase access to local services, including affordable housing programs. Our youth and families, especially the most vulnerable, deserve better access to quality education, housing, and other services. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. The Board of Equalization must rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I urge you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Nikjai Lab Yang, Co-Director of HIP, Sacramento, California. The next comment comes from Karen Young. Hi, my name is Karen Young. I'm a renter in the city of Alameda. I support Proposition 15 because it will provide funding for local service. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented actively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion in implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Karen Young, Community Organizer, Alameda. The next comment comes from Stacy E. We adamantly oppose Prop 15. Our family is 3 generations managing our commercial properties in California. Born and raised and residing in California since birth, we have various sizes in property and tenant sizes. We are not big corporation. Our tenants are mom and pop businesses trying to live in the California dream just as we are. Repealing Prop 13 with Prop 15 will kill businesses in California and force owners to pass rent increases unnecessarily to its tenants due to not being able to afford the property taxes on its properties. We are already taxed as much as we can afford as small commercial property owners. As of right now, many of the measures and propositions that have been voted in for California still have yet to see their effectiveness. The roads are a mess, and yet we still pay numerous taxes on fuel and transportation. In closing, we want our voice to be heard that we are in opposition of Prop 15. Sincerely, Stacy E. The next comment comes from Betsy McNabb. My name is Betsy McNabb, and I'm a parent in Alameda County. I support Prop 15 because it will provide funding for public education at all levels. This is important to me because, as we're seeing now, a strong educational system is the backbone of our community and our country. When it is in peril, that impacts every single American. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Betsy McNabb, Parent, Editor, Alameda, California. The next comment comes from Jason Pilastri. My name is Jason Pilastri, and I'm a parent, homeowner, and educator in Oakland, California. I support Proposition 15 because it will finally make some headway in reversing the funding shortfalls that have been a plague on public education in our state since the 1970s. My children and the children I teach deserve the quality schools I support Prop 15 because it will make more funding available to support the creation of affordable housing. This will help address the crisis of Black displacement and homelessness in Oakland and communities like it. My family, friends, and neighbors deserve to live in a community that meets the needs of all of its residents, not just those of a particular class. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I hope the Board of Equalization will rise to the occasion and implement a change that will make our state more livable for ordinary Californians like me and my family. Please support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Jason Pilastri, teacher, Oakland. The next comment comes from Jennifer Vetter. My name is Jennifer Vetter, and I'm a public school parent and homeowner in Oakland. I support Proposition 15 for many reasons, including that it will provide much-needed funding for public libraries and for public education, including K-12 and community colleges. These issues are important to me as a parent who has spent countless hours over the past 17 years fundraising for our local public library and our local schools because they are so woefully underfunded. For more than a decade, I have been involved with the movement to reform the devastating Proposition 13 of 1978, and I am so happy they are finally at a point of action. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians have needed for a very long time. I'm asking that you support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Jennifer Vettner, MLIS, librarian, Oakland, California. The next comment comes from Anna Dar. My name is Anna Dar, and I'm a parent, a homeowner, and attorney in Los Angeles, California. I support Proposition 15 for numerous reasons, including that it will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K-12 and community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who has had to spend a lot of my life fundraising for local schools because they are so woefully underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded, while my kids cannot understand why our communities are unable to find solutions to issues like the ever-increasing homelessness all around. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Proposition 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Anna Dar. The next comment comes from Katie Valentin. My name is Catherine Valentin. I am a homeowner in Los Angeles, California. I support Proposition 15. It will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K-12 and community colleges, homelessness services, park and recreation services, among others. This is important to me as a parent who has had to spend a lot of time fundraising for local schools because they're so underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded. Also, I believe we are failing the entire community as we're unable to fund solutions to issues like the ever-increasing homelessness all around us. In addition, services like Parks and Rec, which offer some great options, need continuous funding so they keep offering these important services. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Catherine Valentin. The next comment comes from Judy Peratt. Judy Peratt, electrologist, Oakland. My name is Judy Peratt. I am a parent, small business owner, and a believer in public education in Oakland, Alameda County. I support Proposition 15 because we need money to educate our kids. They are our future. It will provide funding for public education, including K-12 and community colleges. This is important to me because this country and its citizens are not able to use their brains for critical thinking, community cohesiveness, and environmental protection and human kindness and consideration. We must take care of all the children, and that costs money. It is unconscionable to protect corporate loopholes. Proposition 15 reclaimed $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Judy Peratt, electrologist, Oakland, California. The next comment comes from Rebecca McEntee. My name is Rebecca McEntee. I'm a parent and a physician in Oakland. In addition to having 2 children enrolled in OUSD, I'm a physician caring for children and families at federally qualified health centers in Alameda and Contra Costa counties. I support Proposition 15 for numerous reasons, including that will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K-12 and community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent worked to support local schools because they're so woefully underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded. I have also watched many close friends who are dedicated teachers spend their own money to supply their classrooms with basic necessities that their district cannot provide while being underpaid and undervalued themselves. Also, my husband works as a physician in the safety net system in San Francisco, caring for patients experiencing homelessness and complex mental health, and substance use issues. When we discuss his work at home, my kids cannot understand why our communities are unable to fund solutions to offer support for housing or other resources when they are so desperately needed and proven to improve well-being and health outcomes. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small business, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it's fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me and my family have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Rebecca McKenty, MD, Oakland, California. The next comment comes from Virginia Fine. My name is Virginia Fine. I'm a parent and a homeowner in Oakland. I support Proposition 15. It will provide much-needed funding for public education and for community necessities, such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. The next comment comes from Ayala Frost. I am a student, Oakland, California. I support Proposition 15 because it will redirect funding towards public education and community services. This is important to me because as a recent graduate of Oakland Public Schools, I have experienced firsthand school-wide paper shortages, outdated textbooks, and some that never arrive, and rumors about teachers living out of their cars because they cannot afford to live in the Bay Area on a teacher's salary. I have watched zealous teachers and principals arrive promising to be the change the school needed, only to leave a few years later to work at a private school with a better salary. I have been in classes where teachers never show up or leave and never come back, and just about everyone I know has a similar story. I know how hard it is to navigate a school struggling with funding, and I know the kids in my community would be far better served if their education was a priority. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring that Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I am asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Ayla Frost, student, Oakland. The next comment is from S. Hovland. My name is Susie Hovland. I'm a parent and owner in Oakland, California, for numerous reasons, including that it will provide much-needed funding for public education, including K-12 and community colleges, and for community necessities such as affordable housing to address our homelessness crisis. These issues are important to me as a parent who has had to spend a lot of my life fundraising for local schools because they're so woefully underfunded, not to mention extremely inequitably funded, while my kids cannot understand why our communities are unable to fund solutions to issues like ever-increasing homelessness all around us. Proposition 15 would reclaim $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes, all while protecting homeowners and renters, small businesses, and agriculture. The Board of Equalization has an important role to play in ensuring Prop 15 is implemented effectively and that it is fully enforced. We call on the Board of Equalization to rise to the occasion of implementing a change that Californians like me have needed for a very long time. I'm asking you to support Prop 15, a fair and balanced reform to put our schools and communities first. Sincerely, Susie Hovland, CSUEB, Project Manager, Oakland. The next comment comes from Tamar Carson. My name is Tamar Carson, and I am a homeowner, a small business owner in Oakland, California, and a parent of 2 children. I'm writing to express my strong support of Prop 15 because I see our schools, state infrastructure, and public services stressed to the point of breaking without sufficient funded needed to meet the needs of our communities. A solution is desperately needed. Prop 15 has the potential to bring $12 billion every year for our schools and local services by closing corporate property tax loopholes. I have carefully studied the details of the proposition, and it is clear that Proposition 15 will protect homeowners and renters and small businesses. Please act now to support Proposition 15. The future of the state rests on its ability to invest in students, residents, and basic services. Sincerely, Tamar Carson, Oakland.
Okay, at this point, I'd like to go ahead and wrap up at least the reciting of the public comment and have the remaining comments posted on our website. We are at 4 o'clock, and we still haven't had an opportunity for closing remarks from the board. So If I could just start that very briefly here, I just want to thank everybody for participating today. I think we had some great panel discussions and some great debate, and hopefully we and the public are better informed about Prop 15, and you can move forward and in the future here and make your decisions as you wish. But I think this is a great opportunity for us as members of the BOE to present the facts to the public. So thank you. And members, would you each like to make your closing comments?
Sure. This is Chair Vasquez. First, I'd like to just open up and thank Member Gaines for an excellent work, especially for your staff and putting together this hearing today. Also to thank, obviously, the speakers and the public who participated today. I know many of them were online and waited to come on during the public hearing, and I really appreciate that, as well as all the folks that led up to this, you know, from all our respective staff. You know, I know everybody participated to really make this thing happen. As far as the comments today, I guess the topic is a complex, and for me, it was, you know, it's just a real complex and requires extensive time and research and identifying the appropriate stakeholders and experts for proper vetting. Proposals to change the Constitution to remove part of our property tax system and replace it with another system deserves careful consideration. As elected overseers of that system, and without taking a position on the measure, we need to provide information to the public on how such changes will affect them. In light of that, I would like to agendize all follow-up reports from the board members, BOE staff, assessors, and all stakeholders as more information and data becomes available. I think we must ensure that the board is fully transparent and that the open forum of our meetings provides the public with every opportunity to be educated on the input and issues involved, regardless of anyone's position. And with that, I'll turn it back over to our chair, Mr. Gaines.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. I want to just thank everybody for your participation today, and want to make sure that the members of the board have their opportunity for closing comments. Vice Chair Schaefer, would you like to make some closing comments, followed by Member Cohen and Member Stowers?
Thank you. Thank you, Member Ted. I want to thank you for bringing us all together. I want to thank everybody who participated from the public, because I learned a lot. I was very pleased to see the number of people in my District 4, Orange, Riverside, San Diego counties who had something to say. That means a lot to me. Imperial County. This was a long day for us, but you know, it's very rewarding. I'm sorry I have not been able to see the fine people that have come before us, like we were spoiled by seeing you all in Sacramento. I hope when we return to Sacramento, you'll come up there and talk to us in person. And again, thank you for your endurance, and I want you to know I'm a better member and more educated thanks to Ted's program today.
Great. Thank you. Member Cohen?
Thank you very much. I just want to acknowledge and thank everyone that participated, colleagues, staff, as well as the public. I think one thing that I've got pages of notes here, and one thing that I am taking away is that this informational hearing was informational, but also reinforces and actually amplifies the challenges that we are facing ahead of us. So look forward to more continued thoughtful work. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Member Stowers?
Thank you. Thank you, Member Gaines, for putting this together. A lot of information, very useful and helpful. Thank you to the staff for organizing it. Thank you to Henry and Lisa for reading all the comments. Thank you to those who responded to my questions. I appreciate it. And it's just been a long day.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Chair Vasquez. I appreciate the opportunity to present this informational hearing. Thank you.
Thank you once again, everybody. And as we come to a close, I know yesterday when we opened the meeting, I opened it up with a moment of silence for the late John Lewis, the congressman. And actually in adjournment, I would like to also adjourn in his memory. You know, as part of the Big Six, he was one of the leaders in the civil rights movement in the 60s and and continue to do that heroic organizing and really bringing a lot of the big issues along not only race, but just civil rights for all to Congress, beginning in 1987 when he first got elected. I had the opportunity to meet him a couple times when I was back in DC, and he's going to be sorely missed. And I just wanted to put out our condolences to his family and friends, and would like to just adjourn this meeting in his honor. And if there's no other business, I would like to adjourn this meeting today. It is 4:07. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I know it was a long day. We made it somewhat short yesterday, but we made up for it today. I know we went a little longer than we expected. Thank you to all the members and staff. And we'll see you soon, hopefully in person, but we'll see how that goes, given what's going on with this COVID.
Great. Thank you. Wish you all well.
Stay safe.
All right. Bye now.
Thank you, members.
Bye now.